so that the conference keeps on moving on schedule. And I hear an echo for some reason. Okay, all right. Oh, there's Martin. All right. Ще раз доброго ранку всім. Доброго дня тим, хто, можливо, приєднався до нас через Zoom і слухає нас з України чи інших країн Європи. Good morning, good time of the day, wherever you may be joining us online. My name is Vitaly Chernetsky. I'm the first vice president here at the Shevchenko Scientific Society in the US and a professor at the University of Kansas. And it's a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome everyone here. Our conference is part of a series of events that is marking the 150th anniversary of the founding of the original Shevchenko Society, which was the first Ukrainian academic society that came into existence long before Ukraine was able to achieve its dream of independence. And we felt it was incredibly important for us to make it not a routine celebratory event, but a genuine intellectual discussion. That's why our aim and goal in this conference was to look at intellectual history of Ukraine and specifically on the context in which the Shevchenko Scientific Society developed and grew, how its role was pivotal at many times in the development of Ukrainian thought, and how actually knowledge production about Ukraine, understanding what knowledge is, who generates this knowledge, how it is shared, that this is one of the central things for us to consider. We have 3 panels today with colleagues from many countries. We wanted to make this conference broadly interdisciplinary and representative, and we especially wanted to call on expertise of colleagues of the younger and middle generation, shall we say, primarily, so that we have a diversity of perspectives and we have the representations of up-and-coming research about Ukraine's intellectual history. And this is of crucial importance of us now, the tragic times of Ukraine resisting the criminal and brutal Russian aggression, and the intellectual presence, the intellectual being of Ukraine is something that we also need to emphasize, to study, and to share with the world, which is why I think it is very important that this conference is accessible also online to a wide variety of audiences. We were fortunate to receive friendly greetings from one of our colleagues and partner associations, the Ukrainian Academy of Arts and Sciences in the United States, from its president, Professor Albert Kipa. It is in Ukrainian. Шановні колеги, від імені членства та управи Української вільної академії наук США радо вітаю учасників конференції, приуроченої 150-літтю вашого товариства. We have a long and warm greeting from our colleagues at UVAN, for which we are sincerely grateful. For now, in the interest of staying close to schedule, I yield the floor to my colleague, Dr. Halyna Hryn, president of the Shevchenko Scientific Society in the US, who will be chairing our first panel. Halyna, прошу.
Thank you. I too want to take this opportunity to welcome you. As we all know, this is a very moving time. It's significant, first of all, when you look at those young and vibrant faces up there. It's the 150th anniversary. It shows us at a time when we are once again at war, once again trying not to be erased, once again fighting for our existence. It's heartening to know that we are part of a tradition, that 150 years ago, there was no state, there was an idea, but there were people, there were scholars, there were artists, there were composers, many of them are on that photograph, who dedicated their lives to this cause, and we, in fact, are their spadkojemci, as they say in Ukrainian. We inherited their mission. And we, at the Shevchenko Society here, are also trying our best to further that. As Vitaly said, we wanted, with celebrations can take many forms, we wanted to focus on scholarship, on young scholarship, on intellectual debate, and especially to honor many of our speakers, many of the people who are actually writing monographs on this area right now. So it's a great privilege to be here. The first panel today is dedicated to the 19th century Ukrainian intellectual life under Russian Imperial rule. The first speaker is Professor Georgy Grabowicz. He is the Dmytro Chizhevsky Research Professor of Ukrainian Literature in the Department of Slavic Languages and Literatures at Harvard University, where he has served as the chair of the Department of Slavic Languages and Literatures, director of the Ukrainian Research Institute. He is a past president of the Shevchenko Scientific Society, and in 1997 he founded and since then has been the editor-in-chief of the Ukrainian monthly Kritika, a leading intellectual journal in Ukraine. He has written on Ukrainian, Polish, and Russian literature and on literary theory. And his first book, The Poet on Shevchenko, The Poet as Mythmaker, was voted as the most influential academic book in the post-Soviet period in Ukraine. In March 2022, he was awarded the Shevchenko Prize, and I suppose we should also mention that he has mentored many young scholars and not so young anymore in Ukrainian literature. So he will begin at the beginning and talk about the earlier period, where it all began. Serhiy Bilenki, our second speaker, is a research associate at the Canadian Institute of Ukrainian Studies at University of Alberta. And since 2023, the editor-in-chief of East-West Journal of Ukrainian Studies. He is also the program director at the Harvard Ukrainian Summer Institute. I think we have 3 former directors of the Ukrainian Summer Institute here. He has been there since 1925. Born in Kyiv, Ukraine, Bilenki graduated from Kyiv National University, the Shevchenko University, from which he also received his Candidate of Sciences degree and his PhD in history from the University of Toronto. He is the author of a number of monographs, most recently, his most recent book that came out last year, The Laboratory of Modernity, Ukraine Between Empire and Nation, from 1772 to 1914. And our third speaker, Fabian Baumann, is a historian of Eastern Europe with a focus on the history of nationalism and empire in Ukraine, Russia, East Central Europe. He obtained his doctorate from the University of Basel in 2020 and was an SNSF Mobility postdoctoral fellow at the University of Chicago and the University of Vienna before joining the University of Heidelberg, where he is now. His recent monograph, A Dynasty Divided, Family History of Russian and Ukrainian Nationalism, deals with a nationally divided Shulgin family of Kyiv, and it was published by Cornell University Press in 2023. And finally, we have a distinguished scholar, Susan Smith-Peter, professor of history and director of the Public History Program at the College of Staten Island, City University of New York. She will be our discussant. She has worked on the history of Russian regionalism for more than 20 years, publishing Imagining Russian Regions in 2018, among many other works. Since the full-scale invasion, she has advocated for the decolonization of the field of Russian history in the US. Her new research includes work on the influence of Ukrainian thinkers on Siberian regionalists of the 19th century. So I am very much looking forward to this session, and welcome to our speakers. I'd like to invite Professor George Grabowicz to come to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to start off this conference with the first paper here. Initially, I knew that I wanted to write about the Cyrilo-Methodian Brotherhood, but I did not know what title to use. My initial title would have been something like, Who Won, Who Lost, and What Do We Still Know? And the answer would have been that the Russian Empire won, the Ukrainian side lost, and we still don't know very much about it. Now I have a more conventional title. It's called Rethinking the Cyrilo-Methodian Brotherhood, Problems of Historiography, and Some New and Old Aporias. Aporia is a big word that is used in literary criticism to talk about a paradox or something unknown or something problematic in the very formulation. I'd like to begin with this comment. We have a pressing need to critically review Ukrainian intellectual history. This should be a constant focus all the time because the very nature of academics is to review your knowledge, but it is particularly apt now when Ukraine is threatened by annihilation through a genocidal war being waged by Russia against Ukraine, which we all know about, but we don't always act on it, I don't think. And rethinking earlier historiographic formulas is also a perennial task in all disciplines, particularly called for in Ukrainian studies. For me, this has been particularly true in my earlier work on the canon of Ukrainian literature, and in the present work that I'm editing for that history. And it has become apparent that this applies to other disciplines as well. That is to say, various allied Ukrainian disciplines like art history, music, cinema, and so on still do not have a formulated canon. There is no overarching canon of Ukrainian culture. And even literature, which has been privileged in that regard, has been overweighed by the fact that it was formulated, the canon, such as it was made, by Soviet mindset, by a Soviet understanding of what is part of the Ukrainian literary history. The same thing can be said of Ukrainian intellectual history, where the Cyrilo-Methodian Brotherhood, which existed between the years 1845 and 1847, or more specifically, actually only in the year 1846, and the early months, the first 2 months or 3 months of 1847, is probably a kind of central issue or an ultimate test case for Ukrainian intellectual history. Its key component is, of course, the work of Shevchenko, Taras Shevchenko, whom we are honoring indirectly through our discussion of the Shevchenko Scientific Society, which bears his name. In a very real sense, what I'm talking about is actually a matter of prehistory. We're not talking yet about the Shevchenko Scientific Society. We're talking about what made Shevchenko the figure that he became for Ukrainian nation formation, and therefore central to the notion of Ukrainian political existence and large cultural patterns as well. Ultimately, prehistory, however, becomes a crucial moment in the history itself, and this is what I want to talk about today. The founding of the first literary Shevchenko Society in 1873, called the Literaturne Towarystvo imeni Shevchenka, and then its reorganization, and the picture here puts the central figure in that reorganization right in center focus, and that is Mikhailo Hrushevsky, became a key vehicle in the creation of both Ukrainian nationhood and Ukrainian scholarship. The linkage of the two is revealing and fundamental. In 1940, with the wartime occupation of Western Ukraine, the Soviets disbanded the Shevchenko Scholarly Society. It really was called Naukove Towarystvo, which means scholarly society. Scientific is not a total misnomer, but it is a misnomer because we deal not with biology or chemistry or physics, although we have a section to that, because the society became a kind of acting pro-tem academy of sciences, but we deal with the humanities. In any case, when it was founded in 1847 in the United States, or refounded, this is the term that was given to it, and it has stuck. We might want to reconsider it eventually. But the role of Shevchenko, whose intellectual presence underlies NTSH and its founding in 1873, is fundamental. The society was created as a projection. The Kievan, that is to say, the Lviv society was a projection of the Kievan Stara Hromada, an organization whose import and fundamental scope, created a focus on universal Ukrainian problems, including a kind of projection of its presence into Western Ukraine, which was under Austria-Hungary and where it was possible to found a society like that. It lasted, as I mentioned, to the war period. It was abolished by the Soviets. It was reinstated after Ukrainian independence in 1990. And our interaction with, that is to say, the American society's branch with the national branch has been ongoing and highly productive. Let me speak now about the historiographic evolution of the the Cyrilo-Methodian Brotherhood. The key issues and phases of the traditional historiography are several, and I want to begin with the present and with the generally accepted notion. At present, the established canonic Ukrainian version, but not only Ukrainian, this is true also of others who write about it, is that this was a secret Ukrainian political organization, somehow analogous to the Decembrists that preceded it in Russian history, or even analogous to the Polish uprising of 1831 or 1863, and fundamental to the understanding of the collective. In fact, I think it can be argued, and that's what I want to do, that it was anything like that. Its political and non-political dimensions were rather at odds with each other and still need to be scrutinized and deconstructed, or at least dissected. It contains in its goals, the society, I mean, a range of problems and contradictions. However, those were glossed over in the subsequent historiographic understanding of what the initial Kyrilo-Methodian society was. I will talk about those conditions or those features directly, but at the moment I just want to say that the first modern and programmatically political historiographic take on the Cyrilo-Methodian Brotherhood was made by Mikhailo Hrushevsky on the eve of the revolution of 1917, the Russian Revolution, shaped the thinking of his approach to, and he was the first president of the Ukrainian Central Rada, elected in 1917, and shaped his thinking of both the KMB, I'm using the short version of that, you know, which stands for the Cyrilo-Methodian, Kirilo-Metodiyske Bratstvo, and also its function in Ukrainian history. Hrushevsky wrote several times on the import of the KMB, I'll be using that acronym for simplicity's sake, throughout 1917, and almost single-handedly made it the acme of Ukrainian independentist thinking and striving, and its goals, that is to say, as he perceived the goals of the Brotherhood, became the subject of the subsequent acts of the Central Rada, beginning with the Universal, the first address to the Ukrainian people and the world at large, that Ukraine has an obligation to itself and to its destiny to become independent. And this was confirmed by the final Universal, the fourth Universal, such statement of January 22nd, 1918. He wrote several publicistic articles and scholarly articles on the history and on the meaning of the KMB, of the Brotherhood. For example, his article Staroho i Novoho, The Old and the New, published in March 28, 1917. And then again on the 70th anniversary of the Cyrilo-Methodian affair, 70. rokoviny Kirilo-Metodijskої справи. He also published material relating to the history and to the content of the Cyrilo-Methodian Brotherhood in 1915. This is Hrushevsky's publication called the Rokoviny do Rokovin Tarasa Shevchenko. This is the 100th anniversary in 1914 of the birth of Shevchenko and the importance of that for the political fate of Ukraine. For him, the nation's fate and Ukrainian history is the paradigm that determines the existence of that society. Let me just quote the concluding statement from his article. He says, the Treaty of Pereyaslav, i.e. of 1654, wrenched from the hands of the liberated Ukraine its blood-spattered freedom. You can see the pathos of the argument. The Cyrilo-Methodians set themselves the goal of returning to Ukraine and its people freedom and empowerment. And instead of the Cossack hetman state of the 18th century, or the Hetmanshchina, giving it a democratic Ukrainian republic, and instead of a perfidious union of Ukraine with Muscovy and Poland, because Poland was also seen as pretending on total control of the West Bank of Ukraine and generally on the territories of that area, on Ukrainian territories, and proceeding to form a free Slavic federation. The regime of Tsar Nicholas I wrenched this goal from the hands of the brothers, i.e. the KMB, locking up in the police strongboxes the texts written with their heart's blood, you can see the pathos throughout, and sending them to various forms of imprisonment and exile. Fate has left it to our times to continue their work. And it is being completed now. This was the paradigm that became the standard paradigm. The KMB as a kind of a precursor of Ukrainian political independence. This is the basis or the fount of its canonicity. The KMB became nothing less than a cornerstone of the Ukrainian national movement. with its importance emerging not so much from the events and thoughts of the latter half of the 1840s, when it existed, as from the embedded goals and aspirations of the Ukrainian people. This is entirely par for the task of nation-making. You proceed to reformulate things, you proceed to make them, but are we losing sight of what was there initially? And my argument is yes, of course. It is for a better purpose or for a noble purpose, but we are losing sight of what was the problem at that moment. And a similar kinds of identification of the poet with his people, with the collective as such, is of course totally par for the course. It is true for be it Shevchenko or Mickiewicz or Pushkin. That is the way that national poets become what they become. They become paradigms of seeing the collective and its aspirations and its, as it were, destiny. In terms of actual historiography, Hrushevsky's key contribution to the study and general academic assimilation of the KMB, if I use the notion of assimilation in quotes, into research activity was made some 2 years earlier when I just mentioned that he wrote his all-important Zbirnik Pamięci Tarasa Shevchenka, the compendium marking the centenary of Shevchenko's birth. So he was thinking about it in parallel terms. But while he as a scholar knew very well what was done and what was not done, as a politician, of course, he was projecting this larger mythic goal, as it were. Let me briefly speak, and this is very concise, and time is running, so I don't have much time to elaborate as one should. But what were some of the phases of talking about? Well, this is what I mean by the historiographic phases in the reception or in the understanding of the Cyrilo-Methodian Brotherhood. The first, after Hrushevsky, can be seen as the massive attention in the 1920s to the Brotherhood by the nascent Ukrainian literary and political historiography, which such outstanding figures, I'm just going to mention them because I can't go into their, as it were, particular take or their particular nuances. People like Wozniak, like Hrushevsky himself, like Volodymyr Miyakovsky, like Ostap Hermaize and Hurevich, and many others who were writing with great detail throughout the 1920s and seeing the nuances involved. By natural evolution of the Soviet ideological context, the KMB became subject to ever more ideological readings. One could not but avoid it. So very soon, the fact that there was supposedly an overarching European connection to the of Mazzini's Young Italy and analogous formations like Young Germany and Young France and Young Poland was overtaken by the need to fashion the whole discourse in terms of the existing 1920s ideological fervor. And the absence of the complete third section archive, by third section archive I mean the secret police. The Russian secret police had a huge archive which was not available. The only thing that was available was the 120 pages or so of material that Hrushevsky published in his compendium Pamięci Tarasa Shevchenka in 1915. That was all that was available until 1990. So what we have is a paradox of a second form. That is to say that scholarship is being done without the necessary archival material being available. As far as the Soviet position was concerned, ever more ideological differentiation into the KMB itself. That is to say, the KMB was not one entity, but two entities. One was liberal, i.e. bourgeois, and the other was radical, i.e. revolutionary. And here is the sort of ultimate reading of this. And it comes from as late as 1976 in the Shevchenko Dictionary. The Shevchenko Dictionary was published in 2 volumes, 1976 and 1977, to sum up the present Soviet thinking about everything relating to Shevchenko. And obviously the Cyrilo-Methodian Brotherhood was central because that was a kind of a predictive, a kind of an initial moment, a foundational moment. But the reading of it was not that it was one society, it was two societies, a liberal wing, i.e. bourgeois or bourgeois nationalist, and a radical or revolutionary wing. So here's how it goes. A liberal bourgeois one with Bilozersky, Kostomarov, Opanas Markovich, as well as Panteleimon Kulish, who belonged to the liberal land-owning camp. Notice that these details have to be provided at every turn, that he was not just a liberal, he was also a landowner, or he was not a serf owner, that's for sure, who belonged to the liberal landowning camp, and a revolutionary democratic one, Hulak, Navrotsky, Posyada, Pilchikov, Savich, and Andruski. By the way, all minor characters in this society. The inspirer of the revolutionary democratic camp, our direction, Napriam, was Shevchenko. Well, yes, but he was the inspirer of the whole thing, of everybody, of anyone involved with it, because he was the canonic figure. So this was a falsification, but it was extremely deeply entrenched. The basic question of why people with such diametrical divergent views would want to be in one society is never addressed. That is to say, this is a kind of legerdemain, a kind of trickery that Soviet scholarship engaged in thoroughly, consistently. Ukrainian literature, for example, was seen not as literature as such, it was seen as progressive literature. Hence, it was obviously dependent on and influenced by Russian literature. It was not all of the Ukrainian literature. The canon was continually halved, and this is one of its, as it were, articulations. Now, the post-World War II emigre, I'm jumping ahead to a next phase. The post-World War II emigre alternative to Soviet ideological guff, or cant, in the area of Shevchenko studies, or ideologizatsiya, was headed by such notable Shevchenko scholars as Pavlo Zaitsev, Leonid Biletsky, Volodymyr Miyakovsky, already mentioned, George Shevelov, George Lutsky, and others. It spanned a long time from about the late 1940s to very recent times. There was and all of this is worth going into further to see what they did with it, but understanding, of course, that throughout this period, their access to data was severely limited. I see my time is running, so I will try to finish up this and then go into the heart of the matter. Another important work is Orest Pelich's Toward a Historical Sociology of the Ukrainian Ideologues in the Russian Empire of the 1830s and 1840s. That is a PhD thesis written in Princeton University in 1976. It makes some very interesting points. It is one of the first intellectual scholarly research projects focused on the KMB, on the Brotherhood, after the period that anteceded it, that is to say the post-World War II anti-ideological or anti-Soviet writings. But it has its limitations because it also does not have full access to the data. That, and subsequently comes a very interesting book, which I just want to bring to your attention. It's called Young Ukraine, The Brotherhood of St. Cyril and Methodius, 1845 to 1847. This is George Lutsky's short but very concise, very accurate, very insightful study of this phenomenon, and implicitly, not as it were, directly or consciously, but implicitly taking issue, or at least pointing to some of the issues that did not hold water, that did not hold total control, or were not totally, as it were, coordinated. And then comes the event that was fundamental. The appearance in 3 volumes in Kyiv of the Cyrilo-Methodian Tovarystvo, the police archive. And it was published in 1990, in a moment right before the independence, so you can still see the peculiarities of Soviet, thinking and Soviet writing. where they give the whole tirage, for example, the print run, a large print run of 3,000 copies, and it was complete. It had the complete police register. This has never been fully reviewed or studied. Can you believe that? We still don't have academic treatment of the actual foundational document of the Cyrilo-Methodian Brotherhood. It just didn't happen. Why? Because Ukraine, in the period between 1990, as an independent state now, and 2014, did not have academic policy as such. It was not a priority, because Ukraine was more Ukraine incorporated than Ukraine as a country. Am I due to finish? All right, let me then just wrap up the argument that, that is the core of my, as it were, construction here. So, the misconceptions are based on four basic issues. One is that the Brotherhood, as it saw itself, was of a Christian utopian nature. It was not essentially political. Their understanding of what their task was in terms of constructing their, it was more like a political, not a political, more like a Protestant revival of the, of the Puritan period, than of, or American history of the 19th century, than of a political organization. The model, of course, was the Polish production by Adam Mickiewicz, the Księgi Narodu Polskiego i Pielgrzymstwa Polskiego, the books of the Polish nation and the Polish pilgrimage, written in 1832 as a kind of a political tract to give political heart and energy to the Polish emigres, the huge emigration that followed the uprising of 1831. The hope that the Ukrainian side had on collaborating with the Poles was misplaced. The Polish side, established in Paris, was not interested in any particular collaborative work. That was to come much later, 170 years later, with the modern period. Christian utopianism was basically unpolitical and utopian as it goes. Shevchenko's poetry, let me just conclude with these two moments here. Shevchenko's poetry was radically, was indeed revolutionary, but it was focused in a period of 3 years between 1842 and 1845, and I'm losing my place here. That is because I'm being rushed. It was created in answer to the, as it were, mythical time and the feelings that his millenarian poetry projected. Almost there. The Ukrainian nation formation process was delayed for many reasons, but not least of all by the reason of the 2 or 3 centuries of conditioning and under Russian colonialism and imperialism, often with real duress. What did happen in real time, however, and this is my major point, is that the creation of Shevchenko as a national poet was made immediately after his death on March 10th, 1861. The people who made it happen were basically Shevchenko's former colleagues from the Brotherhood itself. That is to say, Kulish, Kostomarov, Bilozersky, and many new adepts. But all the leading figures were themselves members of the society. Shevchenko suffered most from the police repressions because he was given basically a life sentence. His exile actually lasted only 10 years. But it was meant to last, or it could have lasted, as far as he was concerned, it could have been a lifetime sentence. And when he returned, he was already returning as a kind of a conquering hero, already seen as a national prophet. And this is documented in various ways. And when he became the national icon, it provided the kind of impetus to the Ukrainian national movement that gave it enormous power and eventuated ultimately in statehood. The key vehicle in this process, and let me end with this, were many, and they were not only political or mythical. There was a new positivist factor that came in, and a different set of concerns and strategies. All of this was utilized, all of this focused on the utilization of scholarship as a form of nation building. This connects directly to the Shevchenko Literary Society established in 1873 with money from Ukrainian donors from Russian Ukraine, like Yelisaveta Skoropadska-Miloradovich, and reestablished in 1892 as the Shevchenko Scholarly Society, which became under Hrushevsky's leadership a major factor in Ukraine's academic and political revival. The articulation of that and the difficulties and special stages that were encountered were the subject, or are the subject, of our conference. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and friends and colleagues. I also want to express my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me for this landmark conference. I will make 3 introductory points. My first point is that as the recent, essentially as the recent editor-in-chief of East-West Journal of Ukrainian Studies, I'm grappling with what Ukrainian studies are today. Yes, what they include, what they exclude. And it's worth looking at the origins, yes, of this field of studies and of the concept itself. Yeah? So this was I'm actually facing on a regular basis every day. My second point is that I want to relate to Martin Rodet's research on the concept of Ukrainian studies and on scholarship as developed by the NT-Shah in the late 19th century, and somehow compare it with what people did in Kiev. Yeah, so this is kind of 2 centers of the emerging Ukrainian studies in the 19th century. And my third point is that to many of you, what I'm going to talk today, it will not be surprising or exceptionally innovative, but I want to start a conversation, in a sense, reflection on our own field. Yes, its institutional origins. So today we're not only celebrating, but we're also reflecting on our own field and our own profession. And that's what I would like to do next 20 minutes, and hopefully we'll continue to do this today, but not only today. My focus today will be on Russian-ruled Ukraine, not Lviv, more specifically on Kiev of the mid-1870s, which was a crucial time when it came to the emerging field, academic field of Ukrainian studies. More precisely, I will speak about the scholarship and politics behind the Kiev or southwestern branch of Russian Geographical Society, which existed only a few years, just essentially between 74-76, was founded in late 73, so really 3 years. But it became a major engine for scholarship as Ukrainian intellectuals pursued it at the time. And also I will focus on few leading members of that branch who also happened to be affiliated with Kiev Hromada, also known as Old Hromada of Kiev. I will argue that this scholarship, the humanities and the emergent social science in particular, revealed their vision of Ukrainian identity. Yes, they were linked, yeah, or what it should be or should become. Populist, democratic, and in some cases socialist, Marxist or non-Marxist, depending on a case. So scholarship for them was obviously more than just scholarship, and it had very particular social and political implications, yes, in the 1870s and beyond. It would be more correct to call my presentation not before the anti-Shah, but beyond the anti-Shah, yeah, because technically, and the anti-Shah existed even before the Kiev branch, at least a few months before. But what also is important is that, and Professor Grabowicz already mentioned this fact, yes, that there was Kiev intellectuals, and Alexander Konitsky in particular, who was instrumental in founding the Shevchenko Society in Lviv in 1873, but also in rebranding it as Shevchenko Scientific or Scholarly Society 20 years later, yeah, adding sciences and scientific inquiry to this initial literary agenda. So this Kiev-Lviv connection will be the most important here. I will focus on two most significant achievements of Kiev scholars associated with the branch, namely the folkloric research by Derhamanov and Antonovich, two leading intellectuals of the group, and especially on the pioneering Kiev census of 1874, which essentially was the first scholarly census in Russian-ruled Ukraine, basically. A bit prehistory of the branch, and here I'm following archival research for the last 20 years, done by different scholars, Alexei Miller, Johannes Remy, Anton Kotenko has been working on similar topics, Faith Hillis and a few others. So after several years of inaction, the Kiev Hromada had been renewed in 1869, late 1860s. Its new key members were Mikhail Derhamanov, who we'll mention a few times here today, and someone like Mykola Lysenko, who would go on to become the most significant Ukrainian composer before the revolution of 1917. Now, the time of the 1870s, in my opinion, was probably the best time to be a civic activist and also free-spirited intellectual in Russian-ruled Ukraine, probably until 1905. So that was crucial years, few years of basically break for the Ukrainian intellectuals. And that happened thanks to different factors. One of them was actually a personal role of Russian governor general, a man named Alexander Dondokov-Korsakov. And so Professor Grabowicz spoke about the Russian imperial presence, yes, and how it factored in our conversation. And here I would argue that the Russian presence could have different functions, yes. In this case, it could be used actually, yes, for the benefit of the Ukrainian studies by very skillful local actors. So this Ukrainian agency, yes, and the Russian state, and that was a very complicated dynamics at the time. So at this time, it worked actually rather well for the Ukrainian studies and Ukrainians. I'm just waiting for the sound. What was his argument? Dondokov-Korsakov, Russian official, basically, yes, who had nothing to do with Ukrainian studies. What he believed that the restrictive measures that were pursued before, they would succeed only in radicalizing the Ukrainian national movement, driving it underground. And in underground, yes, the Russian authorities would not be able to control it or monitor it. Yes, so that was the basic logic of all liberal despotic rulers, yes, if they were smart enough. Also, Ukrainian scholars were still viewed in Russia at the time, yes, as the best assets of the government against the Poles. Again, this epic battle, yes, geopolitical battle between the Russian government and the Poles in right bank Ukraine, and Ukrainian intellectuals were seen as Russian allies at the time. And in fact, many of them were actually, yeah, and we might discuss why that happened. So advocating dialogue instead of repression, Dendrikov-Korsakov made a deal with local Ukrainian intellectuals in Kyiv. As a consequence of that informal deal, yes, you have this institution called the Southwestern Branch of the Imperial Russian Geographical Society. It opened in 1873 with funds provided by the state. Again, interesting how the Russian state could be actually useful for these Ukrainian guys, and whether the state understood that this policy would lead to the Ukrainian activities. So no, that's a different question. So anyway, Dendrikov-Korsakov himself gave 500 rubles for this institution. And its aim was research, yes? That was purely scholarly institution with some obviously political goals implicitly kind of added to it. We might talk about those goals as well later in the discussion. So essentially that was about research. And this was a key institution at the time, founded by the state, but then infiltrated by these Ukrainian intellectuals. So again, this was a weird relationship, yes, at the time. What is also interesting that the Governor General did a fateful move. He essentially bypassed the local old guard conservatives in Kyiv, like Mikhail Yusufovich, a notorious character, yes, and went instead with young scholars with controversial reputations, such as Pavlo Chubynsky, for example, yes, the recent political exile, or Vladimir Antonovich, a man who famously stopped being Pole and became Ukrainian in the early 1860s, so 8 years ago. So, and now was trying to make a career in scholarship. But these characters were not visibly allied with the government. So this was interesting choice. Then there was Drahomanov, yes, another young intellectual who would become active in the branch. He also later recalled, Drahomanov, that the main participants, yes, in the branch were the so-called older generation of Ukrainophiles, mainly gymnasium teachers who, quote-unquote, composed the kernel of the newly established southwestern branch of the Russian Geographical Society, end of quote. Now this older generation included people in their late 20s and 30s, and I think the old age at the time meant different things, yes? Not necessarily what we mean by it today. To a large degree, Kyiv branch prioritized the study of folklore, which to our mind would be a bit strange, because we don't ascribe that meaning to folklore. Yes, what did they thought of it is interesting. Now, if we look at what Drahomanov and Antonovich did, yes, together at the time, they believed that folklore, particularly historical and political songs, yes, and tales, not only songs but also tales, they reflected the democratic values of the people now probably meaning both the common people but also the nation overall, that could be traced across time and space. Yes, this kind of pan-Ukrainian project. And the folklore was essentially a vehicle, yes, an instrument to study those values, presumably democratic, egalitarian, yes, anti-autocratic, and so on and so on. So the folklore had this, for these people, yes, had explicit political meaning. This understanding differed a little bit, quite a bit, from merely mapping the soul of the people as Romantics believed they were revealing in collecting and studying folklore in the first decades of the 19th century, yes. For them, political meaning might have existed, but they were not probably conscious of it as well. So now the task of folklorist involved an implicit political meaning akin to a conscious mission of the new generation of populists and positivists, yes, who could be called the people of the 1860s. And the people of the 1860s were like the people of the 1960s. Not in the sense that they were hippies, but in the sense that they had political agendas, yes, and again, this is a new political culture in many ways. Yeah. And for them, such an acute interest in folklore also defined their social identity and the values. And the values of whom? Of the people that are usually called the intelligentsia, which is quintessential East European phenomenon, Polish, Russian, Ukrainian. Yes, and that group was just taking shape in the 1860s. The word itself spread in Russia and Ukraine in the 1860s, although the Poles started using it earlier in the 1830s and 40s, and then it spread to Russian and Ukrainian society. So in the emergence of intelligentsia, the attention to folklore and the activities of the Ukrainophiles all kind of combined at the time. Yes, very fateful accident, perhaps. The historians don't believe in historical laws, actually, or anything programmed. Anyway, what they did, they started publishing things. And I will only mention 2 publications that came out of the time. One of them contained Ukrainian historical songs, and it was called official Russian language title «Исторические песни малорусского народа», which you can translate as historical songs of the Little Russian or Ukrainian people, in 2 volumes published in Kiev between 1874-75, compiled and edited by Antonovich and Derhomanov, who were still friends then. They were no longer friends in 1870s and 40s. They were still friends, so sometimes it happens. So if you have co-publishers, co-authors, you know, things might go wrong, but that's just a warning. This publication became an incredibly popular book. Surprisingly for a folklore collection, almost an instant sensation on both sides of the Austrian-Russian border. And connection with Antesha, both Ivan Franko and Natyuk, yes, they were big fans of this collection. Another was a collection of Ukrainian folk tales published, compiled by Derhomanov himself, called «Малорусские народные предания и рассказы», Little Russian People's Tales and Stories, I guess, published in 1 volume in 1876. Now, both works demonstrated the continuity of Ukrainians in times and their unity in space. Yes, again, mapping that space above the existing regional and political borders. Again, that's why people in Galicia, those who could read, yes, became instant fans of this collection, basically based on Dnipro, Ukraine. So this is, again, quite an interesting phenomenon. Now I will mention only one project which is not really part of this Kiev branch activities, but it's important simply to mention what else people were doing. And that was this monumental 7-volume ethnographic and statistical study of right bank Ukraine, formerly Polish provinces, by Pawlo Chubynsky, and it was published between 72 78, actually beyond the time span of the Kiev branch. But why it was important? Because, well, first of all, it was a monumental statistical and sociological exploration of right bank Ukraine, done by essentially by not a single individual here, had collaborators, but still there was a huge project with featuring all the usual suspects, Ukrainians, Poles, and Jews. This time, Chubynsky was cautious enough to side with the Russian government more explicitly in identifying Poles and Jews as the region's ultimate others. He went so far as to chide the authorities for having been too lenient with the Poles from the times of the partitions to the November uprising of 1830-31. And Chubynsky was in really delicate position because he was already suspect, yes. He could not do what Derhomanov still could do with relatively clean biography. But anyway, that's my speculation. Maybe I'm not right here. But the most groundbreaking project that had scholarly and socio-political values was a comprehensive census of Kiev population conducted on a single day in March 1874. It was organized by the Kiev branch and was actively supported by the Governor General. Again, this combination of state funds support. So Ukrainian intellectuals could not work on their own. They still needed funds and support, institutional support. And here, again, that was a rare case, yes, when they could take advantage of that state. Yes, they could not live without a state. And that's also important for us to remember. Anyway, what this census showed is that Kiev was a city in transition. yes, from a small town into a big town, but also Chernetsky had very social implications. The census data confirmed that Ukrainian speakers were more than 30% of the city population, yes, which was not a lot, but was still important for these Ukrainian intellectuals. And probably even more of them, they spoke the so-called common Russian language, which was a mysterious creation. No one knew what it actually was, but we assume these were people speaking surgic or speaking whatever they spoke. They simply didn't know what to call it, but they were still ethnic Ukrainians. That's what we can assume. Anyway, what important is that the man behind the numbers and the words were swiftly accused of infiltrating a respectable research institution and spreading Ukrainian propaganda. The census takers became the target of two side attacks launched by the Russian government, or conservatives, let's put it this way, on the Ukrainophiles and socialists alike. Yes. And some of the members of the branch were indeed socialists, yes, and this is a new thing coming to the surface. These activist scholars, I'd call them activist scholars because they were both scholars and activists, indeed changed the whole agenda of statistical questioning in. Oh, okay, I'm almost trying to be faster by combining. Ukrainophile ideology and socialist ideology, yes, that was something new. And that's also what defined the 1870s in Ukraine. Just one example of one key individual who stood behind the census. Yes, and that was Mykola Zyber, yes, a person whose father was of Swiss origins, yes, and Zyber was the first person who defended a dissertation actually on Marx in the Russian Imperial University, yes. And he brought this attention to socioeconomic issues, to class, to census, yes. So that Kiev milieu of the 1970s was pretty radical in all possible meanings. And that's obviously led to bad consequences for them. Now, one sentence about social science, because we're talking about social science at this point. Statistics, for example, was a young science, but it attracted a number of radically minded scholars, people from the 1860s, who viewed the study of numbers as part of an important social mission to improve the lives of the common people. Hence the phenomenon of zemstvo statistics, yes, of the subsequent decades, when a number of radicals and liberals joined zemstvos to work on statistics, yes, because that was something that could change lives of people for the better. And one word about the census itself of Kiev, that it was a scholarly enterprise, not an attempt at fiscal control or policing. Yeah, and that was, again, a new thing brought to this mix. So essentially, the conservatives won, because Professor Grabowicz mentioned his initial title of his work, Who Lost, Who Won. In this case, in short run, the conservatives won, because the Kiev branch was disbanded in 1876. Its major press organ, Kievsky Telegraph newspaper, was also closed down. Individual scholars suffered consequences. The Romanov forced to leave Kiev University, forced to immigrate. Chubinsky as well. Mykola Zyber follows Kostomarov soon in immigration, and they both ended up in Switzerland working for Ukrainian but also Russian liberal projects. So it seems that everything is over. But it was not over, as we know, yes, because the Ukrainian studies still exist, and that is important. But again, I want to emphasize, yes, these links between scholarships and politics. Yes, for these people, not for every member of Kiev Hromada, but particularly for this core group, yes, Ukrainophile politics, often radical, populist, and socialist, yes, was linked to the vision of Ukrainian identity. Yes, it was almost by default, yes, basically at odds with the Russian Empire, but not only with the Russian Empire, but also with more conservative Ukrainophile elements like Konitsky, for example, who was not that radical. In conclusion, I guess I have a bit chaotic presentation, but I'll try to sum up all these things. The example of Kiev branch shows how scholarship, politics, and populist, even socialist vision of Ukrainian identity were inextricably linked in the 1870s. That's at the time that it was still possible. Yes. Later on, the radicals would, lots of them would leave the Ukrainian cause. Among them, such a famous character like Andrei Zhelябov, yes, who was a former member of Armadas. Yes, so in Odessa, he became a terrorist, yes, trying to kill the Russian Tsar. And that was the red line for the Ukrainophiles. In the 1870s, it was still possible. That mixture of scholarship, politics, and populist ideology was important to Galicia with the founding of NTSH in 1873. Although, and it is important although, its political and socialist elements were considerably toned down in Lviv, yes, at the time, for various reasons, and might discuss those reasons. But what mattered most here is that Ukrainian studies from the very beginning, yes, of its academic kind of institutional stage, were a joint venture of Kiev and Lviv intellectuals. Yeah, and in this sense, we should not forget that story. Yes, sometimes people think that NTSH is the product of Ukrainians from Russia, but it deprives local Galicians of agency. Yes, and this is something that Ukrainian historians try to balance out. For example, Igor Hryn, who wrote a lot about it. Yes, he tried to write about Galician agency, important. What's significant is still we should not forget about differences. Yes, how that mixture worked in Galicia. Yes, and Galicians were more conservative. Yes, and that is also interesting to focus on those differences. At the same time, and I'm finishing these last two sentences, I want to show, I want us to think about and maybe to study how people not only view those differences between Galician and Russian Ukrainian scholars, but worked around them, yes, to maintain a common academic space, which they in fact succeeded in maintaining. Yes, so it is imperative to study our institutional legacy, essentially our professional subconscious, which definitely for us who studied in Kiev sometimes took for granted. So today, at least for me, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity, yes, to kind of engage in academic therapy, yes, to look at our own professional origins and origins of our field and to reflect on it, but also celebrate. So thank you again for giving this opportunity to celebrate and reflect. Yes, and sorry.
Okay. Well, from my side also, heartfelt thanks for inviting me to this wonderful conference today. So I will start directly where Serhii left off after the adoption of the MSUKAS of 1876. So, but my initial quotation is from 15 years later. In 1893, Edward Sedlacek, the Austrian consul in Kiev, sent a report to Count Karl-Nocky von Körös-Pottak, who was then the foreign minister in Vienna. And writing about Kiev's Ukrainophiles, he had the following to say: the art of hiding their innermost thoughts and feelings is highly developed and almost innate in the Little Russians. In public life, the Little Russians never reveal their national ideals. In the struggle for existence, they strive to attain any available post, behaving correctly in office, but remaining true to their national ideas. Now, the consul's assessment was essentially correct. Indeed, the reinforced prohibitions on Ukrainian language schooling and high culture under the MSUKAS had forced Ukrainophilism out of the public sphere, a circumstance that has led many historians to neglect this period in the movement's history and to focus largely on Galician developments in the last 2 decades of the century. In order to avoid state repression and to succeed professionally, Kiev's Ukrainophiles retreated into societal niches and compromised with the authorities. On the one hand, they continued their cultural and associational life in the protected spaces of their private households. On the other hand, they engaged in intellectual pursuits that I term academic Ukrainophilism, so a form of historical and philological scholarship that tried to reconcile a Ukrainian national perspective on the past and present with the practical needs to circumvent the strictures of Russian imperial censorship. Now, the 1880s saw strategical disagreements arise within the Russian Empire's Ukrainophile movement. Some activists followed the exiled Drahomanov in wanting the movement to be openly political and radical, but the majority believed that this was not the time for political action. Most of Kiev's remaining Ukrainophiles in the heavily reduced Old Hromada dedicated themselves to teaching in the city's grammar schools and to the study of the region's history and culture. Following the example of Polish Praca Organiczna after the defeated uprising of 1863, they prioritized popular education and historical scholarship, hoping for the gradual improvement of the legal situation. As one of the circle's more conservative members, the lawyer Alexander Kistiakivsky wrote in 1884, this practical bent was inevitable to popularize the movement. Quote, "The landlord and house owner, the industrialist and artisan, merchant and innkeeper, priest and scholar, pedagogue and school teacher, tenant and farmer, each and every one must be a conscious Ukrainophile." Now, not all Ukrainophiles were quite as conciliatory as Kistiakivsky, who even advocated the indivisibility of Little and Great Russia, but his gradual strategy prevailed, and those like Alexander Konyski, a co-initiator of the Shevchenko Scientific Society, who would have preferred open activism to secretive scholarship, those remained in the minority. In his diary of the period, Konyski grumbled about the slow progress of the cause and about the disinclination of his Kiev friends to cooperate with their Galician colleagues. Now, the tension between Ukrainophile commitment and the need to accommodate strict censorship guidelines is very visible in Kievskaya Starina, the Russian-language scholarly journal in which many Ukrainophile academics publish their work, and this has been studied in detail by Marina Palienko, who is also here. The journal adhered strictly to seemingly loyalist terminology, designating the Ukrainian-speaking regions as South Russia, Little Russia, or Southwestern Rus. And at the same time, still, many authors betrayed their Ukrainophile sympathies to those who wanted to see them by stressing cross-border historical and geographical unity of this so-called South Russian space. By the 1890s, under the editorship of the capable philologist Volodymyr Naumenko, the journal was firmly associated with the city's Ukrainophile circle. And it was Naumenko who achieved a gradual easing of censorship rules by petitioning the authorities and traveling to St. Petersburg every year. While he worked tirelessly for the cause, he privately had a rather pessimistic view of the movement. As he sarcastically told Serhiy Efremov in a letter, he even suspected that the movement depended on state repression to hide its insignificance. I quote, "For 20 years, I have been saying that we only have some strength because the authorities forbid us everything, and a true debacle would happen if they suddenly told us to write whatever we want. We would lose all our dignity." Now, for Kiev's academic Ukrainophiles, the writing of history was a practice in the service of nation building. In the age of nationalism, historians in all European countries saw scholarly objectivity as fully compatible with nationalist commitment. And this view is perhaps best summarized in Volodymyr Antonovich's obituary for Mykola Kostomarov, where he writes, "A true historian knows that history is national self-awareness, and that the more light, truth, and scholarship a people receives, the higher, the more moral, and the mightier it becomes. Spiritual forces are not developed from fantastic, tendentious images, but from a sober and, above all, truthful understanding of one's past." So for Antonovich, history writing was both an objective scholarly discipline and an almost metaphysical collective process in the search of spiritual maturity. And in his own historical work, he opposed this nation of what he still called politically correct South Russian peasants, above all to the Polish nobility, which served both his personal preferences, given his long-standing disdain for Polish aristocratic culture, and also his relationship with the imperial authorities, because it left a certain ambivalence about the exact contours of the national community which he advocated. Despite his Ukrainophilism, Antonovich forged a successful academic career, even under the restriction of the Ems Ukaz, a famously cautious character, he knew exactly how to maneuver the thin line between acceptable local patriotism and subversive Ukrainian nationalism. Now, in order to demonstrate just how thin this line was, let me look in detail at the historical works of a less prominent Ukrainian historian, namely Yakov Shulgin, or in the Ukrainian version of his name that he himself rarely used, Yakov Shulgin, who was also, by the way, a member of the Shevchenko Scientific Society. Now, like Naumenko, Shulgin was a student of Antonovich's, and he was also Naumenko's brother-in-law, which was a typical constellation in these very tight-knit circles in Kiev in the time. His subject of study in the 1880s was the Koliyivshchina, the large peasant uprising that had shaken the Kiev region in 1768, caused by resentment against an increasingly oppressive serfdom and the incorporation of Orthodox epochies into the Union Church. This had led to a kind of civil war-like situation where bands of free-roaming peasants and Cossacks, the so-called Haidamaks, killed several thousand landlords, clergy, and Jews. And finally, it was subdued by the Polish state with the help of the Russian army, resulting in rather brutal court-martials and executions. So Shulgin's sketch of the Koliyivshchina was serialized in Kievskaya Starina in 1890, and his account was heavily influenced both by Antonovich's historiographical populism and by Taras Shevchenko's poetic vision in the 1841 romantic poem Haidamaki, where Shevchenko had depicted these events in all their brutality and yet presented them as an exploit of kind of local political feeling. Shulgin wrote that Cossackdom had disappeared on the right bank of the Dnipro around 1700, and here I quote him, without completing its task of freeing itself and South Russian society from the oppression of Polonism and church union. But the life of the South Russian people, even in the districts afflicted by war, did not end definitely in this time of ruin. And to Shulgin, it was precisely the Haidamaks that had held up the banner of what he here called the Russian nationality. So defying the Polish reading of these peasant rebels as bloodthirsty savages, Shulgin set out to prove that this was a consistent movement with a firm organization and with clear ethno-religious goals, namely, I quote him here, the eradication of the church union, the nobility, and the Jewry. So even as Shulgin described in detail the extreme brutality of the insurgent actions, he always stressed that this violence was largely to blame on the previous oppression by nobility and clergy. He accused the Poles of denying the uprising's idealistic side and representing the Ukrainian peasants as brutes. He himself sometimes tended a bit towards the opposite extreme. Now, what's crucial here is that this study may have had radical populist undertones, but there was really little in it to which an imperial bureaucrat could have objected in the national sense. Indeed, its anti-Polish thrust must have seemed rather praiseworthy. Where Shulgin criticized the Russian government in his historical writings, he did so because the Russian state had saved the teetering Polish Commonwealth instead of supporting its religious and national brethren, the Orthodox peasants. His criticism of the Polish state and the Polish nobility was much, much harsher, not only for imposing what he saw as a foreign confession, uniatism, and miserable economic conditions, but also for the cruel retribution after the suppression of the uprising. So clearly, people like Yakov Shulgin saw the socio-ethnic and religious gap between Ukrainian peasants and their Polish Catholic noble overlords as much more decisive than their difference from great Russians. The interdependence of the social and national questions, which was so typical of this generation's thinking, favored a view of Polish rather than Russian culture as the historical main antagonist of the Ukrainian people. And thus, even under the Msukas, this earlier anti-Polish allegiance between Ukrainophiles and the Russian imperial state that Serhii mentioned, even under the Msukas, it still resonated in some of these writings. So, the Shulgin's account of the Koliyivshchina was much more ambiguous with regard to Russian-Ukrainian relations. Depending on the reader's point of view, it could be read either as a confirmation of the region's historical Russianness or as a covert statement of Ukrainian difference. As I said, the text referred to Ukrainian peasants as South Russians or even just as Russians. This was a terminology obviously tailored to sensorial sensibilities, which Anton Kotenko, among others, has aptly described as a kind of doublespeak. Readers with Ukrainophile sympathies would have known about the limitations of censorship and may well have read this study as a statement of Ukrainian particularity as opposed not only to Polish but also to Great Russian culture. So the study really exemplifies the Aesopian discourse of Kiev's academic Ukrainophiles under the Ems Ukaz. If a text was to pass the preliminary censorship, it needed at least to permit an interpretation favorable to the official view of Russian-Ukrainian relations. There is some evidence that Yakov Shulgin himself was fully aware of these ambivalences. In a correspondence that he had with the Russian Minister of the Interior in 1901, he cited his own work as proof that he was politically reliable, claiming that it contained, quote, only legal opinions on this period. At the same time, this book had just 3 years earlier been translated into Ukrainian and published in Galicia as part of the Ruthenian Historical Library. And in his foreword to the edition, Mikhailo Hrushevsky had described the Koliyivshchina as one of several popular movements in Ukraine Rus during the 17th and 18th centuries. So he already began to incorporate Shulgin's cautious analysis into his own unambiguously national framework of Ukrainian history. And a second historical work published by Yakov Shulgin shows just how narrow this scope of acceptable opinion was. This was a survey article about the gradual integration of left bank Ukraine into the Russian Empire after 1654. And here Shulgin took a more openly critical stance towards Russia. Here he wrote that Russian state policies, from the narrowing of the hetmanate's borders and the administrative centralization, to Russian unwillingness to protect Ukrainian peasants from landowners' encroachments, that all of this failed to satisfy Ukrainian interests. He chided the Tsars for their centralism and for their attempts to merge Ukrainian and Russian elites. So this account did not deny the official view of 1654 as the so-called reunification of Ukraine with co-religious Muscovy, but it presented the empire as incapable of serving the needs of the Ukrainian people, a people which was here clearly conceptualized in typical nationalist fashion as a collective individual with coherent interest. And it's very obvious why this article could not be published in the Russian Empire. Even Kievskaya Starina rejected it outright. It appeared over 10 years later in Ukrainian translation, in Galicia, and where else but on the pages of the Zapiski Naukovo Towarystva imeni Shevchenka. So, while the first text could pass state censorship without problems, a text that stressed conflicts of interest between Russia and Ukraine did not even make it through the self-censorship of the Ukrainophiles. The difference in tone between these two texts then really marks the fine line between what one could say and what one could not say under the restrictions of the Ems Ukaz. So the Galician Ukrainian scholarly press, and not least the annals of the Shevchenko Society, served Kiev's Ukrainophiles as outlets for those ideas that had no hope of being published in the Russian Empire. Several Kiev Ukrainophiles joined the society. By 1900, the list of active members included Alexander Konysky, Volodymyr Antonovich, but also Yakov Shulgin and the medic Alexander Chernyahivsky. In the various commissions of the society, there were some other Kievites, such as the archivist Ivan Kamanin, the composer Mykola Lysenko, and the philologist and Kievskaya Starina editor Volodymyr Naumenko. The correspondence of Kiev Ukrainophiles with Mikhailo Hrushevsky shows that they regularly received Galician publications. However, as Mykola Lysenko complained in 1893, quote, "Every patriot's name is known to all, and our mail goes directly to the censorship." And still, we read and receive those journals. Because, of course, Kiev's police agents were fully aware that many activists of the 1870s were still around in the city, In 1886, at a time when Ukrainophilism was hardly visible at all in the city's public life, the police organs compiled a list of Ukrainophile activists that contained more than 50 names, including many students, both male and female. In 1899, a police report wrote that on Volodymyr Naumenko that although he has now moderated his criminal activity, knowing that it is known to General Novitsky, he remains a man of anti-government tendency as he used to be. And still, Naumenko escaped repression over his career of many decades. The state tolerated academic Ukrainophilism as long as it did not attempt to reach out to the masses. And this police quotations, knowing that it is known to General Novitsky, nicely shows how both the police and the Ukrainophiles understood that they were observing each other, and this precisely made it possible for the Ukrainophiles to exploit and sometimes extend gray zones in the legislation. So, to move towards my conclusion, the MZUKAS forced the Ukrainophiles to adopt a gradualist policy and to engage in a constant process of negotiation with the state. For several decades, up to the first years of the 20th century, legal restrictions succeeded in keeping the Ukrainophile milieu small, moderate, and largely academic. At the same time, the seemingly apolitical milieu already contained the seeds of the repoliticization of the Ukrainian question. Making use of domestic spaces and academic journals, Ukrainophile activists promoted an autonomous Ukrainian high culture whose mere existence was a political challenge to the regime. While the MZUKAS prevented the movement's open politicization and the dissemination of its ideas among the peasant masses, paradoxically, it politicized cultural and scholarly work. The Ukrainophile attempt to accommodate the Russian imperial authorities was often tactical, but sometimes it also reflected a genuine moderacy of beliefs. In this generation, many Ukrainophiles, and here Volodymyr Naumenko is again an ideal example, were really academic types who continued to conceive of the so-called Ukrainian question as an issue to be solved within the framework of a future constitutional and ideally federalized Russian Empire. This would become very obvious in 1917 when some men of Naumenko's generation were overwhelmed and indeed shocked by the rapid progress of Ukrainian nationalization of the institutions. And still, the work of Kiev's academic Ukrainophiles immensely advanced the formulation of a Ukrainian scholarly canon, not least by means of the regional studies that Antonovich ordered his students to write in the 1880s and 90s. Antonovich, who was more of an archival worker and an analytic than a synthesizer, left the task of completing a coherent and, above all, Ukrainian language summary of national history to his most gifted student, which was, of course, Mikhailo Hrushevsky. And Hrushevsky then knew to make use of the liberal political conditions of Austrian Galicia to weave these politically ambiguous contributions of the academic Ukrainophiles, such as Yakov Shulgin, into a much more unambiguous national narrative. Thank you.
Wonderful. It's great to be here, and I'm glad to have been able to read 3 such interesting and stimulating papers. So these papers show the role of the Shevchenko Scientific Society and give a deeper meaning to each word in the society's name. Shevchenko comes across as the image of the national idea, scientific as a way and means to create national ideas in a context that wouldn't allow political activity, and society to show the larger meaning of that scientific work, which of course became political. Scientific here is understood in the Central European sense, but as we see in the papers, it was also there in the narrower sense, as we understand it, in order to be present within the Russian Empire through providing knowledge rather than political action. Of course, however, given that knowledge provides a foundation for political action, they're not so easily separated. We can also read the name itself as a narrative, that the idea began with Shevchenko, was developed in a scientific setting, and then sought to transform society. So it becomes a kind of sentence almost, a kind of narrative in the name itself. So reading these papers reminds me of the context of creating the Russian historical narrative under Tsar Alexander I through Karamzin's History of the Russian State. There's the same search for how to define the nation, particularly during the Napoleonic Wars. And such narratives were never just scholarly or scientific, but played a crucial role in giving a genealogy to the resistance, in this case to the French. And in particular, the time of troubles was evoked in order to connect with the fight with Napoleon. So Karamzin saw the Poles as a danger to Russians and instigators of what he saw as disorder, but what others saw as liberation movements. So during Napoleon's occupation of Moscow, the sculptor Ivan Martos worked on the monument to Menin and Pozharsky that later became a symbol of Russianness, to the point that it was used by Stalin in one of the more famous recruitment posters of World War II. So the national identity of Russia was thus born in a state of encirclement and fear. Leah Greenfeld has written about Russian nationalism as a nationalism of resentment, particularly against the West. However, it's important to note that the Poles play a foundational role as one of the encircling groups as they had taken over the Kremlin during the time of troubles. So in 1812, Russian nationalists linked the Poles to the French. And Russia's encircled nationalism saw the possibility of a self-aware Ukrainian society linked to the Poles as a danger that they should do all they could to avoid, but through their own actions they have done much to bring it to pass. So similarly, in the case of the papers here, there are connections made between points in history from 1654 to 1918. In George Grabowicz's paper, we see the process of creating a new narrative of history through the Cyrilo-Methodian Brotherhood. It is telling that Hrushevsky referred to the Brotherhood and its work in creating a new national narrative as a foundation for the creation of a new Ukrainian state. As he notes, Shevchenko's work was existing in mythical time, which could unify all of these points in time. It provided the ground of the work, but it's interesting to me that George notes it was a guilty ground, as the paper says that the other members felt a considerable guilt at Shevchenko's disproportionate punishment, which gave them a personal drive for commemorating him after his death. One question I would have is the complicated nature of having such a contested foundation to the national building. The considerable debate over the existence of the group as a political organization raises questions. But then on the other hand, politics were not needed at that first stage of national development, if we go by Miroslav Hrach's scheme. So in Hrach's scheme, phase A is a phase of collecting language, history, and culture. Phase B expands it, and only in phase C does it become a mass movement. In George's comments that many Ukrainians woke up to the full meaning of Shevchenko's work only in 2014 or even 2022 might mean that phase C might be seen as considerably delayed. That, of course, would be something for discussion. Serhiy Belinsky also explores how the Russian Geographical Society in Kiev provided a hospitable place for Ukrainophiles to work during the 1870s. The idea of the democratic nature of Ukrainian folklore was crucial to the development of the Ukrainian national movement. The use of statistics was similarly connected with the desire to understand the everyday person, and particularly to show the persistence of the Ukrainian speakers in Kiev. Statistics in Russia since the 1830s had been connected to liberal ideas of change and reform, and had played a crucial role in the development of regional identity throughout the provincial statistical committees and provincial newspapers in European Russia, which were founded in the 1830s, as I explored in my monograph, imagining Russian regions. By the 1870s, statistics had expanded to a more quantitative rather than qualitative approach, but the focus on the everyday person shows an interesting and important attempt to study the masses through science. And so once again, we get the idea of science as a way to reach the masses, if only to understand them, right, for that moment. But one of the best ways to reach the masses is indeed through understanding them. And so the question is, you know, what is that nexus, once again, between science and society here? I think it's very interesting to think about this and to discuss it. Fabian Baumann writes about the Ukrainophiles in Kiev in the late 19th century and how they continued to slip Ukrainian themes into historical works that could be published. Those in the know could read the works as part of a larger Ukrainian national narrative, while the Russian censors remained unaware. So the story could also be read in a way that the masses were successfully kept out of the picture, though, through the nature of the scientific work itself. My question is if the rhetoric of science disciplined the work of those in the society and made it more difficult to reach the mass movement stage of nationalism. And at the same time, I have argued elsewhere that the main weakness of the Romanovs' use of Russian nationalism was their unwillingness to spread it to the peasant masses in Russia itself, and that this lack of interest was crucial to the success of the Bolsheviks after 1917. Basically, there was little interest on the point of view of the Romanovs in making the peasants Russian, and so therefore, you know, the Bolsheviks could come along and say, you know, you're internationalists, and there was less of a pushback than there might have been otherwise if there had been universal elementary education. So I'm also interested in the anti-Semitic aspects of Shulgin's work on the Haidamaks. It would seem that the historical actors themselves engaged in considerable anti-Semitic violence. Does Shulgin support their actions, and what might that tell us? So the use of scholarship to create national consciousness was necessary, but by its own nature did not reach the masses, nor did it need to in the first stages. The work of this conference, as well as the national movement, it seems to me, is the bringing together of those last two words in the society's name, scientific and society. Thank you.
I'd like to briefly address a point made by Fabian Baumann in his talk, and that was about Shevchenko's Haidamaki, which was also mentioned by Susan right now. The important thing as I see it, I wrote a whole book on Haidamaki, and I prefaced, the first part of the book is the reception that it received in Polish, Russian, and Ukrainian criticism. Here is a foundational work that established a kind of a pre-history to the history that we are now discussing. That is to say, this was how Shevchenko came into on the scene. This was his second book of poetry, and it had a phenomenal impact on not only Ukrainian society, but also on Polish and Russian critics. And they immediately made it into an international work. That is to say, the Ukrainian issue, through the Koliyushina, as Shevchenko was depicting it, became a subject for discussion by critics which continued on over the years. For example, one very severe Polish critic who responded very, hotly to it, saying that it was being written not with words or not with ink, but with blood, was Siwiński, who ended up translating the poem. And another Pole, Guido Battaglia, who is, despite the name, he was a Pole, though he had an Italian name, wrote a first biography of Shevchenko in 1865. So Polish criticism was absorbing it and realizing that actually there are issues there that need to be addressed, that need to be seen. Another moment that I wanted to mention is that the issue there is not so much history, but memory, the need to remember. And by focusing on that, Shevchenko is reformulating the argument. It is not a historical work so much, not an epic so much, as a kind of a search for what the contemporary critic would call lieu de mémoire, you know, the spots of time, the spots of memory that create identity, because memory is identity, or at least, you know, the precursor or the condition for national feeling. I also wanted to note that the politicization, this was mentioned in the course of the discussion in your paper and also by Susan. The MZUKAZ made the Ukrainian issue an international one by simply making it a political issue. And Drahomanov very quickly thereafter, in 78 was it, or whenever, addresses the French Congress of Literary Scholars, you know, saying that Russia is trying to prescribe a whole literature, to make it unavailable, to silence it. And that, of course, and it was read by Turgenev at that conference. It was reaching out to a much broader audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, for the comments, and I will just give a very short comment on your point about science and society nexus. Yes, I would kind of turn it into social science and nationalism nexus, because I mean, in this particular case of Kiev census, which to me was very interesting, is this combination of in the question in itself, the combination of Marxist and nationalist discourses, which is kind of interesting at the time. And I don't know if you have noticed that on great Russian examples, yes, but just very concretely, yes. So this Marxist discourse was reflected in attention paid to workforce, there's economic classes, residential poverty, these typical usual things that Marxist scholars usually do. And then you have this, I call it national discourse, maybe it was pre-nationalist in a sense that there was the attention to language, for example, yes, and this geographic origins of various social and occupational groups. Nationality itself was not still on the agenda, yes, and even in the 1897 census it was kind of briefly appearing, but they touched upon the same thing. So this combination of Marxist economic new questions, yes, with also new national discourse is quite interesting. And we know that Marxism had trouble accepting nationalism. It's classical case of Sivan Šparuk's book on Friedrich List, yes. But in this case, we see this kind of nexus in this particular, on one particular sentence, yes. And I don't know, I'm curious, yes, to know more about what was happening in other parts of Russian Empire, yes, with the same kind of story of combination. Oops.
Thank you. So, is this on? I think it's not on.
No? Take this one?
No, I think I'll take this one. Yes, it's better. You mentioned Miroslav Hroch's tripartite scheme, and I will answer the first question by referring to that. So if we think in these three phases of scholarly work, politicization, and reaching out to the masses, the third phase for the Ukrainian movement in the Russian Empire was obviously completely out of reach due to legal restrictions, and everything such as mass schooling in Ukrainian was immediately prohibited. The relationship between the first two phases can be conceptualized in two ways. Andreas Kapela has written about how the state stopped politicization whenever it was going to happen, so in 63 and 76 and then again in 1905. But even more convincingly, I find Serhiy Kelchik has pointed out that there is a difficulty in applying this scheme because, as you also said, by prohibiting even the most harmless ways of scholarship, these were prohibited, these were politicized, because if something is forbidden, its mere existence becomes political. So, as to the second question on anti-Semitism, so Shulgin here comes, I think, out of a tradition of thought. He does not approve of the pogroms in the period, but he does justify them for economic reasons. And he comes here out of a tradition of thought that saw Jewish labor in the region as unproductive or even parasitical. Here he's following the little Russian conservatives of the 1860s, but also young Drahomanov, who still thought in these terms around 1870. And it was later on Drahomanov who would then reconceptualize the Ukrainian-Jewish relationship by seeing Jews as a non-territorial nation, and thus laying the theoretical foundation for relatively productive cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews, especially in the Duma period before the First World War. But Shulgin is here still very much writing in this earlier antagonistic sense, where he just he sees this economic antagonism between Jewish traders and Ukrainian peasants as almost insurmountable. So I think that's where these anti-Semitic undertones come from in the work.
We have a question. We don't have anyone taking your microphones. We have a question from I guess I'll do it, from Frank, and another one from Stephen. And please, I will take your names down if you have questions. We're a little bit over time, but that's how it goes.
Yeah, thank you for fascinating papers. I wonder if it could be said, and we'll see when we move into Galicia, if one of the arguments could be made, why was the organization misnamed by using Shevchenko? That is, and how long it took to then switch it to a scholarly organization. In some ways it was well named the first time, but then the organization didn't work terribly well in its first years with the Shevchenko model. I was particularly pleased to hear George bring up Oris Pelik's work. And as I remember, at least one article was published from it, but it belongs to a genre, I think, of North American historiography of theses written and not published, and which we have to deal with. One, we know that Lutsky's book, Between Gogol and Shevchenko, was turned down by University of Toronto Press. I know that much of the story of Oris' thesis and how it was viewed at that time by both advisors and general Russian historians. We have works like Susan Hoyman's work on Kistyakovsky that took so long to come out. Papazian on Drahomanov, which we knew it was around, but no one didn't get published. I think it's an interesting part of that story. I wonder, we all use the mimeographic article of Miyakovsky with the text of Zakon Boży. This was extremely important, but I remember in the way it was published. What I wonder in it, when you discussed the lack of analysis, is it because the text doesn't fit in any of the major paradigms, including the paradigm of the all-Russian nation and Little Russian things? If you read Zakon Boży, of course, you have no elements of it. And I wonder if it drops out because it doesn't fit what become major conceptions of 19th century paradigms. Then just a comment on, I think the Kievskaya Starina, extremely important. I guess we'll hear later from the specialists, but I always like the dates. As I remember, Kvartalnik Historyczny begins in 1883. Kievskaya Starina is very close in time period and gave a certain, I think, self-confidence for all of these otherwise traumatized and psychological case studies we need to do from Kyiv and from, well, what we'll call Russian Ukraine for this purpose. But what it also strikes me is when we're going to move to Galicia later, how much can we use all of this self-censorship, this walking around lines to explain Hrushevsky when he gets to Lviv? and how these people want to act out. I mean, does this let them be other human beings? I realize we cannot look into the psychology of them, but I think it pents up a lot of feeling and anxiety that comes out, and in the case of Gruszewski, that involves the polls on it. And then last comment, so I won't take it too long, is with Susan's very interesting commentary. But would you also say that the Romanovs didn't care about the peasants, but others cared for them? I mean, from the time that the Archive Jugozapadnej Rusiji comes out, how does it begin? Saying 90% of the people of this territory are not Poles, and it means peasants. That is already being stated for them. And certainly, I would argue, in the last 20 years, and particularly from the time of the Duma, I mean, I don't know what goes on in the Romanov family, but they cared by then about the peasants.
Thank you. We'll take another question from Stephen, and then you can answer them together.
So this is going to be very brief. I was counting the number of times all of you were using labels like conservative, liberal, moderate, progressive, liberal land owning, and just thinking about how difficult it was to classify each of the members of the Entesha according to those 19th century intellectual history traditions. I was really sort of thinking about this idea of 2 societies or 3 societies. Maybe there were 18 societies, if you think about the difference among many of these members. And so this is more of a way of opening up the discussion to the floor and later for the conference, just to think not only about phases. We could have C before A and B before C. We could also have these labels that seem to work but maybe don't. And just the last thing that George said, one of the words that Professor Grabowicz had was independentist, I think, or independentist. I was really interested in this sort of like pro-independence consensus, or maybe lack thereof, in the world of 19th century nation builders and state builders. And I wondered if any of the panelists could talk about the relative importance of nation building versus state building, and when those 2 things in the Romanov-Habsburg borderlands are compatible, maybe not compatible. Thanks.
All right, I guess we'll take the speakers then.
Microphone which is functioning.
There's many microphones.
The point raised by Frank, the misnomer, as I see it, applies only to English. Naukové towarystvo was naukové, by a kind of a general consensus of what it means in Ukrainian. Now, granted, it's still a somewhat loose term, but it suggests scholarship, and by the actions of Gruszewski, by this phenomenal surge of productivity, the Zapiski and Tesha became a true powerhouse of learning, and it was very open to and was eager to recruit people from other countries and other.
I meant Shevchenko is the misnomer.
That I think is Drahomanov wrote a piece called Shevchenko, Ukrainophile и Socialism. Shevchenko, the Ukrainophiles and Socialism, and he lists all the various contradictory groups that put Shevchenko on their masthead, or armed themselves with his name. Everybody used his name. His name was, in a sense, a legitimizing factor for Ukrainian scholarship, for Ukrainian work, for being Ukrainian. In a sense, it was a kind of, all-purpose, self-legitimizing notion. The question that Stephen Siegel poses, was it one society or many? Clearly, historical phenomena are reinterpreted by every generation. Clearly the Soviets wanted to have a progressive and a reactionary or bourgeois nationalist Shevchenko society, because that was their paradigm for dealing with all things Ukrainian. But the notion of independentist, I think is very important. I mean, I was coining that. I mean, it's not a coined term, right? Actually, it exists, I think, in independentist type thinking. That was in the process of being defined, you know, but the notion that there was a legacy going back to the Khmelnytsyna, to the sort of national liberation struggle of 1648 to 57, to when Chernetsky died, was very real for them, although it was being radically redefined by Shevchenko, who was speaking of it as also a failure, and he saw Chernetsky as a failure. Please.
Can I say something? Okay, because my answer is also to Stephen's last comment on independentism. And of course we could discuss about all these labels forever, but I think there are several reasons why the sort of idea of an independent Ukrainian state was not very central in the Russian Empire's movement. Some of it is practical. Of course, this could have gotten you imprisoned, and some of it is the strong links of early Ukrainianism with federalist and pan-Slavic thought, so I mean, people were genuinely fascinated by the idea of Slavic federation in which Ukraine would have a place, but did not need to be an independent state for people like Drahomanov, I think. And then the third one is, I think there, if I'm allowed to use a German term, the Erwartungshorizont, the horizon of expectations in Kosellec's sense, did simply not include a Ukrainian nation state. This was very much a world of empires. And people of the older generation, including such extremely committed Ukrainian patriots, and I'd even say nationalists as Chikalenko, could just not imagine it and were completely shocked when it happened in 1917. And I mean, of course, there were always some people who thought about it. Koniski was an early one, and then later on there were people like Mikhnovsky in Russian Ukraine as well. But he was widely seen, like Mikhnovsky in the early 20th century was widely seen as a crank even within the Ukrainian movement. This is what Chikalenko says. He writes in his diary, not in communication with the authorities. This guy has maybe like 4 or 5 followers. So this was really, to many, I think, even sincerely, not their main goal. It was much more about sort of capturing cultural and financial and material resources within the empire. I think it helps to conceptualize this in a sense that Gary Cohen has spoken about nationalism in the Habsburg Empire. This was more about raising one's position within the imperial hierarchies than about necessarily destroying these hierarchies altogether.
Yeah, thanks for all these stimulating comments. This is really great. I want to start with Frank's question. Others cared about peasants beside the Romanovs. Totally true. But the thing that I think, though, is that you needed to have the state really being behind elementary education in order to have the transformation. I mean, you had all of these people who were doing all of these things, and yes, they were, Sunday schools, individual things, zemstvas, but to have that transformation, it really needed to come from the central state and to have unambiguous kind of desire for literacy. And instead the Romanovs they actually believed the romantic idea that peasants were natural monarchists and that they shouldn't be spoiled with knowledge, which is absurd. And so it would have been more difficult, I think personally, for the Bolsheviks to convince the peasants of having different identities if there had been universal elementary education. However, it is a really important question. Statistics. I want to mention the real importance of understanding Adam Smith. Right? So Adam Smith was very influential in the development of statistics, and a lot of things that seem Marxist can actually be the influence of Adam Smith, because he was very much into workers, he was into productivity, he was looking at all of these things. And it's interesting that, Fabian, you brought up this idea of unproductive labor. This is one of the most important things in the Wealth of Nations. There's this footnote that Adam Smith has about unproductive versus productive labor. It was tremendously influential in the desire to have the abolition of serfdom, and Konstantin Nikolaevich, et cetera, et cetera. Many people were Smithians who felt that, you know, serfdom was simply bad in an economic sense and it needed to be gotten rid of. I don't know the connection, how that transformed into this sort of economic anti-Semitism, but it would be a kind of logical progression. And Stephen's point of the relative importance of nation building versus state building, I think that's really interesting. It does connect to federalism, as Fabian said. I mean, federalism was a passion at the time, and I mentioned that I'm looking at Siberian regionalism, and the Siberian regionalists. In 1863, there was a manifesto calling for the United States of Siberia to be separated out and federated with the United States of America. Now, naturally, that would have changed things if it happened, but they were influenced by Kostomarov. They read him. There was a lot of this kind of back and forth. There were a lot of Poles. There were a lot of Poles in Siberia at that time because of 1863. So, what kind of nation? It wasn't a unitary nation. It was a federalist nation, which is a completely different idea of what could happen. And so it would make sense to build a nation, in all of those, folklore, totally normal thing to do, like the Germans were crazy about folklore. It was a long time before they got unified. That was just a completely normal thing to do. And then the state building, in some ways, if you really think it could become federalist, it would almost take care of itself. If you think about it in that way, you would have this larger state, and you would be part of it, and within that state, you could have all the nation, which in a real federalist society might actually have been possible. In any case, the 19th century was a different way.
Last very short comment about, again, this nation versus state building. I think this distinction within the Imperial Russia did not even make sense, because any attempt at Ukrainian nation building in federalist context was pursued by Russian authorities and the Russian public as Russia destroying. So in a sense, a question of perceptions, yes, and I think Cyril, his book about Grushevsky as basically, and his scheme, which automatically meant, I mean, it didn't need to be a Ukrainian independentist. It has to be perceived as someone destroying the Russian state and hence building independent Ukraine. So this is a trick here, I think. It's the perceptions of how they were perceived, yes, by the Russian authorities and by the public alike. So this already made them politically subversive and dangerous, simply by even talking about Ukraine as anything. Yes. So.
We are running exactly 15 minutes behind, which is fine. I think it is time for a coffee break, and for people at home to take a little break as well. We will be back in 15 minutes. Let's all thank all the panelists and the discussants for a truly wonderful panel.
Hello, everyone. Let's continue our conference with the second panel. My name is Oksana Kis. I'm going to chair this panel for you. So the panel, the Shevchenko Scientific Society and its impact in Galicia and beyond. Let me introduce our distinguished speakers today. I believe we are missing someone. Yeah, that's you. Okay. So in the order, the papers are announced in the program. Martin Rode is a senior postdoc at the University of Vienna with the project Transregional Region Making in the Eastern Carpathians, Ukrainian Knowledge Production and its Challenges, 1921 to 1939. Rode studied history and Slavic studies in Salzburg and Göttingen and obtained his PhD in history from the University of Innsbruck in 2020. He also worked in different places at the University of Innsbruck and other places also. His research interests include history of science and knowledge, history of photography, approaches to post-colonial, imperial, and spatial history with a focus on Ukraine, the Habsburg and Russian empires, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. Our second panelist today is Tomasz Henkunarski. He's a researcher at the Tadeusz Montefeld Institute of History at the Polish Academy of Sciences in Warsaw. He has a PhD from the European University Institute in Florence in 2017. Tomasz studied and carried his research and taught in different places, including Bielefeld, Budapest, London, Lviv, and Vienna, and most recently, in 2023, he was a Fulbright Scholar at the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute, and his research interests include Polish and Ukrainian nation building in Galicia, Catholic Enlightenment, and the Greek Catholic Church as a political institution in the Austrian monarchy. And our final presenter, Jan Schurman, is a historian of Central and Eastern Europe, and currently he is based at Masaryk Institute and Archives at the Czech Academy of Science in Prague. He was working in different institutions, and his research interest history of internationalism, language of science, and history of Ukrainian science, and his recent publication include universities in Imperial Austria in 1918, a social history of a multilingual space, published by Purdue University Press in 2018. And our discussant today is Professor Frank Sisson, who really doesn't need any extended introduction. Everybody basically knows him. And instead of listing his numerous activities and achievements and accomplishments, I just mentioned one of them. As Professor Sisson is an editor-in-chief of the Hrushevsky Translation Project of the multi-volume History of Ukraine Rus, like 12 volumes, and we can easily summarize his contribution to the Ukrainian studies as being one of the founding fathers and probably the most efficient promoters of Ukrainian studies in North America. So without any further ado, let me turn the floor to Martin Rode, and he is going to present his paper, Shevchenko Scientific Society and the Making of Ukrainian National Science in 1892 to 1939. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Oksana, for the kind introduction. Thank you so much to our colleagues from the Shevchenko Scientific Society for bringing this event together and inviting me here. I, as always, failed to bring any copy of my book on Shevchenko Scientific Society, which is available at least in German, but if you feel like Googling this with my name, you will find an open access copy just in case you're interested. And without any further ado, now you know the source of my wisdom of what I'm going to present here, I'm going to dive right into this topic, basically picking off where Serhii left us with a question of how ideas about what Ukrainian studies could be started to develop. So when the Kiev intelligentsia urged Galician Ukrainians, back then self-called Ruthenian Narodovci, populists, to found Shevchenko Society in 1833, the primary reason was the relative freedom in Galicia in comparison to the rather oppressive Russian politics towards Ukrainian culture, language, and science. I'm not going to dive in any further details because we heard plenty in the brilliant first panel. When, however, this literary Shevchenko Society finally transformed into a research institution during the 1890s, Antesha as we knew it, individual mobilities and intellectual exchanges of scholars and scientists between Eastern Galicia and Dnipro, Ukraine, absolutely intensified, including also people already living abroad in what later we would call diaspora. During the early 20th century, the Society's president Hrushevsky tried to establish Ukrainoznavstvo. We can translate it literally as Ukrainian studies, even though I guess there are quite a few epistemological differences, as the research agenda for the resulting society and its broader networks. My paper aims to analyze early notions of national science, that's a source term, nacionalna nauka, or Ukrainoznavstvo, to track its agency in organizing Ukrainian scholarly networks in and around Antesha. I will pick up on influences imported especially from what people refer to in Antesha as Europe. We will get to know what's that. And I will problematize their efforts in Europeanization of Ukrainian science in this framework. First of all, this issue of terminology. Around 1900, the term nacionalna nauka, which I will just translate as national science. We know about the problem science scholarship. George Grabowicz addressed it. Ukrainians didn't bother with distinguishing these two. They simply used nauka. We will learn a little bit later what's the problem with actually natural sciences in Antesha, writing mostly in German about it. I also didn't have to bother. I simply used Wissenschaft. But speaking in English about it, of course, it's worth pointing out that we are facing a problem here, and we will dive into it a little bit later. The term was well around in Antesha to describe the core activities initiated by the leadership, such as studies on language, history, literature, and ethnography. It served as a tool of delineation from other disciplines, and here it gets a little bit more spicy. In the context of, for example, Antesha's internal crisis of 1901, it was used directed against the law commission, Juridyczna Komisja, which was working almost exclusively on Austrian legal issues at that time, basically to support Ukrainian political leaders in making proper arguments, justifying decisions properly. So basically, for quite a helpful project of Ukrainian nation building, still it was not welcome anymore to pursue such kind of research in the framework of Antesha, as Ivan Franko wrote actually even in a letter to Boris Hrynchenko. Hrushevsky and his adherents, therefore, considered the commission's work completely incompatible with the Antesha. It is interesting to notice, while the Ukrainian national movement often acted rather inclusive in Galicia, here conservative scholars and scientists, as they were based in such a commission, in this commission in particular, should be marginalized. In 1904, Hrushevsky first used actually the term Ukrainoznavstvo, while only properly defining it in 1904, as the study of the past and present of the Ukrainian people. Please excuse this little typing issue in the slide. Its attributes and specifics, its territory, and various conditions that influenced its life and development. As we heard before, in Ukrainian context, we have quite a broad understanding of what these things can be, how folkloristic and ethnographic arguments can be used for historical research, etc., especially in the works of Hrushevsky. That's very present, and he did not hesitate to instrumentalize also younger scholars to pursue some research and to dig up some sources for him in such a framework. When defining and basically constructing a genealogy of his studies on Ukraine, Hrushevsky basically prepared a 40-page paper on this issue, ranging from the classics of Ukrainian literature, beginning with Kotlяревsky, to romantic ethnography in Kharkiv during the first half of the 19th century, continuing with Kostomarov, Cyrilo-Methodievske Bratstvo, Kiev Hromada, and the southwestern branch. I'm not going to go into details, as we heard plenty about all these institutions. What's absolutely interesting in this short sketch Hrushevsky delivered is that he absolutely, without any trace, just excluded any kind of influence in and or around the Ukrainian movement that he considered incompatible. That includes the quite rich research that, for example, any Russophile actors have been done on Galician ground. And it was quite a lot, especially when interested in the history of the Greek Catholic Church, which also Hrushevsky excluded from his concept. As for the rule, or for the value of these issues, or these definitions in the agenda setting of Antisha, even before Hrushevsky's definition, we can see in the statute project of 1903, another big internal crisis, how the agenda of the subjects, the further commission sections should be set. You can see in point A, basically humanities dealing with what was then still called in the Antisha discourse Ukrainian Ruthenian people. Then we have the historical ethnographic disciplines, especially in Ukraina Rus, also here following Hrushevsky's terminology, and in a very rather sad spot, rather marginalized mathematical and natural scientific disciplines. And as I will show you in just a second, this is the part which Hrushevsky actually did not really feel like spending any funding on. In his historical treatises on Antisha, well from the 20s up until today, we are not only reading about the doubtless all-encompassing success of Hrushevsky in the academization of Antisha, which of course can be reviewed in a little bit more, or should be reviewed in a little bit more critical way sometimes, but we are also made aware of the fact that Hrushevsky very much supported Ukrainian studies to become more European, in terms especially of credibility, of languages, in sense of adapting to world languages, Western European languages that could be read by a wider audience, and not only by experts in Slavic studies, out of which there were just quite a few. The issue was, of course, to make Ukraine a little bit more prominent in the world. As Fedor Vovk once put it in a letter to Hrushevsky himself, he is not working in France and writing in French language to provide any kind of service to French scholars or French people, but to make Ukraine a little bit more prominent in the world, if not in the realm of politics, then at least in the realm of scholarship. This is an attitude Hrushevsky very much shared, even though they combined it with quite different attitudes. While Hrushevsky thought proper Ukrainian scholarship should first of all develop in Ukrainian, and then we can write some deductive, shorter papers to publish or popularize our knowledge in other world languages. Vovk argued, better write directly in French, because here we are actually read. It's also a problem of Ukrainian readership at this point, which in Habsburg Galicia for scholarly issues was still quite small around 1900. Vyacheslav Budzynovsky, a politician of rather socialist orientation, once criticized around this time Antisha for basically writing books that no Ruthenian reads or would ever read. Maybe instead of that, they should focus on writing school books. Quite a proper quotation, even though quite a free one. Europe, source term, the civilized world, another source term of such kind, or another source term, the cultural nations of the world, were often addressees of Ukrainian popular scientific or propagandistic efforts to spread knowledge on Ukraine well up until the late interwar period. But what does it mean that Ukrainian science moved closer to a European one, as our early historians of the society argued? In many ways, this idea relates to the reorganization of Antisha based on the patterns of Habsburg Academy of Sciences, copying the models of sections, commissions, and organizing work thereby. It relates to the modernization of the scholarly language, of making scholarly language more adaptable to recent disciplinary developments, but also to the communication of the Ukrainian cause, as I pointed out, and last but not least, the appropriation of latest European methods in different disciplines. And here European means mainly centers of science of certain disciplines. For example, Vienna or Berlin for geography, Paris for physical anthropology and ethnography, and the latter will be my example. We'll skip that before diving into this particular issue. I will simply present you, since we just discussed about these issues of what's science here, a statement from an internal session of NTSH, the General Assembly of 1905. Stepan Rudnitsky, at this point the secretary of the Mathematical, Natural, Scientific, Medical section, pointing out that not only, well, the rather depressing activity of his section is mainly due to failures by NTSH's leadership, as not only the executive committee is absolutely not helpful for them, or they are denying publishing projects, also they are not willing to spend the appropriate finances to stuff the library with stuff that was needed. Rudnitsky, very much considered an adherent of Hrushevsky, at least as long as he was his student, had quite a few problems with the president because as well the funds for his habilitation research was simply cut by Hrushevsky when for the great president they became too much of a natural sciences, even though it was Hrushevsky who inspired Rudnitsky to go into geography in the first place. Here are quite a few contradictions of the president's policies. And Rudnitsky is, however, such an important case of how an import of knowledge of European approaches took place, even though quite a problematic one. He's a homegrown Hrushevsky student. His first published works were on Cossack history. He had fellowships with NTSH since his early years in the 1890s. And he was sent out to bring German geography into NTSH, so much that he basically prepared a 200-page German-Ukrainian dictionary. Hope I'm not going too much into Jan's topic with this argument. However, studying by Albrecht Penck, leading person, or especially the school in which German research on cultural space took place, which especially in the interwar period became a very problematic issue, but also as a person who translated arguments from Friedrich Ratzel, etc., relating to anthropogeography. All these things he imported to Ukrainian discourse at the time. It was absolutely not a big deal of such kind in the Kiev circles, but in the Lviv circles of NTSH, these issues were frequently discussed. I'm not going in any further detail on Rudnitsky, as we will have another talk on him in the next session. I will rather give you another bit more explicated example on Fedor Vovk. Fedor Vovk, we might know him from the southwestern branch, where he was actually a census taker in 1874. He went into Paris emigration after he was persecuted, fled by ship. He was co-editing the Hromada journal with Drahomanov until in the late 1880s he decided to go to Paris and at the slight age of 40 study physical anthropology, archaeology and ethnology basically from scratch. In the late 1890s, he was then approached by Hrushevsky with an offer to basically reform the ethnographic commission, the ethnographic physical anthropological work as it's done in NTSH at this point. And Vovk basically responded that everything that has been done so far is not up to European standards. It's nice that they copied his own ethnographic program from the southwestern branch, but unfortunately what he wrote back then was completely out of date by then. So Vovk basically presented himself as an agent of French modernization, Europeanization, with all the things he learned from his very illustrious professors and especially his close acquaintances Gabriel and Adrien de Mortillier. Basically, Vovk was very much integrated in high-class European scholarly networks at this time. He was regularly participating in French excursion projects. He got to know Rudolf Virchow from Germany, the French elite circles, and basically everybody who ever set foot in École d'Anthropologie or Société d'Anthropologie in Paris. But Vovk also participated in a little bit more problematic projects, which he also imported into Ukrainian contexts. Please have a look at photos that were taken by Vovk and his acquaintances at Exposition Nationale et Coloniale de Rouen in 1896, a colonial exhibition. You will be able to identify Vovk on the top left here, not only by his characteristic beard, but in the form of a research project I will show you in just a second. We identified that he was basically for 10 years at official events always wearing the same suit, so it's definitely him. Please trust me on that. Vast collections of such photos on basically every region of the world is to be found in Vovk's archive, as it is preserved in Kiev until today. One of the richest scholarly archives I've ever seen from a Ukrainian scholar, in a perfect condition, more or less, apart from some negative photographs on glass. We have digitized these, or part of these are digitally available in the Archiv Fedorovka, funded by Vienna colleagues, Vienna institutions, and is now put online. And in this rich photo collections, which basically all stem from Vovk's teaching collections. He is ordering with such photographs as you have seen them before, but also newspaper cutouts and all kinds of other photo collections, things he shared with his colleagues from France or got from them. They are in hundreds and hundreds of such photos of these teaching collections. He brought some of these, unfortunately we do not know which one exactly, to Galicia in courses he taught in 1903 and 1904, and he later used them for teaching purposes when he was Privatdozent at the University of St. Petersburg. Also there he had Galician students studying under him, at least for a year, Ivan Rakovsky, who later became president of NTSH. Together then, with Sergei Rudenko, another student, but in this case from the Kharkiv region of Vovk's in St. Petersburg. They both went to study in France and even later, at least until 1914, maybe even later, were participating also in French scholarly projects, applying French methodology and having also quite a few problematic materials. And even though Vovk's modernization attempts and Europeanization efforts really kicked up NTSH's research on another level, he was able also through his private networks to make NTSH's work much better known. Institutes like the Smithsonian Institution wrote letters to NTSH sharing the information that they got, the information from Vovk about their publications, and maybe they would be interested in turning it to a publication exchange. So Vovk's methodological innovations really helped NTSH to develop in such a case. But if we're talking about such positive effects of modernization or Europeanization, in my humble opinion, it's important to keep the more problematic sides of these issues in mind as well. Just a very short points of what happened in World War I. It's a considerable modernization of, mobilization of Ukrainian scholars for political purposes, but also a mobilization to the army. It's a nationalization in a process in which scholars got in very close contacts with soldiers, and especially or with POVs, and were using means of scholarship to propagandize. At the same time, after Hrushevsky left NTSH, there was a more inclusive concept of Ukrainian national science, or Ukrainoznavstvo, developing, in which basically all scholarly achievements by Ukrainians, by members of the NTSH, were seen as a cultural good. However, when especially in this moment of mobilization, NTSH scholars focused on exactly that, what they have been doing under Hrushevsky for more than a decade, and what they have been complaining about, basically, under Hrushevsky all the time. So also from the Galician side of those people who actually had these manifested problems with Hrushevsky, it's a little bit of a two-faced kind of attitude towards the great president. I will skip a little bit of parts on World War I. We can dig into that if you'd like to do that in the discussion. Just a very short outlook on the interwar period. NTSH's idea of national science transformed yet again. Under Hrushevsky, popular science was absolutely not present. This, in 1904, this summer school was basically the only attempt to reach out which was performed directly by Antishah and not by a related sub-institution, even though he founded a money laundering association for this one. But that's a story for another talk. After Hrushevsky left, Antishah's mission was also a little bit reformed in this regard, by embracing popular science and feeling a responsibility to communicate knowledge not only on Ukraine, but on science in general, in Ukrainian language, to Ukrainians. And this is what happens then in the interwar period, when the mission of Antishah becomes much more diversified, much different projects are embraced, popular science are embraced, but at the same time, the previously very well state funding by the Austrian state is cut, so all the money to actually realize these projects and be very consistent about them is missing. And this is the challenge of Antishah in the interwar period, in which I cannot dig in my remaining time, but to point out a very short, maybe not conclusion, but outlook from this talk when it comes to Ukrainian history of science. We are really not done so far, and we are really not done by digging deeper into such a history or genealogy of Ukrainian studies as Hrushevsky presented. Out of such a narrow genealogy, going out of it, we could consider regional, institutional, or biographical diversity to a higher extent as it's happened so far, and I believe that Antishah is a great way to start. Thank you so much.
I guess that's enough. Thank you very much for having me here. It's really an honor to be to have this opportunity to speak on this anniversary of the Shevchenko Society. As my title clearly shows, I'm going to talk about two historians who were involved with the Shevchenko Society and about the research on the education of the Greek Catholic clergy in the early 19th century and also in the late 18th century. And this is not because I'm a great expert in the history of the Shevchenko Society, but simply because I use their research in my own work, and I want to repay my debt to them, especially to Ambrozy Androchowicz, without whom I would never be able to do what I do. This is why I'm here. But I also believe that you can also profit from this, that this topic has some broader significance, that it shows some important aspects of the way in which historians working within the framework of the Shevchenko Society understood their tasks as historians of Ukraine. And I think, first of all, focusing on the work of Cyrilo-Methodian and Ambrozy Androchowicz allows us to basically reconsider the role of the national master narrative to grasp its intellectual horizon, its internal structure, its tacit assumptions, and also its explanatory power, because yes, it is still useful. I believe it is still useful as an intellectual tool, and we shouldn't just discard it without thinking. But at the same time, I think focusing on the work, looking closely at the work, helps us to see how this national master narrative was being undermined from within by its own raw material, by the evidence that was present in the primary sources these scholars used and tried to adjust to their paradigm. Because both of them, both Strudyński and Androchowicz, were dedicated to the cause of writing Ukrainian national history. Although their outcomes, I would try to argue, were quite different. Secondly, I think they are scholars whose work still remains topical, remains vital, remains essential, a lot of scholarship from this period is just nowadays a museum artifact as a testimony to the intellectual debates of their time, but is no longer really useful. As for us as historians. But this is not the case with the work of Kyrylo Studyński and Ambrosia Andruchowicz. In many respects, this is still the last word of scholarship that we have on the topics that they studied, and for this reason alone, it is worthwhile to actually treat it seriously. So I guess the literary reference in my title is clear to everybody. Everybody knows this story, or almost everybody knows this story, so I will not dwell on this. But I will try to use this metaphor of sorcerer and his unruly apprentice to answer this question: why Studyński still remains an important figure in the Ukrainian historiographical canon, especially if you're interested in the history of Galician Ukrainian nation building, whereas Andruchowicz is almost completely absent. Like, basically nobody knows about him, although his work was of relatively high quality. I wouldn't say that he was like a great historian that changed the course of historical studies, but he was a really good, decent historian who did research on a very important topic, and he was the only one to do proper research on this topic. So in a way, he is, well, not in a way, he is doubtless indispensable if you want to study the history of the Greek Catholic Church in the early 19th century. Nevertheless, he is absent. He is completely invisible. So to answer this question, I use this metaphor of Studyński as the sorcerer, Andruchowicz as his apprentice. But what is the nature of the sorcery in question? The sorcery in question is that of nation building or national master narrative. And here I use the photograph of Studyński speaking on the occasion of the Soviet-sponsored reunification of Western Ukraine with the Soviet Ukraine in 1939, in October 1939. So this is quite a malicious choice of photograph, because this episode, I don't want to suggest that this episode somehow defines Studyński's contribution to Ukraine. We must remember and must emphasize that eventually he was murdered by the Soviets. But I think it shows really well that the national cause was the most important thing for Studyński, and that he was ready to compromise even with the devil for the sake of the national cause as he understood it. So he was, I would argue, clearly a nation-building wizard, and he was, I would say, a natural-born nation-building wizard, because he was a scion of the old Galician Ukrainian intelligentsia. He was a grandson of one of the founders of the Shevchenko Society, Stefan Kaczala, also an author of, I would say, the first Galician Ukrainian bestseller, "Що нас губить і що нас може помочи." So he was basically born to become, in a way, this leader of this effort. He was, for many years, also the president of the Shevchenko Society in the 1920s, and in this capacity, as a philologist, because this was, in theory, his main scholarly allegiance, but in practice he was also a kind of historian. He succeeded in reconciling the national framework, the task of writing a national history, with the positivist ideal of scholarly integrity. And I think I don't need to explain that. It doesn't mean that he somehow distorted his evidence or falsified his evidence. Rather, it was a matter of the selection of material, of the emphasis, of the focus on certain topics and not others, and eventually of explicit commentaries explaining the significance of certain episodes and protagonists and not others. And I think the nicest the nicest example of how he reconciled positivist scholarship with the national framework is his study of the Greek Catholic seminary in Lviv basically in the 1830s. So this is an extremely important institution where basically Galician Ukrainian elite is reproduced at that time. But Studiński titles it the Lviv Clerical Seminary at the time of Markian Shashkevich. So clearly for him, this is only interesting because it is part of the context for the emergence of the Romantic national awakeners. So because Markian Shashkevich studied there and was active there in this environment, this is why we need to study it. So we see here that clearly nation building, history of the Ukrainian nation understood as a language community, which is, I want to emphasize this is not an objectively given understanding of what Ukrainian nation is. This is a very Habsburg understanding of what nations are. This understanding is embedded in the Habsburg intellectual and legal context. This is for him the paradigm to which he adjusts his findings that are based on his work with primary sources. And now Ambrozy Androchowicz, this is a photograph that I found online. Ambrozy Androchowicz was Studiński's disciple. He was not an outsider, but clearly he was not as close to the, let's say, center of elite intelligentsia, elite Galician Ukrainian intelligentsia as Studiński was. He was a high school teacher, later headmaster, so quite a successful career because this was a relatively prestigious and respectable position, but he never had a proper academic appointment. So the research he did was basically, he had to do it as his hobby after hours, right? This was something in addition to his work. And I'm not going to dwell here on his relationship with Studiński, but clearly his research was an extension of Studiński's program. Studiński, in the introduction to that study on the Lviv seminary, promised to do research also on other periods of that seminary. He never did it, but for him, in a way, Ambrozy Androchowicz did it instead of Studiński. Did this research for him. So here are the main publications by Ambrozy Androchowicz. The first one that you see here, this is a series of articles published in Zapiski on the so-called Studium Rutenum, which was not really a studium, it was just a couple of chairs at the University of Lviv where professors were expected to teach in Ruthenian, whatever this meant. It's not clear to us nowadays what this meant, and it existed at the turn of the 18th and 19th century. The reason was that not all the Greek Catholic clerics were able to understand lectures in Latin, which was the language for the theology faculty. And this is practically a self-standing monograph, but it's serialized as separate articles. So we don't see it as a book, we only see those articles. The next one, in my opinion, the most important one here, is the monograph on the Viennese Barbaroum, which was a school established in Vienna by the Austrian government for all the Greek Catholics of the monarchy in the 1770s. It existed only for 9 years, until early 1780s. And this is a crucial institution for the transformation of the Greek Catholic Church in Galicia from the Polish-Lithuanian Church into what we nowadays know as the Galician Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. And Androchowicz is the author of the only available monograph on this institution, based on the archival sources that were present in Lviv. So I would say this is a crucial resource for everybody. Nevertheless, almost nobody even, has, almost nobody quotes it, and, just quoting it in a footnote doesn't mean that you really use this resource. But even those symbolical pro forma footnote references are very, very, very few. And his last monograph on the first period of the existence of the Greek Catholic General Seminary in Lviv, which was basically a successor institution to the Barbarome, and was the one in which later Markian Szeszkiewicz would study, and where Ruska Trysa would be active. This monograph, to the best of my knowledge, exists in one copy in the library of the Ukrainian Catholic University. It's clearly a corrector's copy. So this is what was printed to, to get rid of the last errors, but it stayed in this one copy, to the best of my knowledge. Perhaps there is some other copy somewhere else, but I'm not aware. I'm not aware of this. So, what is the value of this research? Because, this is just one historian among many others. Why make so much fuss? Well, first of all, as I say, he covered some topics that nobody else covered. And I would say these are quite important topics if you really are serious about the Greek Catholic Church as an institution that served as a breeding ground for the Ukrainian national movement. So this is what I'm offering you here, is the kind of justification that Cyrilo-Studinsky would approve. Greek Catholic Church is important because of the Ukrainian nation building. Nevertheless, Cyrilo-Studinsky himself didn't do this research because he focused on the canonical heroic figures of the national awakeners. And basically he didn't have time for this kind of research that would lead him away from those canonical figures. So another reason why this research is so original is really impressive hard prosopographical data that Androchowicz amassed. So basically he created a sort of database without, without computer tools of all people who can be tracked to have studied in those institutions. And I give you just, just 2 pages from those publications. One is from this series of articles on the Studium Brutenum, which actually also covers the topic of earlier diocesan seminaries, but let's not dwell into this. So basically, you have here a list of seminarians. You can see here their origins. You can see here what kind of cultural level they had when they entered, whether they studied in some colleges, whether they had command of Latin or not. And here is another one from his book on the Barbarome, which also covers not only Galician Ukrainians, but also Croatians and Romanians, because Barbarome was a place where Galician Ukrainians studied together with Croatians and Romanians, because this was for all the Greek Catholic communities of the Austrian monarchy. What is especially impressive, in my opinion, is that Androchowicz, even though he worked only on the basis of sources, of primary sources from the archives in Lviv, he seems not to have even been able to consult archives in Przemyśl, which is very interesting. Why not? But he's not aware of some crucial sources that are present in Przemyśl. So even though he was limited to Lviv, he was able to appreciate that this is not a purely Galician story, that in order to understand it, you need to take into consideration also the intellectual context of the Viennese Enlightenment and what we call nowadays Josephinism, although I think this is not the right term to describe this phenomenon, and also of the Hungarian environment where Greek Catholicism was also present. And actually it was the guys from Hungary, Greek Catholic leaders from Hungary, that in the initial period had much more influence when it came to shaping the policies of the Austrian government. So even though he doesn't really have sources from Vienna, he doesn't have sources from Hungary, he sees that. He is able to see that only on the basis of sources that he finds in Lviv. And last but not least, these works are also of immense value for us because they are based on some primary sources that are now lost for us. So we will probably never be able to consult the sources that, well, some of the sources that he used. So to get back to my question, why is it so obscure? Why nobody uses it? Well, of course, we need to bear in mind the unfavorable circumstances under which he had to work in interwar Poland. That was basically a difficult environment for Ukrainian scholars. And I think a nice illustration of the consequences of this is that his works are not, even though they are practically self-standing monographs of more than 200 pages, they are not published as separate books. They are published in collective volumes. Practical consequence of this is that they are very difficult to find. You need to know what you're looking for, or you need to be very lucky, like myself, to encounter his work. Because what you see in the library is just a collection of articles published by the Greek Catholic Diocese of Lviv. And you have no idea that there is actually this monograph. Then, of course, we need to bear in mind the Second World War. We need to bear in mind the Soviet Union. This was not an environment where Greek Catholic Church was a valid or was encouraged, where people would be encouraged to study the Greek Catholic Church in the Habsburg monarchy. But actually we see a lot of indifference on the part of emigre scholars and on the part of Polish scholars, some of whom were interested in Galician Ukrainian nation building. So I would argue that clearly nobody was interested in even making the effort to look for the work of Ambrozy Jędrochowicz. Nobody tried to find it because, well, his work doesn't really fit the national paradigm. His findings don't fit the national paradigm as defined by Cyrilo-Studyński, as used by Cyrilo-Studyński. Cyrilo-Studyński was not only interested, of course, in his research in canonical figures. He was, for example, interested in Wenedikt Lewicki, so the censor who banned Rusalka Dnistrowaya. Yes, this was an interesting figure because he was clearly a protagonist of this story, a negative protagonist, a villain, but still part of the story. Whereas the topic of Ambrozy Jędrochowicz, those early bishops and prelates of the Greek Catholic Church, they are simply undefinable according to this understanding of Ukrainian nation as a language community. They don't fit the paradigm. They are, to use the term that was introduced today by Professor Grabowicz, they are Aporias, they are enigmas. They cannot be fit easily into this paradigm. And thus, they get lost. Nobody's interested in them. It is enough to write like 2 paragraphs that such a thing existed and move on because we have our important story of the national awakening to describe. However, I think that nowadays, the moment for Ambrozy Jędrochowicz has finally come because we are still interested, of course, in nation building, but we see it as a much more complicated, much less teleological process in which there is a place for such, let's say, messy or unclear actors as the graduates of the Barbareum and of the early decades of the existence of the Greek Catholic Seminary in Lviv. And this is thanks to the innovative research on the character of the Austrian monarchy, which is nowadays redefined more as a bottom-up enterprise, as a shared enterprise of local and regional elites, such as the Greek Catholic Church. So I hope that his moment will come. And I stop here on this positive note. Thank you very much.
I actually need two presentations. I'm very sorry. For a second, I will need this one as well. That was not planned. Just came up. Yeah. Yep, perfect. So thank you very much for having me here. I will first thing I wanted to say is I'm not a kind of scholar within Ukrainian history. I'm coming from the history of science, in which my idea was to locate Ukrainian topics, among other Central Eastern European topics. And this is more or less what this talk will be about, and I think this also will give us some materials for the discussion afterwards, for the final discussion about how to talk about Ukrainian history. But I will kind of connect to several talks which happened today, and I will connect also to one of the talks which will happen later. Among others, exactly about the question about the Shevchenko Society being scholarly or scientific. I will be talking a little bit about the question of the masses and the elites in the development of Ukrainian science or scholarship. A little bit about maps, a little bit about language, and a little bit about dictionaries. It will be about scholarship, science. It will be a little bit superficial. I will be covering 90 years within 20 minutes, and it will be sacrilegious, I hope. And it will be about dictionaries. And it will be about scientific dictionaries, which is like the most interesting topics, of course, as you can imagine. And there is not that much work done. But as you see, that scientific dictionaries, they are an important thing to be. In front of you, you see 5 of the scientific dictionaries which were done in the late 1920s, 1930s, which were then re-edited actually reprinted mostly, with a small introduction starting 2008. It is not very typical that dictionaries are reprinted one-to-one. It is also not typical that 30 of them are reprinted like this. And I will also come back to this question, why the dictionaries were important, why they were reprinted. And I will be talking about reprinting and rewriting a lot. As I said, this talk is part of a bigger project, which I actually started 2014 and never had the time to really work on, which looks at different languages of science, how they developed within the 19th and 20th century. There are some parts of it which are already published about Polish chemical terminology, about Czech terminology, and there's one article about Ruthenian, Ukrainian terminology in Galicia, which I will quote later. And my interest is not only about kind of genesis of a specific language, specific expert language as it developed over the century, but also to locate it more into the cultural and political processes and look, when we look at expert discourse about language and about scientific dictionaries, what kind of new questions does it generate? This approach is also connected with an article, with an approach and a book which probably not many people know from you, which is Alexander Maxwell's book about Slovakia, in which he talks about how specific decisions for language are based on religious and political motivations, but then are described as nationalistic and kind of written as teleological. And he shows how, on the Slovak example, this worked. And each of the discussion for a specific language and for specific versions includes some groups, but it also excludes some of the groups. So there is not an idea of a kind of all-exclusive language. Choosing a language is always about the question of inclusion and exclusion. The person on the left is not Alexander Maxwell, it's Ludovít Štúr, who is responsible for the Slovak language. Alexander Maxwell looks a little bit similar, actually. There is a connection in any case. So what I'm interested in here is also, the kind of trenches, the conflicts which happen within the question of languages. There is actually a little bit Ukrainian literature about this topic. I will mention just John Paul Himka, Icarian Flight in All Directions, and Jaroslav Hrycak, a discussion of this article in which he says that we have to take movements like Russophile movements seriously and their claims also seriously. So, there is a lot of localization of the language which is happening here. So there is, talking about misunderstanding, here's one of the maps. I don't remember which publication I have this map from. I don't say it's a good map. I just wanted to say that this map represents one of the things, which is that there is a variety of dialects within Ukrainian. And one of the questions which I will be discussing is to which extent these dialects, or whatever you call them, they don't have to be dialects, they could be also termed languages, sociolects, and so on, mutually intelligible. So, which basically means how much people from the red point understand the people from the yellow point, and how much, we have to take exactly these differences into consideration when we look at the history. The history is a lot of publications about terminologies. And this is actually quite surprising, because when I started this project, I thought scientific terminology, there is not that much which will be written about it. But if you look at it, there is hundreds and hundreds of publications, there is hundreds of, not really dictionaries are a problem, but mostly it's kind of publications which propose a certain terminology, and then, a few years later, there's another scholar who is proposing another terminology. So there is a lot of chaos which is happening. And this is exactly this writing which I will be discussing. It has also a lot to do exactly with the idea of vernacularization. So the question of folklore was already mentioned, that the folklore, Ukrainian folklore, played a very specific role in the development of the Ukrainian nationalism. And also the question, within the folklore, there is also the question of vernacular language. To cut the story very short, the 19th century is a century in which scholars in Central Europe, not only Ukrainian scholars, decided that the best language for scientific language is vernacular. Now you can imagine, first of all, scholars from big cities saying that, vernacular means that they, define something as vernacular, they define it spatially, they define it socially. They not always understand what it is. And this is exactly this kind of geographical aspect which I'll be discussing in a second. But I still, claim that it's very important. There are ideas about the old wisdom of the folk, which is there in the old terms, and so on and so on. There's few versions of how to regulate these terms in case when you have differences of terms, but vernacular is the central point. But the story, when I was saying dictionaries are a problem, dictionaries are indeed a problem, because the story, as I want to tell it, begins with no dictionary. Namely, 1849, the Habsburg Commission for Schools and Textbooks decides to have dictionaries, school dictionaries for all Habsburg languages. Several of them appear. The Ruthenian language, the dictionary in Ruthenian language does not appear. Although Prosvita Society is invested in working on it, there are scholars, trying to publish this dictionary. There are also scholars claiming that they will publish directly after 1848. They will publish textbooks in Ruthenian/Ukrainian, because that's the program of the Habsburg Empire, the empowerment of the cultures. Basically, the only book that appears from this textbook, this first wave of textbook, is a textbook on natural history by Vasyl Volyan, who is a Vienna-based very young medic, who then becomes a politician in Chernivtsi. And his language you can see on your left. It doesn't have that much to do with modern Ukrainian. It doesn't have that much to do with Ukrainian as it was spoken at the time. It is mostly Russian. I rely here on the assessment of Michael Moser, who was researching it. So the first textbook for the schools is written in a language which is certainly not anything near vernacular. For more or less 20 years, not much is happening in Galicia until the 1970s. a little approaches are happening to scientific terminologies are happening in the Russian Empire, especially connected with the journal Osnova, in which the small mini dictionaries are published after every issue, in which the terms in Ukrainian are introduced. There is a small discussion in the journal about which terminology should be there for Ukrainian nation. The answer, of course, it should be vernacular. However, there is a little bit doubt whether science should be done in Ukrainian at all. There is also this idea of distinction between popular science, which should be done in Ukrainian, and high science, like Humboldt, who is even mentioned, who should be published in Russian because everybody understands Russian. Still doesn't happen. Osnova gets cancelled after the second issue. Publications on sciences are not happening, at least in the Russian Empire. They start to happen in Galicia. And it is connected with two things. The first one is the schooling system is changing. So now there is a need for publications in Ukrainian language or Ruthenian, which are then sponsored by the Rada Szkolna Krajowa. There is a huge problem that there is not many scholars who can translate into Ukrainian. The language is very often described as a Polonized language. There are reviews. Basically, I also cannot say how language can be perceived, but scholars were criticizing some of the textbooks that they are using very Polonized terminology, which probably has something also to do with the education of the translators, but also with the fact that it was the Rada Szkolna Krajowa who was kind of looking at the textbook and allowing them or not. And then there is a scholar whose name you already heard today, Ivan Wyszacki, who starts publishing on botanic and zoological terminology in the early 60s. He's certainly inspired by the journal Osnova. He's one of the few readers in Galicia of the journal. He writes several brochures about Ukrainian scientific language and is translator of several textbooks, mostly from Polish, but also from German. And then, of course, he's becoming a member at the Scientific Society, or Scholarly Society, in any case at the Shevchenko Society. And then you already probably know why I needed this slide. There is the problem that Wyszacki is one of the scholars who wants to travel to villages to gather vernacular vocabulary. For these trips, you need several things. You need time, which he doesn't have because he's a teacher. You need resources because you need, basically money to travel, which he's not really getting from the Shevchenko Society. Then you need, money for printing, which he's not getting because he's, Hrushevsky is not a very big fan of it. He's apparently not also the very easy person to work with. Here we have this, no, you don't. Okay. On my screen, at least, there is this slide from Martin's presentation, in which he was saying that he was quoting Stefan Rudnicki, who was saying that the speaker refers to the committee refusal to publish Dr. Wyszacki's zoology and would see a reconsideration of this matter. So this is from 1905, where Wyszacki, for several years, on the plea of the Shevchenko Society, produces textbook for zoology, and at the very end, the commission refuses to print it. There is one copy of it in the Shevchenko Society archives. So there is all these kind of problems, which hinder Wyszacki exactly on becoming the cult figure he might have been, if not Hrushevsky. I mean, there's also kind of apparent conflict between two of them. But he's the one who is, the most famous in creation of vernacular terminology. And the vernacular terminology in his version for several disciplines is coming mostly from Galicia. He travels a little bit to Russia, to Kiev, for example, and to villages near it, but mostly doesn't because of the money problems. This will have an influence in a few minutes. There are some groups who are starting to work on scientific terminology in Russian Empire as well, mostly connected with the universities. It starts more or less 1910 with several groups. Those groups translate actually quite neatly into the Soviet Union. Here you have 3 institutions which are then crucial for the development of exactly these dictionaries which I showed you at the very beginning, the terminological commissions. They also become quite a lot of money within the Ukrainization policies. So by the 1927, the work is happening on 33 dictionaries in 25 sessions. There are 230 people working on it, and they have around 1,600 meetings per year. This is at least in theory. In practice, you can find descriptions like this, that scholars who were working on the scientific terminologies actually did it in their spare time. They did it at night. They were not very well paid for it. It was more or less their hobby, as Kosturkalo is writing. What money was certainly there for scientific travel. I mean, we are still there when the idea of vernacular is the leading idea of how the scientific terminology should work. And here you have one of the questionnaires or enquetes which was sent. That's actually still before the Soviet Union, but by Alexander Yanata. This is how he was selecting the vocabulary which will be then used for the dictionaries. I'm showing it here because there is a instruction for vocabulary collection from 1928, which is then sent within Soviet Ukraine. And here you have, right here, there was a Russian word, which I deleted, only because I will bring some statistics, and while I'll be giving you some statistics, please think which word and which concept is actually hiding here. So you have here the enquete and an example of an object which this enquete is describing. So this enquete was sent in 10,000 copies around Soviet Ukraine, and it was sent mostly to students, to teachers, and to small bureaucrats who should then kind of, ask around about specific terms, exactly with this 10 questions, how does it sound in Russian, from whom you heard it, what does it actually describe, and so on and so on. And at the very end, around 165,000 cards came back, and this is more or less what the Institute had in numbers of these answered questionnaires, which was then the basis of the dictionaries. And now, of course, the villages they were sent to were within Soviet Ukraine only, not Galicia anymore. So the question, do you know what Opolonic means? The word which is here. No? 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 There is an explanation. The question was exactly that's the explanation which is here is very helpful, but because I don't really have time, I will just show you what it is. It is Pugolovkiv. So basically, the question is, to which extent is this word understood by the specialists? And this is exactly where the kind of thing about rewriting comes into mind. And here you have notes by Boris Hrynchenko to Ivan Vershatsky, to his Dictionary of Biological Terminology. And you see how much terminology was actually changing. More or less 1/3 of Vershatsky terms were not understood in Russian Ukraine at around 1890s. So Hrynchenko is using Vershatsky for his dictionary. This I will basically skip. The last rewriting of the history, so we have this large amount of dictionaries which are being created until the 1930s. And here you have the report from the Institute, which is written for the 10th anniversary of the creation of the Academy from 1929, in which something happened. The original description of the Institute was censored. The reference to politics of Ukrainization was deleted, and the question of the popularization of science was deleted. I actually because I photographed also the verse, so I can quite exactly see what was deleted. And this actually comes at this very moment, and this is the kind of the last turn which I was looking at. And this is the end of the Ukrainization policies and the beginning of the Russification policies, which also includes the rewriting of the dictionaries. So the 33 dictionaries which I mentioned are all rewritten. Among others, the index language is changing. The Russian becomes the index language. So a lot of vocabulary is changed, especially the Galicianisms are changed, which are called internationalisms, as something which is outside of the country. And this actually kind of has very ironic connection to what I said at the very beginning, the problem of the vernacularization. If you look at the texts which were then kind of ending the policy of Ukrainization and beginning of the Russification, especially on the works by Andrzej Chwila, he is not, in his rhetorics, he's not completely opposing the Ukrainian terminology, but he's opposing the terminology which is Ukrainian, but is not within the state anymore. So he's more or less opposing the Galician terminology, which was there. And as I showed you, it is the Vershatsky terminology, which was then used by Grzynchenko and then also by other scholars in the 30s. So one of the problems is that if you look at the state and at the idea of the vernacularization, this also completely makes sense. That, Galicia is not part of the state anymore. Galician peasants are not part of the state anymore. The vocabulary of Galician peasants cannot be understood in Soviet Ukraine, especially as the new group on which the vocabulary should be modeled are the workers, are the new elites, workers around Donbass. So there is exactly this switch, which you can see it in the literature, but you can see it in the scientific terminology as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all three presenters. Could you please take your seats in the front while Professor Sisson will comment on all three papers we just listened to. And then all the three presenters will have a chance to briefly respond to those comments. After that, we open the floor for discussion, for questions from the audience. Thank you.
Yes, we have been fortunate to hear three very rich papers. And there are many lines of research and discussion, I think, that come out of them. My purpose is to try and somehow unite. I'll do what I can on it. I would mention, since Hrushevsky came up on numerous occasions, you can find on our book stand the English volume of Hrushevsky that was put out thanks to the New York or the U.S. Shevchenko Scientific Association. I bring this up as well because it'll involve some of our problems of language and language choice, certainly something we faced very much in the problems of translating Hrushevsky into English. I'll also point out a second book, and this is because I'm going to disappear to go back to Canada after this session, and that is a volume of Father Mikhailo Zubritsky, a member of the Shevchenko Scientific Society, the first volume of his three-volume works. And it is of quite interest because it begins with a discussion he has with Ivan Franko of whether scholarship should be for scholarship, nauka dla nauki, or nauka dla narodu. And this was hotly debated at that point in time. One of the participants in the debate has been mentioned by Martin Rode. Father Zubritsky tries to take a middle path, and Ivan Franko does not like it. And the two school friends disagree on this. I might add, since I'm not taking it back, anyone who wants the volume, you can take it if you find it of use. But to turn to the papers we have heard on the Shevchenko Society, I was very struck when Martin Rode spoke about Hrushevsky and the relation to what might be called scholarship in Galicia before this change in the Shevchenko Scientific Society. It's something I only really discovered when we were doing volume 4 of the translation of Hrushevsky, and Robert Frost, an eminent scholar of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but as well someone who knows a tremendous amount about Polish scholarly activities, and I had totally different visions of scholarly relations in 19th century Galicia. And what I realized out of it is that for me, Dionisi Zubritsky and all of these were part of an old tradition of Ukrainian scholarship. That is, I appropriated the early scholars and the Russophile scholars without thinking to it as a specific Ukrainian tradition. And when in the early part of the 19th century, those people I define now, or we define as Ukrainians, were really quite prominent, including Vahilevich and others who might be questioned. His vision of the end of the 19th century was quite different. I think this part of the clue has been shown to us by Martin's presentation. That is, perhaps for Hrushevsky, they were not his tradition. And that is, I wonder if he can amplify a bit on the relation that he has mentioned in a number of occasions of what might be called a certain tradition of these Galicianists who are basically complaining about Hrushevsky as he brings them forward, and their relationship to that. Then I would like a little more development of Europeanization. It was wonderful to find out that Europe once again is France. The Galicians, we assume, for them German scholarship was not alien, and in a certain sense that was European for them. I don't know how European German scholarship was for Hrushevsky. And I think there are different visions of Europe that are going on. And I think we have the case of the missing Poles who thought they were in Europe or part of Europe. And certainly the buildings they were building in Lviv and doing were part of a European tendency. But I think, more directly, if you could also associate it with what's going on among Polish scholars, not only in Lviv, but in Galicia in general, and their relationship, where you would put them, and do they serve as any degree for a model for this development. Okay, so I think those are the major problems I would hope that you would address for us. Turning to our lost inheritances. So what we have been told is it might be good to read Zapiski and Tesha. I might add, in that volume of Father Zubritsky, you will find over 20-some articles he published in Zapiski and Tesha. Right, put them together, people may pay attention to them. Leave them separated at that time, and I'm afraid for other times they weren't. Of course, one of the reasons they are readable is Entesha was also making the orthographic reform and language reforms, and I'll turn to language later, that at least makes Zapiski Entesha for us today readable, and also makes all that etymological script, not to speak of the Russophile literature and the various other forms, less readable on the whole for us. But I wonder if when we are talking about fitting into the national norm or not fitting into the national norm, The issues are also the development of church history in Galicia. And what I would ask if you would do is perhaps discuss the relationship of what is scholarship on church history, where it is done, what the relationship of the theology seminary at the university is as related to Entesha. That is, had these been put in a clerical publication, or there had been some sort of scholarly one existing before the First World War, to what degree would it have been noticed more? I think the comparison with Studinsky is wonderful for our general discussions, not only church history, but that Andruchowicz is forgotten. Certainly when you first mentioned it to me was very surprising. And particularly surprising because I had thought the one thing that the diaspora did relatively well after World War II was the work that was done in Rome by Fathers Veliki and Patrillo. We had the best of our bibliography is put out on church history, really, that it's done at that time, not to speak of their tremendous publication of source material, which goes with us. So are Andruchowicz's works not in Patrillo's bibliographies? I mean, this great hope we had for our Brazilian Ukrainian Basilian, who was doing such wonderful work, and therefore are missed, or are they there and just people did not further pay attention to them on it? And then the issue as to whether it is so clear that these are excluded because because it doesn't fit within the national norm. I grant that all of the institutions mentioned, the average Ukrainian intellectual or scholar would say are all very important. One would have presumed they would have gone back to such basic research on it, if they knew they were there. They might reinterpret it in different ways, but I wonder if you could amplify that. Very interesting. Of course, when I first received the name of the paper, our basic problem of scientific. Right. So I didn't know whether I was going to get a paper on the development of scholarly Ukrainian or the development of Ukrainian on science, what we in English would call scientific language as it developed. And I think it's very interesting on this turn in the most difficult field towards the vernacular language. I think most surprising, of course, was how ineffective the textbooks were, which certainly now I fully understand. What I am curious about is the actual composition of the dictionaries that come not in this period but in the 1920s, which seems to be very important. So how many, this is a point when we have a Vse Ukrainska Akademia Nauk, when Galicians and members of the Shevchenko Scientific Society belong to scientific institutions. So how many of those people still in Galicia are involved in these projects? How many of them are the Galician migrants that are going on to Soviet Ukraine at that period? And do they play a major role? And if they do, to what degree are they taking this earlier tradition from Galicia, or to what degree are they actually trying to look this up in the territory they are now in? How fully it then penetrates back? We are in the city of New York, and many people forget that this city for many years had Ukrainsky Shchodenny Visti, a communist newspaper that was a daily newspaper coming out of New York. We have no complete version of it. But certainly that literature that's being produced in the 20s is influencing the Ukrainian language in North America, and it's being imported. So I'm curious to see how much that generally is. And then related to the campaigns against the Galicians, that is the destruction of the Galician migrants that go in. I mean, I think that the description that that you gave us perhaps left out the harshness and radicalness of what was going on. I mean, they were destroying the people, the Galicians, who came very largely as this language is changing. I grant that many of these terms might not be known in areas of what becomes Soviet Ukraine, but when you're also at that point, you know, trying to find everywhere you can Galicians who you can arrest, deport, or whatever, there might be other reasons why people would want to get rid of those words. And maybe to put it in a broader context of the changes in Ukraine and campaigns on the Ukrainian language. I mean, these are the years, you know, where Jakobson, by 1934, praises that Stalin is finally bringing language policy to its senses and getting rid of all of this unnecessary archaisms, not to agree vernacularisms, as I remember in Jakobson, but certainly Western Ukrainianism, and how much you see this as part of the general policy that also affects this. So I thank you for your excellent presentations and additions to many aspects of the Shevchenko Society, but of the general Ukrainian cultural context of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sisson. And now I invite the presenters reasonably briefly respond to the comments and to keep it condensed, and then we will open the floor to the audience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the great comments, Frank, and for these inspiring questions. I will try to make it as brief as possible, even though it's quite a bit. I cannot elaborate on the full length of Hrushevsky's genealogy of Ukrainoznavstvo. To put it very shortly, the works of Russophile actors like Deniso Zobritsky was absolutely not of his interest. That's the easiest example, even though he wrote quite a few things, for example, on the history of Lviv, etc., which would have been valuable, but this is the history of Lviv. For Hrushevsky, we are counting the history of Ukraine, and the center of Ukraine for Hrushevsky is, despite making use of its great resources, not Lviv. This is a place where he temporarily stays, which he is glad to drain all the resources out he can get. And I will talk about that when answering your second question. But this is for Hrushevsky not the core of Ukraine, Ukrainian studies, or anything related to it. Ruska Tricia, which we heard about in the second paper, definitely one of Studinsky's focuses. All these things that Studinsky does, not of a great interest to Hrushevsky in this regard, but Studinsky is his ally. So he can basically do that. He can get resources. When Hrushevsky runs at problems at Lviv University, Studinsky is the guy who stands and mediates between the Polish professors and Hrushevsky. So Studinsky can do such things. That's not a problem. Ivan Franko also could do things that basically didn't really interest Hrushevsky for the good of it. But other people, unfortunately, could not. Younger students, less influential persons could not because they would simply not get the funding. Case closed. He didn't discuss that. He simply said case closed, or didn't even respond. You can see all these protocols. Somebody wants funding, president doesn't respond. So he was really rigid in excluding things he didn't care about. This is the argument I wanted to make. This paper I was referring to, it's published in this Russian language two-volume issue Ukrainsky Narod v prošlom i nastoящем, co-edited by Hrushevsky, Vovkin, and a few others, so also very close actually to anti-Shah personnel. Here he published this genealogy. It's quite worth reading for such issues I went into, especially for the things that Hrushevsky did not mention. Europeanization and the question, where is Europe? That's actually the most puzzlesome, because we have so often this source term Europe in anti-Shah sources and basically no proper definition. In their imagined geographies, when using such a term, Poland does not come up. The Habsburg Empire comes up insofar as that, of course, Vienna is there, and Vienna is quite a center of science, and actually quite crucial, because, of course, many Galician scholars are simply going there to study. They bring their influences back, like this case of Rudnicki I elaborated upon, but it's one of 20 basically of Hrushevsky's students and closer friends of them. Of course, Vienna is crucial, Germany is crucial, Paris is crucial. I guess for Great Britain there's not enough money, but it's interesting as well. Switzerland, astonishingly, is more interesting for young ladies because they can study if their families are well endowed enough for such a project. The first woman who actually made full membership to NTSH was actually the first Galician Ukrainian medical doctor, and she studied in Switzerland. So that's the case. The only second woman, by the way, to make this important footnote, Katerina Antonovich, only symbolically included after Volodymyr Antonovich died. That's a point I skipped so far. So when it comes to gender politics, actually, NTSH could have learned quite a lot from the Russian Empire and its circles. What was interesting as a model when it comes to the Polish side is Krakow Academy of Sciences. NTSH wrote annual applications to the Vienna Ministry of Culture and asking them directly, why do the Poles get the whole funding for Krakow Academy of Sciences and we get 6,000 crowns for NTSH? This is the question that's posed year after year, and even if the budget was doubled down, that's how it ended. Otherwise, ideologically, when it comes to simply the practices, especially in the Habsburg Empire, and copying them for each and every language question, scholarly school question whatsoever, Czechs were much more off the model. And the question if the Ukrainian activists, NTSH scholars, etc., would have imagined Prague to be in Europe in such a very abstract definition, that's a question I couldn't answer. Because they're simply not precise about it. Legal scholars are very open about it. Czechs are our inspiration, Prague is our inspiration, we want to have a split university just like them. That's clear. But generally it's not properly defined. I will not go into details, for example, how Rudnicki would define Poland as a space of intellectual transfer. Maybe we can get to such a discussion a little bit later. What's crucial was this issue I mentioned about world languages. Every center where we would write and read in world languages. Fedor Vovk was even very clear about that to his students. Please read this book for the next discussion. Oh, you don't read French? Here's a dictionary. You don't read English? Okay, here, take a second dictionary. This is, it's in the memoirs by Serhiy Rudenko, published somewhere in the 60s, and he apparently even still remembered how Vovk tortured him with dictionaries. Maybe that's also... Okay, so much for that. Guess we can go into the detail of the points a bit later. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions. Maybe I'll start with the more general about the fitting or not fitting the national norm. So, of course, it's not like nobody ever mentions those topics. These topics are mentioned, but they are glossed over. And the reason they are mentioned, and they have to be mentioned, is that one of the ambitions of anybody writing such a comprehensive history is to cover everything, right? So you need to cover those decades or those centuries somehow. You need to have something to say. So yes, they notice it, but it's marginal. It's okay to just mention it, to maybe... The best I notice is when they are aware that there was this survey of theological establishments in the Austrian monarchy. Hermann Czocke was the author. So the best that I notice is when they actually refer to those 4 pages in Czocke where it is described, and that's all. This is the standard source of knowledge, if any. But other than that, this is not part of the awakening. These guys, they're not very interested in Ruthenian language as such. This is clear. They are elite guys who support the Austrian monarchy, and Austrian monarchy is not, a villain of the Ukrainian national memory, but it's not very cool to be a supporter of the Austrian monarchy. Austrian monarchy is remembered and generally understood as an antiquated, conservative power that, you know, was always crumbling. for centuries was crumbling. Somehow it couldn't collapse. Nobody can understand that if you accept this vision. But basically, it's not cool, and they're not cool. They're not appealing. And what's interesting about Androchowicz is that he actually goes fully into this not cool area. And now, whether he's in this bibliography that you mentioned, I must confess, I don't know. But I saw in other church history books that, as I mentioned, the source of information is Czocka. Clearly, they know what Czocka knew. And Czocka knew something because field works, that yes, you have different places in which people know different things, but there is no communication between them. So if you don't establish a field or an area of interest that is considered important, these pieces of information, they will remain isolated, and you will not get a whole picture. And I think and church history, I think, is a very nice example, because this is a completely different universe. How church historians function, how they communicate with each other. There is very little communication. So when at Harvard, I actually discovered that there is actually some interesting research done in Canada on the bishops who were active in the Kingdom of Hungary by priests who originated from that region. And because they originate from that region, they actually did this research on Carpathian Rus and on the crucial event that Androchowicz was not aware of, which was the Synod of Vienna in 1773. This is really interesting that he simply doesn't mention it, although it's basically the most important event of the prehistory of the Barbaroum. But I think you can see it even now. There is a strong center of church history in Lviv, but what they focus on, what they research, is church history on the basis of traditional sources of the Polish-Lithuanian kind. So basically, the thing that they have expertise in, reading Latin, reading Polish, but the kind of expertise these people who were still educated in the Austrian monarchy had, this kind of expertise was lost. Basically, you know, the knowledge how to move in Austrian archives, the knowledge of German and the knowledge of German paleography. These are all very practical skills that, well, these guys had because they were in Austrian schools. But nowadays we need to teach ourselves this anew. So I don't know whether this answers comprehensively, but I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. I will not be even trying to answer comprehensively, because that would need 20 minutes at least. I will start by answering the question which was not to me, about the question of church history. There is actually this happens not only within the Shevchenko Society, but this happens also at the university, where there are two chairs for Ukrainian, for language. The one is for Ukrainian language, one for Ruthenian language, one for Old Church Slavic, and there is a big conflict between Kolesa and Studnicki, with Shevchenko Society involved, about exactly the second chair. When the Austrian ministry plays a role in establishing exactly the chair on which the Old Church Slavic is it's taught, and then this is the chair where a lot of research in church history is happening. And it also is it's a conflict about which version of Ukrainian nationalism should be supported within the university walls. And it's also kind of mirrors in a way the situation which is happening at the Shevchenko Society. Studnicki also then gets into troubles about the cooperation with the Soviet Ukraine and the academy. Starting with 26, there are exactly the discussions about how much actually the Galician Ukrainians are getting Sovietized. Not directly in the other direction, but there is certainly a lot of exchange. I cannot really say how many Galician scholars were taking part in the preparation of the dictionary. The problem also is, while there are names of people who are preparing the dictionaries, it doesn't really mean that they were really very actively doing this. I mean, very often it's there's 10 natural science scholars who are listed as people who are cooperating. it could mean that they gave like 5 or 10 terms. The scholars who were mostly active were not coming from Galicia. One of the pictures which I had, which I kind of skipped at the very end, was Olena Kurylo, who is the main philologists of the time for the dictionaries, especially the medical, anatomical dictionary, chemical dictionary, and botanical dictionary. And she's actually from what is nowadays Belarusia. And she, like, Ukrainian was her third language. In total, I would say that there is like between 1/3 to half of Galician vocabulary in the dictionaries. However, it could be also like, when you are asked what meat this or that reminds you, always say a chicken, and always, I always ask and have this 1/3 as a kind of a generic answer. I don't have a precise answer. I know more or less how to get to it, and this is something what I have on the list. The campaigns and the repressions, yes, I should have mentioned it. The irony is, so there are 2 waves of repression happening. The first one is happening in the beginning of the 30s, and then those who repressed the philologists of the early 30s got repressed 38. Those who were repressed in the early 30s, basically the whole institute is replaced. They actually survive. Those who replaced them and were active until 38, most of them didn't, which kind of says also something about kind of irony of Stalinism. And because I end with the first wave of repression and only look at a little bit what was happening in the 1930s, I didn't look really on how Stalin and Stalin's idea of language, how much influence it had on the kind of further history. So basically for me, the history which I know ends 33 with the articles of Hryn, but I have it written down, and I will also certainly check it. So thank you so very much.
Great, thank you very much. And I believe in order to stay within the time frame and to be just 15 minutes behind the schedule, we can afford just 2 questions from the audience, and we are lucky to get 1 question from the online audiences. So I also want to ask you, to remind you to be brief and to go straight to the point asking your questions. So 2 questions from the audience. Okay, one is here, another is here.
Yeah, thank you for your talks. Jan, my question is for you. I'm curious about like the bigger picture. There's a transition from one kind of science to another, and the first kind of science, like the index language, is it German? Like, and like the larger picture of the kind of science they're trying to be part of. And then if you could just speak briefly about differences between that kind of science in a more structural sense and the, I assume, Soviet science that they're trying to move to on the second part of your talk. I'd just be curious to hear about that. Thank you.
Thank you for 3 very provocative and interesting papers. I would have questions to each one of you, but I'm limited in time. And I would like to ask 1 question which would go to Tomasz's talk. To what extent do you think the question of anti-clericalism becomes central in Ukrainian history of this period? Because I think that despite the fact that in the 20th century we had a very enlightened metropolitan, I mean Shevchenko, the church establishment was remarkably obtuse, to put it mildly. After all, the Ruska Tricia was censored by them, and they were all punished for their initiative. And most of all, that the results of the Ruska Tricia was that one became a Pole, another became a Russian, and the third one died very young. And therefore he is canonized. I mean, Szeszkiewicz. So we have a problem, and I think that it developed into a long-standing problem of anti-clericalism that went all deeply into the 20th century. Would that be correct? Would you agree with that, as far as something underlying the issues that you spoke about?
Thank you, and I announced the question which comes from online. The Question is from Jeff Stepniski, and it is addressed to Dr. Surman. Fascinating presentation. Please provide some context on why European science, if I heard you right, decided that the language of science should be vernacular. And does vernacular mean always the folk language, in the sense that I see in human, like Drahomanov and Antonovich explored? Does vernacular has a unique meaning in Ukraine? So there are 3 questions, and I really ask you to be very condensed in your responses. Thank you.
Okay. So first of all, about the 3, it's clearly a mythological structure, how we remember them. It's, I mean, mythological not in the sense that it's not true, but the whole structuring of the story is you know, this tripartite structure, it's actually striking. And it's also striking that it's still reproduced by modern scholarship. They just impose their interpretations, like, because you can actually recount it in a Marxist way, you can recount it in a modernization theory key, but it's like strikingly mythological structure. And as for anti-clericalism, this is, I think, true, especially when these historians are looking at the elite of the church. The elite of the church is not seen as nice. And clearly Studinsky is not interested, for example, in the figure of Mihailo Levitsky. And this is, again, something that is striking about Androchovich. He writes explicitly at one point, well, whatever we think about Mihailo Levitsky, the metropolitan, he was in power for several decades. We need a biography of this person because he was so influential. This is one of the things we need. But then, you know, he didn't manage to write it, or maybe he was not interested in writing biographies, although, you know, he was interested. But he was able to see that we should go into those less appealing directions. And there are several such moments when he says, oh, this is an important topic, we should study this. But then, and it's, then the truth is that the clerical, the church elite is not seen and is not traditionally remembered as very, very nice. So that would be my short answer, but of course it's all a bit more complicated.
Thank you. Thank you for 2 very, very brilliant questions. The first question, the change of the index language. So there is actually several changes which are happening. The first, during the Habsburg time, the index language is mostly German. And also, I showed one of the slides of the book by Krieger, Psychologia. In the school books, you very often have a word in brackets after the Ukrainian term. And this is also very often German or Polish, which then means that it's assumed that students will know the German term or the Polish term rather than the Ukrainian term. In the early Soviet dictionaries, it is, I mean, this slide which I showed with Latin being the index language is a little bit misleading because it was the botanical dictionary, when Latin is kind of always the reference language because of the Linnean classification. It was also mostly German, actually. I cannot remember French, then like Latin also, depending on the discipline. For example, in medical science, it was Latin, but it is also very, very discipline specific. And what happens after the 30s, when the Sovietization is happening, they're actually never abandoned. So they're criticizing internationalization all the time. But internationalization means Galicia. It doesn't mean French, Latin, or Greek. This is a different kind of internationalization. This is the internationalization which is still okay for the Soviet Union. This is like exactly, these words should be kept, which are kind of showing the continuity and the influence of the positive West and positive history. But it always should be kind of with Russian, I mean, the words should be chosen which have the most similarity to Russian. This is like very, very clearly said everywhere. This brings me to the much bigger question, why vernacular? This is much bigger question because it is simply assumed that vernacular one, and the historiographies which answer these questions go back to Petrarca, and I cannot tell the whole history here. I would say it has a political influence for sure, and this is the idea that you have to limit the influence of the church, which speaks Latin or Old Church Slavonic, and vernacular is kind of, a possibility to limit it. There is a French Revolution which plays a role here. Etienne Condillac, even before the French Revolution, or one of the sources for the French Revolution, he has the idea that it should be vernacular, coming from the folk, regulated by the intellectuals. Herder is a little bit different, so he who is always quoted for this, who is not having this idea of regulators. And there is an ancient wisdom of the folk, which is kind of manifests itself in the vocabulary. This is the vocabulary which kind of will be discovered, and then will be kind of, see, there is no idea with Herder which vocabulary will be then chosen. It's fight of different vocabularies. The Ukrainian scholars, there is also several differences, especially in the 60s and the 70s. There is the idea of the intellectual being the regulator of the vocabulary, and it comes especially from the Russian Empire. The journal Osnova, for example, which I mentioned. So Drahomanov also has it. It's always the intellectual who says which vocabulary will be chosen. It ends around 1900 when the idea is that the vocabulary which will be chosen, it's because you have different terms, and then the history will show which term will win. You just, in the dictionaries, and this is also very important, it's not always the one term, it's several terms, and very often it's several terms with annotation from which regions they're coming, which brings me back to this 1/3, which is kind of very imprecise number. So this is the very specificity of Ukrainian vernacular, I would say. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And before we reward all our panelists with a round of applause, let me make an announcement that we are going to have 1 hour lunch break, and we will reconvene and resume our conference in 2:30. So thank you for our panel.
present. And we have three distinguished presenters and also a discussant who are going to stimulate our discussion of Ukrainian scholarship and the socio-political context against which it developed. So I'm just going to very briefly introduce them, and then each presenter will have approximately 20 minutes to highlight their research, followed by discussion from Professor Vitaly Chernetsky, then a response from presenters, and then we'll open the floor for discussion. Anton Kotenko is a research fellow at the Chair of Eastern European History of the University of Düsseldorf. His recent publications include Ukrainians as Aliens, Governmental Regulation of Ukrainian Cultural Associations, 1905-17, published in the March issue in the Russian Review, and For Fame and Fortune, The Origins of St. Petersburg Zoo, forthcoming in Urban History. Currently, he is finalizing a book manuscript entitled In Search of Ukraine, A Conceptual History of Nationalism, 1840s-1921, and is starting a new project, Zootopia, History of Zoological Gardens in the Romanov Empire. Marina Paryenka is a doctor of historical sciences and head of the Department of Archival Science and Special Branches of History at Taras Shevchenko National University. She is also editor-in-chief of the journal Archives of Ukraine and is the author of several monographs and numerous scholarly articles on archival theory, history, and practice, the role of the Ukrainian diaspora in the preservation of cultural heritage, and the digital transformation of Ukrainian archives and their visibility in the modern information space. Thanks to a grant from the Fulbright program, she is currently conducting research in the United States at New York University on the topic Archives in the Time of War and Emergency, Problems of the Cultural Heritage Preservation and Usage, from the experience of the United States and Ukraine. Steven Segal is a professor of Slavic and Eurasian Studies at the University of Texas at Austin. He's the author of Map Man, Transnational Lives and Deaths of Geographers in the Making of East Central Europe, Ukraine and the Western Eyes, and Mapping Ukraine's Borderlands, Russian Cartography in the Age of Empire. He has been a contributor to the 4th and 5th volumes of Chicago's International History of Cartography series, and has translated over 300 entries from Russian and Polish for the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum's Encyclopedia of Camps and Ghettos, 1933 and 1945, in multiple volumes, published by the museum and also by the Indiana University Press. Professor Segal is also the founder of the February 24th Archive, an ongoing community-driven, public-facing digital project with over 20 gigabytes of tweets, thousands of threads, and 30 million people per month in terms of audience reach, that focuses on building global solidarities during Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine. And Vitaly Chernetsky is professor of Slavic languages and literatures at the University of Kansas. He is the author of Mapping Post-Communist Cultures, Russia and Ukraine in the Context of Globalization, Intersections and Breakthroughs, Ukrainian Literature and Cinema Between the Global and the Local, and numerous articles on modern and contemporary Slavic and East European literatures and cultures. We're going to follow the order listed in the program with the first presentation by Anton Kotenko, Scientific Society, or an institution of the most radical Ukrainophile party, and the Shah in the materials of the Romanov Imperial censorship. And then second presenter will be Marina Paryenka with her presentation entitled Ukrainian emigre archives during the Second World War and the post-war period as a target of Nazi and Soviet security services. The third presentation by Steven Seagal is titled The Anti-Shah and Geography, on some challenges and legacies in the making of modern Ukrainian maps from the 1860s to Stepan Rudnitsky's and the February 24th archive project. Please welcome all the presenters. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Halyna, for the introduction. I would like to start by saying thank you to the organizers of the conference. It's an immense honor for me to be here today and to pay tribute to the work on the history of Ukraine, which was done by the Society's members over the last 150 years, but particularly so at the end of the long 19th century. Now, Dr. Chernetsky's email found me on a research trip to Tartu. And when I read the email, I immediately asked myself about how much new actually I can tell about anti-Shah to this audience. I wrote my dissertation about Ukrainian map makers, and of course I had to skim through all of the anti-Shah's publications of the time, but I did not write about the society per se, as for example Martin did. Even though Ukrainian geography has interested me for the last 15 years, I also do not study history of science as Jan, and add to that my complete ignorance even about the very location of the Society's archives. So, having realized that I'm not familiar with the anti-Shah's history except for some basic knowledge, I was walking home from the National Archives of Estonia thinking about my probable contribution to this event. And as I was passing by the house where Lisa Ukrainka used to stay when she had visited her brother, who studied at the university in Dorpat, I decided that perhaps this is a chance for me to make a presentation about one of the largest unknowns in the history of Ukrainian 19th century, which is Romanov Imperial censorship of texts in Ukrainian, and today talk specifically about texts published in the Habsburg Empire. To the best of my knowledge, only one article by Igor Tkachenko, which is mentioned here, had touched upon the topic, so I decided to look through my notes and write a short text about what Romanov imperial censors had thought and done to the texts in Ukrainian published outside the Romanov Empire, including those by anti-Shah. Now, the very first stipulation of the Ems decree of 1876 forbade to import into the empire any texts in Ukrainian published abroad without a prior permission of censors in St. Petersburg. And the reason is that already in the 1870s it was apparent to some imperial officials and some Russian nationalists that Bukovina and Galicia were turning into a Ukrainian Piedmont even before Volodymyr Antonovich coined the concept. And then we all seem to know the story of how, after 1876, censors gradually built a wall between the Habsburg and the Romanov empires. Nevertheless, despite censors' activity, year by year, dozens of texts in Ukrainian from the Habsburg Empire and other parts of the world, they actually were submitted to censorship to get permission for legal circulation in the Romanov Empire. I do not have an exhaustive statistics, and I hope that someday someone will correct me, but what I do know is that, for instance, in 1890, 1892, censors reviewed 80 publications in what they called Little Russian or Galician Ruthenian dialect, and they prohibited 55 of them. The most obvious reasons for prohibitions were orthography, kulishivka, and genre of texts in question. So according to the strictly formal application of the Ems decree, any non-belles lettres text published in kulishivka must have been banned, be it a brochure about growing vegetables or a manual about how to organize a credit union. Often, however, censors prescribed Ukrainian texts published in the Habsburg Empire not just because of their orthography, but also for their allegedly subversive content. And zooming into the reports, one expectedly find that the bans predominantly tackled the views and texts published by Ukrainian national activists, for example, Alexander Parvinsky, Ivan Franko, Myliana Honovsky. Therefore, one should not be surprised by the reaction of the director of censorship, which he scribbled on the margins of the censor's report about Narod newspaper in May 1890, quote, "Of course, this vile newspaper has to be absolutely prohibited." Remarkably, in June 1896, censors reviewed Yulian Baczynski's Ukraina Irdenta. Imagine that that text actually was submitted to censorship. And a census report, as could be anticipated, qualified the brochure as a particularly harmful brochure which attracts special attention from censorship and is subject to an unconditional ban on an import into Russia. And as far as I'm currently coming from Düsseldorf and from Heinrich Heine University, I couldn't miss a report on Franco's 1896 report on Franco's poem Duma pro maledicta Ploskoloba, which started from quoting its subversive and revolutionary epigraph taken from Heinrich Heine, characterizing the poetry as a mockery of Galician Russians. Nevertheless, the aforementioned statistics shows that 25 out of 80 texts, they were still allowed to cross the border and be legally available in the Romanov Empire. What were these texts? Well, some, for instance, a couple of texts by Ivan Franko, they were approved by the inexperience of a new director of censorship in St. Petersburg. And then some other texts, like these particular novels by Olga Kobylyanska, they were clearly approved because of censors' laxity. But additionally, I argue in this paper that some of the approved texts were given away to the Romanov Empire for a specific reason. Even though we are now 25 years since John Paul Himka's article and Anna Veronika Wendland's book, and we are kind of sensitive about this idea of Icarian flights of Galician intellectuals in almost all directions, and the activity of local supporters of Russian identification, Galicia is still largely associated with being predominantly a bulwark of Ukrainian nationalism and a Ukrainian Piedmont. Now, the story of books, texts in Ukrainian, published in the Habsburg Empire and legalized by the Romanov imperial censors, allows me to argue that at least some officials of the empire, they tried to use Galicia as a Russian Piedmont as well. So in the eyes of censors, texts like this one, for example, by Grigory Kupchanko, they could have contributed to the ongoing little Russification of Ukrainian-speaking people inhabiting the Romanov Empire, which necessarily also included deepening of these people's monarchism and religiosity. So, how did censors treat publications of Ente Shah? And now let me move to the second part of the paper. It seems that the earliest text publication of Ente Shah to have reached the censorship office in St. Petersburg was the second volume of Zapiski in 1893. Censors found 6 of its articles to be of a purely scientific content, quote, but the 7th article, A History of Ente Shah's activities, contained a speech by Alexander Barvinsky, which, according to the censor, was, quote, imbued with Ukrainophile patriotism and indignation at the Russian government, end quote. And the censor suggested to let the rest of the book through after cutting out the Barvinsky speech, but the superiors of the censors, they prohibited simply the whole text. And then a similar ban awaited Zapiski in 1895. Then 1 year later, in May 1896, censors reviewed Джерела до истории Украины Руси and выемки из Джерел до истории Украины Руси, submitted to St. Petersburg by Mikhailo Hrushevsky himself. Even though they found both texts be completely harmless from censorial point of view, the books were still banned because of their orthography and of their non-fictional nature. An unknown official accompanied the first page of the report with marginalia revealing his honest surprise, quote, "The book is printed in Lviv. Why then let this foreign publication in Russia?" End quote. In March 1898, the same destiny awaited two brochures of сопровождение с деятельности НТШ, again, both containing nothing tendentious, but both being non-fiction texts printed in Kulishivka. Despite these and previous similar decisions, Hrushevsky persistently tried to push the boundaries of the permissible and insisting that the publications of Entesha were of a scientific nature and therefore could do no harm to the readers in the Romanov Empire. For instance, in March 1899, he used this argument when he submitted to censorship his Historia Ukrainy Rusi, asking to approve it for free circulation and sale in the Romanov Empire. Surprisingly to me, the report of a censor of the first volume of Historia was quite barren and pointing out that Historia was indeed a scholarly work which contained nothing subversive. However, in the end, the volume was prohibited because of its non-fictional nature. Curiously, 1 year later, Chronika Entesha was also banned, but this time not just because it was a non-fictional text, but because it was written, quote, in a spirit hostile to Russia and a Ukrainophile direction. So the spirit which apparently was absent in Hrushevsky's Historia. Perhaps the most eloquent evaluation of the society was given by censors during their review of Levada, Галицько-Руський Альманах. The journal arrived to St. Petersburg from Warsaw in March 1902. It was forwarded for examination to censor Miroslav Wierzbicki, who immediately pointed out that Entesha, quote, "Entesha is an institution which unites on the basis of common interests the most radical Ukrainophile party of Ruthenian intelligentsia," end quote. The censors, this report of censors, it took aback the current director of censorship, Nikolai Shukhovskoy, who left a marginalia opposite the statement just mentioned, quote, "I need information. Is it even possible that all publications of Entesha are prohibited?" End quote. And yes, his subordinates then wrote a special memo informing him that actually all zapiski are prohibited because, quote, "they were saturated with the most radical Ukrainophilism," end quote. And based on this report, in July 1902, Levada was also banned. Now, Hrushevsky again was not dissuaded, and in March 1902, he petitioned censorship to approve a whole set of the first 3 volumes of Historia Ukrainy Rusi. He actually traveled to St. Petersburg, and he personally met with the director of censorship, Shukhovskoy, and managed to informally submit him a request to approve these volumes in question for sale or at least for free circulation in the Romanov Empire among the subscribers. In a letter to Shukhovskoy sent 1 week later, Hrushevsky specifically mentioned that during the meeting, Shukhovskoy, quote, "had kindly promised," end quote, "to do everything possible about this request." At the end of April that year, however, Shukhovskoy stepped down from the directorship of censorship, which is why Hrushevsky's request remained not satisfied. 1 year later, in autumn 1903, the head of Entesha wrote a letter to the new head of censorship, Nikolai Zverev, where he again stressed a scholarly nature of the society, of his history, and reminded Zverev of Shukhovskoy's promise. Quote, "Soon it will be a year and a half since I submitted my petition. Let us assume that the books are thick, and if they are being read, then I'm not surprised at this slowness. I allow myself to write you as a person of science. You'll understand what is it like to see that work of entire life, so to speak, remains inaccessible where it could be primarily be useful, remains without any influence on the development of science," end quote. A very familiar sentiment, I guess, among all of us scholars. And a tiny marginalia at the bottom of one of Hrushevsky's pages hints that his arguments were not convincing. Quote, "It was ordered to leave the petition without consequences," end quote. So, in the end, it seems that until 1906, any text with Ente-Shah's logo could only be prohibited in the Romanov Empire, and as I was still walking from the archives home, I realized that it actually turns the whole story of mine into this typical dog wags the tail story. And I was still thinking, so what new could I tell you today? And as I was passing by the library of Tartu University, I somehow decided to check the catalog of the library, and this is when I realized that yes, there is an interesting twist, an interesting puzzle in this story. And the puzzle is this: it turned out that the library of today's Tartu University contains a whole set of Записки Ente-Shah. So I realized that this is an unexpected puzzle I was looking for, I was thinking about for my talk today. So how, if Ente-Shah is banned, if Ente-Shah is an institution of the most radical Ukrainophile party, what were these books doing in the library of Tartu Dorpat Yuriev University? And luckily, archival materials, they offer an answer. So it turns out that in February 1896, a member of Ente-Shah's executive council, Kost Pankivsky, wrote a note to censorship. In this note, Pankivsky informed the administration that in 1895, and already at the beginning of 1896, the society had received back its publications Zrela do Istorie Ukrainy, Rusy, and Zapiski, which it had previously sent across the border to the libraries of some Romanov universities. Pankivsky hoped that this decision to send books back to Lviv was made by some poorly educated official who perhaps was not acquainted with the existing rules of censorship, according to which actually it was permitted and possible to freely send the books of a, quote, scientific nature, end quote, from abroad to the libraries of Romanov universities. So on behalf of the society, Pankivsky asked censorship to intervene and issue necessary orders so that the above-mentioned situation would not happen again. And to be more convincing, Pankivsky actually accompanied his petition with a parcel which had been recently sent from Lviv to, nota bene, library of Dorpat University. But it was returned back to Lviv without even a stamp of foreign censorship. Pankivsky's letter reached St. Petersburg 1 week later, and it caught censorship in the middle of administrative change. So the previous director of censorship, Evgeny Feoktistov, was soon to stop performing his duties, and the new director, Mikhail Solovyov, he would replace him only in a few weeks' time. So there is this interim period between two directors, and someone who stepped in and was an acting director of censorship clearly was not sure what's going on and what are the rules of censoring Ukrainian language texts. And this person did not know so much about it to an extent that he even asked his subordinates to remind him of the stipulations of the Ems decree. A few weeks later, when the new director of censorship, Mikhail Solovyov, reviewed the case, he also asked his subordinates for additional information. And as far as Pankivsky's petition mentioned the right of universities to receive foreign publications, the following two-page memo opened with quotations of two relevant paragraphs of Customs Code of 1892. And it turns out that one of these paragraphs stipulated that actually, yes, all Romanov universities were entitled to the right of receiving books, manuscripts, and textbooks from abroad, duty and censorship free. Meanwhile, another paragraph specified that Yuriev University had a specific duty and censorship-free right to receive any book or textbooks from abroad in an unopened parcel. So the most interesting then part of the document characterized the publications in question, and it mentioned that censors actually reviewed Zrela and they found it permissible because it was a collection of purely historical materials related to Galicia, but nevertheless they prohibited Zrela because of its orthography and non-belles-lettres nature. A bit harsher evaluation was given to Zapiski. Its volumes had been reviewed in 1893-1895, but were prohibited for circulation in the empire because some of its articles, quote, were permitted by radical Ukrainophilism and hostility towards Russia, end quote. Both of its characteristics, they were very important to me because, as I could see, the director of censorship had all information at his disposal in order not to send these journals actually to the library of Yuriev University. Nevertheless, in July 1896, he signed an order to all censors, he signed a reply to Entesha, and he wrote a notification to the library of Yuriev University about, quote, eliminating the future obstacles for sending their publications to the libraries of universities, end quote. Simultaneously, the journals of Entesha, which, again, according to the stipulations of the Ems decree, were officially prohibited from the circulation in the empire, they were sent to the library of Yuriev University, where they can still be found today. To conclude, the story of mine, it started from this seemingly simple puzzle about how journals from Lviv got to today's Tartu University Library. At the same time, it shows that on the one hand, Entesha was conceived by the officials of the empire and by Russian nationalists as a political institution whose science, disseminated in Kulishivka, elevated Ukrainian to a status of language of normal science. Therefore, any of its publications could not be but prohibited in the gradually Russifying empire. On the other hand, and paradoxically so, coming back again to Aporias that Professor Grabowicz was talking about, the story of regulating the circulation of society's publications in the Romanov Empire demonstrates that the existing legal system occasionally contradicted the ideas of its nationalist bureaucrats. Similarly to Valuyev's circular, Ems decree of 1876 did not have a status of an ordinary law. It was not included into the digest of laws of the empire. And it seems that the story shows that whenever Ems decree collided with laws of the empire, then the imperial officials, they had to follow the letter, the laws. And in relation to the society, the situation created a paradox when Entesha could simultaneously be treated as a politically subversive institution and a scientifically neutral organization at the very same time. And this is why volumes of its Zapiski could, on the one hand, be officially prohibited from the public sphere of the Romanov Empire, but at the very same time, the very same volumes could easily travel to the libraries of imperial universities, where they, without any problems, could be read by students, undoubtedly one of the empire's most subversive social groups. Thank you.
It's okay, yeah. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues. I am very grateful to Shevchenko Scientific Society for this unique opportunity to be with you here in this great day, 150 years anniversary of the activity of the prominent society and to evaluate its great role into the intellectual history of Ukraine. The topic of my report devoted to the archives. And maybe you asked yourself or me why it is so important, why this topic during this conference devoted to the intellectual history, we focus on the theme of archives. But I try to give my view on this and perception of these institutions. Archives are extremely important factors in the existence of state, the functioning of public institutions, and the development of civil society. They are actively involved in the process of state building, contribute to the successful implementation of valuable scientific and cultural projects. They also play a fundamental role in intellectual history, preserving cultural heritage of nations, personal collections of famous scientists and public figures, as well as institutional memory, which gives impetus to research and reconstruction of the past, and at the same time to better understanding the present and future. In my opinion, it is necessary to consider archives not only as an integral part of collective memory or valuable resource for historical research, but also as an important attribute and symbol of statehood. The phenomenon of the archives of the Ukrainian political emigre and later the diaspora formed during the turbulent history of the 20th century and lies in their accumulation and preservation of extremely valuable documents on Ukrainian national building and statehood, as well as the history of Ukrainian scientific and cultural institutions. They preserved the so-called, it seems to me, some kind of genetic code of the nation, forming the foundation of the national archives under circumstances where such archives could not exist in Ukraine. Consequently, they became targets for Nazi and especially Soviet secret services during the World War II and post-war period. The key issues of this topic would be around this, you can see these statements. Some words I want to say about preparing to war and archives in the focus of strategies of the Third Reich and Soviet Union, and then develop this topic and discuss with you the main approaches of social intelligence and counterintelligence, particularly devoted to Ukrainian emigre or diaspora archives. And in conclusion, it is very important to talk some words about the current situation of Ukrainian archives and its challenges during the Russian aggression against Ukraine. The control and possession of archives becomes an important issue in times of war. As very famous American archivist Ernst Posner underlined, archives are arcanum arcanorum for the invaders and conquerors. Actually, we have many historical examples of captured archives during different military conflicts. One of the most striking historical examples is Napoleon's strategic plans to seize the dynastic archives of Europe, especially the Vatican archives. Archival collections of various countries, states underwent the most large-scale relocation during the whirlwind of the Second World War and in its aftermath. Many of them were twice plundered, firstly by the Nazi authorities and subsequently by Soviet security services or so-called Trophies brigades. Today, now I want to dwell on these aspects of these large-scale problems. And continuing with these issues, we need to focus on some main works about plundered archives and displaced archives. And I underline this, that the historiography of this problem is actually immense, valuable, and multidimensional. But it mainly focused on plundered cultural property and its transmission, the issues of their restitution. Undoubtedly, among all researchers, we should single out works of American researcher and professor of Harvard institution, Patricia Kennedy Grimstead. Her numerous articles and the book Trophies of War and Empire, The Archival Heritage of Ukraine, World War II, and the International Politics of Restitution, was and still till now is very important to understand all these processes. For 20 decades, I've also been developing these researches and investigate many collections in Europe, especially in European archives, in Poland, in Czech Republic, some collections in France and in Austria, to trace this fate of the displaced archives and the fate of these collections. And you can see on this slide these main works, but we can mention a lot, much more, not only books, but many articles of different authors. I also I'd like to mention here the work of, and some works of our researcher, historian Natalia Kashevarova, and in particular her works devoted to the activity of the Eisenstab-Reichsleiter Rosenberg and its politics to the Eastern territories. And dwelling on, we could now talk about preparing to war and archives in strategies of the Third Reich and Soviet Union. Nowadays, it is a well-known fact that the Third Reich, preparing for the World War, studied in detail the archival documents of the First World War in advance. In 1935, the German authorities began a systematic study of the documents from the First World War. In their structures of the Prussian Secret Archive in Potsdam, a special research unit was created where archivists and officers of the General Staff worked for the purpose of selecting information related to military operations during the First World War, including especially maps, plans, and other materials. After the Anschluss, Germany's annexation of Austria in March 1938 and the establishment of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia in March 1939, and the military archives of these countries were subordinated to a single military archive administration in Freiburg, and part of their collections were moved to Germany. At the same time, in the Soviet Union, with the deepening of the totalitarian regime and the expansion of repressions, the archives turned into closed institutions with very limited access, and in 1938, they were subordinated to so-called NKVD, the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, Soviet policy agency. Forerunner of the KGB that was known for political repressions and for carrying out the Great Purge under the Stalin's rule. Therefore, the archival system was centralized, controlled by the top leadership of the state and the Communist Party, and archival documents related to many periods of Ukrainian history, primarily the era of national liberation struggle, were classified. Instead, a large part of the documentary collections related to the activities of the Ukrainian governments during the period of the Ukrainian Revolution, particularly the archives of the Directorate of the Ukrainian People's Republic and the government of the Western Ukrainian People's Republic, were outside the borders of the Soviet Union, and together with diplomatic and military collections, as well as archives of scientific and cultural institutions and societies, created a collective image of the National Archive. To my mind, it's a kind of archives in exile, which was planned to be returned to Ukrainian lands after the rebirth of national statehood. But during the Second World War, there was a large-scale transfer of documentary and cultural values of various European nations, which to a large extent also concerned the archives of Ukrainian political emigre. Archives and library collections were considered by the German authorities as important sources that should be used for intelligence and ideological purposes. So the security services of the Third Reich and then the Soviet intelligence and current intelligence agencies were interested in the archives of the Ukrainian immigration. In 1940, the Nazis created the well-known today, the Einsenstabsreichsleiter Rosenberg, Special Command of Reichsleiter Rosenberg, for the purpose of plundering the cultural values of European nations, which consisted of the headquarters in Berlin and a network of departments, Sonderkommandos, Sonderstabs, in different countries. It was one of the major ideological and propaganda centers of the Nazi regimes. The main ideological and leadership role was played in the center by Rosenberg, Alfred Rosenberg, and also by George Leibbrandt, who especially devoted his activity to archival and library collections. The era established a major anti-Bolshevik research center in Berlin. Among the main tasks of this center was the search and selection of materials for the so-called Eastern Library of Rosenberg. And during 1940-1941, the Nazi security services, among other important collections, singled out the archives of the Directorate of the Ukrainian People's Republic, so-called Petlura archives, as well that was located in occupied Poland, in Tarnów and Częstochowa. And also they plugged the and looted the collection of the Ukrainian library in Paris, as well as another Slavonic library that's situated there, Russian Turgenev Library and Poland Library. Some years ago, before the war starts, before the 2014, I investigate these collections in archives in Russia because after the Second World War and when Russians looted many collections, many of them they transferred to Kiev, where the special secret department of the historical archives was founded, and many wagons, many train cars were transferred to this center from different parts of Europe, from Warsaw, Krakow, Berlin, Vienna, and so on. But the main archive, secret archive, so-called Особый архив, secret archive of the USSR, was founded in 1946 under the order of Beria and Lavrenti Beria, and many collections of European countries were transferred there, and nobody knows about this institution until the collapse of the USSR. So I don't have much time to develop this this theme now, but I'd like to show you some documents, photo documents from Ukrainian archives. You can see some brigades. This is original documents that now preserve in our Central State Audiovisual and Electronic Archives in Kiev. Before 1990s, all these documents was in secret departments. And on this picture, some of this picture were published before, but on the left picture you can see the overloading of archival documents transferred to Ukraine from Krakow. And in this regard, I'd like to mention some words, tell some words about the collection of the Shevchenko Scientific Society that Nazis during March and April of 1944 transferred from Lviv to Tinets near Krakow, and then they left them there, and they were found by Polish authorities, and now the preserved, it is a well-known fact that it is preserved in Narodowa Biblioteka, National Library in Warsaw. But it is interesting to know that during the operational processing, so-called Chekist operational usage of this document in Kiev, they processed not only documents from emigre collections, but many documents in 1947 and in 1950 were transferred from Lviv to this department in Kiev, and among them was the archives of the Shevchenko Scientific Society. And this was the huge amount of archives, near 2 tons, 1,900 kilos that mentioned in the documents. And you can see on this slide that it was not only processing of these documents, but also the main targets of processing these documents was the operational usage of this information and about scientists, public figures, and a lot of reports now preserved in previously secret divisions of archival administration that is very interesting not only to fix and to understand the roots of these. I'm ending now. I only say some words about this, but also it's important that we can see on these slides, you can see the information about from these reports about the operational activity and Chekists' usage of these documents. And you see that previously, 10-15 years ago, even our current historians in our journals don't like to publish the article with the title about these events with the word Chekist processing or usage, only operational, but operational can be different. And here you can see that they form very huge cards information about Ukrainians, politicians, cultural figures, scientists, and so on. And on these documents, you can see information about processing in Kiev the documents of Metropolitan Shevchenko from Lviv about the Scientific Shevchenko Society, many funds, and many you can later acknowledge with these documents too. In the end, I'd like to mention one more information that some collections, some immigrants try to preserve their collections during the wartime and passed them to these emigre centers in Europe. And among them was especially Volodymyr Doroshenko, well-known librarian of the Shevchenko Scientific Society, and he gave huge personal archive to the Museum of the Liberation of Ukraine in Prague. He was some time he spent into the DP camp and arrived to US, and this part of his archive from the beginning of the 20th century, and this is really was not only his private archive but a part of Shevchenko Scientific Archive, from Prague was transferred to Kiev, to Lviv and to Kiev, and then was at the Secret Service operation from many years, and secret storages. But some scientists decided to take some documents with them. And now I'd like to show one more documents. This is documents from the current collection of the Shevchenko Scientific Society here that we found together with archivist Michael Andretz here. And this is documents, this is autographs of very famous scientists, these biographies dating 1943 by Alexander Ogloblin, Natalia Polonska-Vasilenko. They decided not to left these archives in Prague, but they take, these documents, but they take them to DP camps and then to their countries of living, and so consequently they now preserving in archives in Shevchenko Society, and it's very, very important. So last but not least, in my conclusion, I'd like to see some main issues. That the archives of the Ukrainian emigre, which contained important documents on the history of national building and the struggle for Ukrainian independence and identity, were targeted, as we can see, by Nazi secret services and then by Soviet secret services. The Soviet Union special services, hunting for trophy collections, separately emphasized the importance of the archives of Ukrainian political, cultural, and religious organizations, institutions, and figures, aiming to control the population of Ukraine and fight political movements.
The archival collections that were massively displaced from European territories were located in secret departments of archives and used to obtain operational information about organizations, figures, and members of their families. In the context of the current challenges of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine, special attention should be paid to the protection of archives and information, since the tasks and goal, both ideological and propaganda, of the aggressor are the same, very similar by totalitarian countries and special services during World War II. We need to remember that our archives at all levels, including diaspora institutional archives and valuable Shevchenko Scientific Society collections, are of great importance for keeping our memory, identity, for researching and promoting Ukrainian cultural values and intellectual history throughout the world. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Okay, so this is kind of like the death slot at Eurovision. Vote for me despite your better judgment. I want to begin with a question about maps and map making. And it was inspired by Professor Michael Gordon at Princeton University, who wrote a book on pseudoscience. And he called it Pseudoscience, a very short introduction. One of the driving questions that I've had in my life since I first discovered the Zapiski and Rudnitsky 25 years ago has been to question the nature of cartography. Is cartography nauka, Wissenschaft? Is it actually a science? And spoiler ending, it's not. So where I operate today with these three books and with this beautiful map made by a Ukrainian artist, Here Be People. If you remember the theater in Mariupol, this is a good way of thinking about the early history back to the 16th century. There be lions, here be lions, the blank spots, the white spots on the map. In 1907, Stepan Lvovich Rudnitsky, a full and active member of the NTSH, published the first Ukrainian map of the world, map of the Western and Eastern hemispheres. I think we need to be careful about firsts, and Anton and I can talk about this, but this map by Rudnitsky, which he made in 1907 as a scientist or someone pretending to be a geographer as a scientist, was a borrowing. It was a translation or a revision of a circulating Viennese map made by a Slovenian, sometimes confused as a Slovak priest named Blasius Kozan, who had made such maps, and they were popular in the millions in Vienna in the 1860s. So brought from Vienna, translated repeatedly from German into Polish, there were many sources, and I think the Żerołoznawstwo from the Zapiski and from the NTSH is really important for the kind of work that we do. That said, what I want to do in my brief 20 minutes today is show three snapshots. Oh, sorry, I'll get it into the slideshow. Yeah, so show three snapshots of three individuals who are engaging in their work with maps. I would call these in order: modern, early modern, and postmodern, so I'm not going to be going in order. I want to show a lot of visuals as eye candy for all of you. These three people were late 19th, early 20th century Ukrainian scientists who became very prominent. He moved after World War I to Kharkiv, was arrested in 1933, and executed in 1937. That, of course, is Rudnitsky, Mapman 1. Mapman, too, was a collector by the name of Bogdan Kravtsev, and Professor Grabowicz knows him very well because he wrote the preface to a book that I am very proud of called Ukraine Under Western Eyes. Kravtsev was the collector of 891 maps of Ukraine, stored at Harvard's Pusey Library, the largest collection of maps of Ukraine in North America. Map woman, we need to talk more about women in this Entesha, is a dear friend that I will call Teje from Kharkiv, who fled the war. And I'll conclude with her, an expert in political science and political economy and borderlands. So how to restore this agency? I think there's a conventional way to do that, and there are some, sorry, this is two, I'm not that tall. There's a conventional way to do this, and there's an unconventional way to do this. One is by tracing the correspondence, the prosopography, what I call in Mapman epistolary geography, all of the different exchanges and sometimes non-exchanges, as we heard very interestingly from Martin Roda, what Hrushevsky found interesting and what he did not. I think the letters that fall into silence in the mailboxes, email boxes of presidents and vice presidents of societies are just as interesting as the responses. So we have Hrushevsky, who in a very deep way, through his deep knowledge of Ukrainian studies and Ukrainian history, chose this Ukrainian Galician rival of the Pole, Eugeniusz Romer. And Rudnitsky was interesting because his branch of the Rudnitsky family came from Augustów, not far from Ternopil. So snapshot one is 1870s, Peremyshl, Lviv, Ternopil. One of the things that I've argued in mapping Europe's borderlands and elsewhere is for the individual subjectivity and emotions of each of these geographers, and that entails often studying their long family histories. I think Fabian does this really well in his book. So many of our members of the Entesha were from Greek Catholic priest households, might be 70, 80%. Rudnitsky's grandfather, Denis, was a Greek Catholic priest. His father, Lev, born in 1851, finished gymnasium, studied in Vienna and Lviv, and I would describe Rudnitsky's father as very much a Central European, multilingual, earning degrees in history, geography, and German, becoming the director of classical gymnasia in Galicia, and moving with his family to Peremyshl in 1873, Lviv in 1879, Ternopil in 1887, and Lviv again in 1891. Why is all of this important? In the 19th century context, our geography societies, like many of our positivistic and progressive societies, were steeped in deep knowledge and deep learning about geography and cartography, with cartography being a kind of ancillary discipline. I won't use the word pseudoscientific yet. But in any case, Rudnitsky fit into a lot of these categories of carto-anxieties. But he wasn't mapped very easily, being multilingual, not quite fitting into categories, at least not the reductionist categories from the Habsburg and later Russian empires of one language, one territory, one nation. How do we know this? Well, Rudnitsky, his mother had been Emilia Taborska. She was of Armenian background. And his marriage was rather complicated. I talk about this in the book, Mapman. Rudnitsky's parents became ill. They died young. His mother, Emilia, whom he was very close to, died of tuberculosis, and his father died of a heart attack when he was in his 20s. Why is this important? I think it's vital to ask the question about how individuals get interested in knowledge. What is it that draws them, as Jan Surman writes about, to epistemes, to epistemology? What establishes our grounding, our osnova, our foundation? And I would argue that many of these scientists became very passionate about the sciences because they were actually kind of unhinged. I use this word very carefully, but we tend to think of science as bourgeois nationalist professional. We're becoming more knowledgeable about things like maps. But it's easy to forget before 1914 that a lot of these cartographers did this as a hobby. And they became interested in statistical demography and many of the other new sciences, like the ones that Rudnitsky eventually became known for in his own prosvita, his project of enlightenment. Rudnitsky, in fact, in the first decade of the 20th century, published the first national study of astrogeography. Now, who's going to write about that? It was in Ukrainian. Hrushevsky actually liked it quite a lot. And it was a breakthrough that earned him the active membership he sought in the NTSHA, astrogeography, a ticket to ride. Like Hrushevsky in history, he developed in Ukrainian national frames more disciplines and core subdisciplines, expanding the field of Ukrainian studies well beyond the liberal arts and humanities and initial concentration on philology, literature, history, and to some extent, geography. Rudnitsky became very interested in things like Erdkunde, the earth sciences, climatology, meteorology, oceanography, earth magnetism, geophysics, volcanism, and hydrography. I think this is important to mention because as a historian of the sciences and technology and a historian of geography, geography can't be reduced to anthropogeography, human geography, and certainly not to ethnocentric geography or ethnography. This is just one discipline. And I sought to try and figure this out from the strength of the legacy. So here is perhaps one of the greatest proto-GIS maps, the Carte Rouge of Count Paul Teleki, the Transylvanian Count, twice Prime Minister of Hungary, who committed suicide in April of 1941. The Carte Rouge, if you study the map with its paprika red, was a way of insisting on irredentism. It was also a way to insist on making Hungary bigger, if not great again, after the Treaty of Trianon, June 4th, 1920. So first person, our snapshot of Stepan Rudnitsky, who continued his work from German to Ukrainian as a rival of Eugeniusz Romer, the prominent Polish geographer and cartographer who had a chair of geography in 1909 at the University of Lemberg, Lviv, Lvov, Leopold, later the University of Jan Kazimierz. So these geographers faced all sorts of threats. And let's be honest about those threats as I move to my second question, which is, how is Ukraine mapped in the world? The matter of perception is incredibly important. The word that I tend to use is prejudice. And this is from the Bulgarian anarchist graphic designer who calls himself a humanoid, Janko Cvetkov, whose Atlas of Prejudice is translated into over 30 languages, I think into most European languages. You can even buy this at German train stations. I think this particular map, you're supposed to laugh, by the way, at the end of the day, but this particular map can be subject to all kinds of analysis using our tools of critical geography and cartography, even the general tools of political geography or critical geopolitics or sociology or the critique of institutions. But I think that doesn't diminish its power out there as a communicative artifact and object, especially in digital worlds, which we can't possibly control. So, what to do? Snapshot 2, here's my own positionality and subjectivity. I can write about it endlessly. about how the mapping of Ukraine is used and abused, about how Ukrainians are silenced, marginalized, and disregarded. These are my weapons. Unfortunately, nobody reads our words, but they're important. And the new work, and here I actually think some of this history is really important. Anton's work on the first ethnographic map, Bill Rankin's work on race and the territorial imaginary, Petra Svatek's work for Central European ethnic cartography. All of these works suggest that there are ways to do critique, as in the critique of the Enlightenment project, not involving the standard ways of resorting to critical theory or the Frankfurt School or some of the other dominant things that come out of the mid to late 20th century. Another form of critique is to go into the world of comparative literature. And I think this particular snapshot is something that from which I drew inspiration after reading Professor Grabowicz's work and seeing how important Bohdan Kravtsev was among the neoclassical translators and poets of Ukraine in the early period, so really from about the late 1920s through the 1930s. A short little off-modern excursion here, inspired by the late Svetlana Boym. When I think about this snapshot too, I think about the problem of inventing and imagining and reconstructing and making and unmaking. The discourse and discursive practices of invented nations is, of course, a Western practice. Putin did not invent this, right? So when we're thinking about the invention as in artifices or things that are created by political elites or intelligentsias, this is a world in many respects that is a world of literary word building and imagination. And from modernism to postmodernism, here are some of the authors. I know they can't be all linked together, but these are some of the classic works, I would say, imagining the Balkans, Maria Todorova, Vesna Goldsworthy, another scholar of comparative literature, the ways to do heterotopic, borrowing from Foucault, mapping of other lands and no places. In fact, these books litter our library shelves, if not the archives of places like our professional society, the Entesha. I'm sure you recognize Vitaly Chernetsky's Mapping Post-Communist Cultures. Sorry, I'm not blaming you, Vitaly, for anything. Like, you're not responsible for Putin. But these particular works suggest that mapping is as much an act of orientation as it is an act of disorientation, or as Yuri Andrukhovich called it in one of his books, disorientation on location. And in many respects, I see this, and here I'm going to do some really fast-forward eye candy, as a way to catalog, maybe even archive, all of the different dystopic, utopic, heterotopic, otherland types of spaces. Notice from all the way forward to Olga Tokarczuk and others, if you read Tokarczuk's Flights, the use of maps and map language. Andrukhovich himself wrote as in writing an almanac. And so we have all of these fictional countries. You know, there even was a journal of a Thompson's Sarmatian Review, Pannonia, the world of Danilo Kish, flashing this forward, the journals, Shalom Aleichem, the Yiddish almanac tradition. If we think about all of these in terms of cultural geography, human geography, these, of course, are ways of world creating, and they're not created so much out of knowledge as out of ignorance. And that's my main point here in making the transition from popular culture, less bourgeois national professional societies, and all of those wonderful debates between Franco and all of his allies, or Hrushevsky and all of his allies. These mappings were terrible, like really terrible. This has got to be one of the worst novels I've ever written, and I've ever read, and it was written by none other than Winston Churchill. even Churchill said in 1965 that he didn't want his friends to read it. These are like, you know, we have Vulgaria, I can go on and on. This is my sort of like Larry Wolf riff. Video games, bricolage, Oz, of course, is a, you know, like a kingdom and a community. Zhubrovka, which I think is really great, Land of the Bison. Some of these I mention in my writing, and they were racist imaginary places. Karl May was a favorite person that Adolf Hitler liked to read. So, you know, these particular places and place names, toponyms, I would argue are nenauchne, but they tell us something about emotional worlds, and especially about the snapshots of people. In order to make a map, you have to have certain skills. In order for someone to read the map, you have to have an audience, which means, in many respects, you need a platform. Famous writers can do it, like Absurdistan for Gary Steingard, or Herzoslovakia for Agatha Christie, or Kakania, everyone has heard of this, for Musil, or Fredonia in Sylvania. I think there was an electric company that used to make light bulbs in the United States called Sylvania. But in any case, you know, it goes on. And I think in many regards, this, you know, I've collected about 500 of these. This is another one of my art carving projects that got destroyed by the war. These particular spaces could be highbrow, right? Saltykov-Shtedrin, one of the great place names, Glupov, the town of stupid people. Charlie Chaplin, Bacteria, I think this is a great one, and it's a form of critique of dictatorship during the war. Estrovia, I believe that's somewhere like down maybe 79th Street. Highbrow Worlds, Land of Ulro. Again, the dialogues that we see in intertextuality, so Kristina Sabulauskaite wrote the Silva Rerum trilogy back to the 18th century, became hugely popular in Lithuanian and then in translation. Intellectuals, Kessler, this is a terrible book in a terrible place, Khazaria. Deutscher, I think this is a brilliant sort of satiric essay on Pulrugaria. Anyway, it goes on and on. I want to skip forward. These are the more famous ones. This was the great prompt for so many debates about who belongs and who doesn't belong to Central Europe and what do we do with modernist aesthetics. But the maps were maps that were drawn in war. And in moving from my second character to my third character, this is going to be my final emphasis. The map was a weapon, and it certainly was so for Bogdan Kravtsev, who was displaced several times over between 1939 and 1949. When he landed in the United States in Philadelphia, he collected all of those maps, going up and down the coast, buying things from antiquarian shops in Philadelphia and New York. For Croatia, maps written on cocktail napkins could be genocidal maps, right? And so we see maps that are both used for the purpose of preservation and maps that were used for the purpose of destruction, racially, ethnically, by nationality, and so on. In a postmodern situation, especially the postmodern condition, as we might stretch it into the 21st century, where you have to deal with digital and not just analog after the invention of the internet in 1994, 1995, such maps live forever. And when they live forever on in the ether, old wine in new bottles, they can become quite dangerous. So here's where I want to end with my third and last character, the map woman, Tanya Zhe. When I started my war archive in October and November of 2021, I think I started it in panic. To be very honest, panic, anger, and fear. I saw the troops mounting along the border. about 100,000. Like most of my Ukrainian friends, I didn't think that the full-scale invasion would happen. And when it did happen, I was online almost 20 hours a day, collecting information and doing all kinds of chronology, archiving, using all of the digital tools that I had been taught as a cartographer. My friend wrote this in the middle of the night on Ukrainian time, March 4th, 2022, and I will read it. She said, "The Russian army cleans Ukrainian cities off the face of the earth, March 4th, 4:21 a.m., 2022, destroying key infrastructure so that there is no water, heat, light. Rescuers can't dismantle the debris under the shelling. The Russian army is squeezing the civilians out of the cities so they can then fight the rest as if they are terrorists. Yesterday, many of my Kharkiv residents became refugees. This is what happens in life. Just yesterday, you were finishing an article and making plans for your vacation. And today, you are standing with a bag at the station in Poltava, good city, I've been trying to see it a long time ago, with your scared children and a cat in a carrier. I didn't have time to pick up my mother, no gasoline, traffic jams and debris everywhere, burned cars and again shelling. And there is a chance to start your life with a clean leaf, but you are somehow not very happy about it. What's on my mind today? What is more terrifying than the destruction of my country? By the request of a nuclear button maniac, there will be a new world in which such crimes remain unpunished. The defeat of Hitler's Germany and trial of Nazi criminals have created a confidence in several generations of Europeans that there is a global moral order in which evil is punishable. But for justice to prevail, a military defeat of the criminal regime is necessary, and there are problems with that in the nuclear era. My map woman wrote, so as long as the maniac has a remission period, Western politicians will sit with him again at a very long table. This is and will be the collapse of the world order, the real end of history. The thought of my children and grandchildren having to live in this world of evil makes me physically sick. And so I'll end with my maps. I can give you this PowerPoint if you like. It's way too long. I'm working on this archive, so I'm quite proud of it. I spent a whole lot of time in the last 2 years building an audience between academics, diplomats, scientists, war crimes investigators, people like you. It exists on that strange Elon Musk platform, and it's made my work double and triple. But just collecting the amount of information, starting from the standpoint of cartography, using all of the tools, everything that I can imagine for the February 24th archive, this is what I hope the scientific community, including Intisha, will continue. Thank you.
As the organizer of this conference, I only have myself to blame for having put together a panel which, following in the footsteps of the presentations we've just heard, is going to be quite an awesome task. We are, however, I think, both in this panel and in our entire day as a whole, incredibly fortunate in that we see indeed how rich and vibrant and diverse and relevant and necessary and impact-making is the kind of work that we are doing as intellectuals. And I am grateful to everyone here for your contributions to this. There are, if there are strands that link the papers of this panel in particular, they can be described in two different ways. One had to do with critical and historical epistemology. That is, thinking about how knowledge is generated, how knowledge is shared, transmitted, disseminated, what goals do individuals and communities and institutions, what goals do they pursue when they're trying to disseminate knowledge? Are they abstract, science for science sake, or are they indeed with the hope of having a clear social impact? What are the symbolic functions of knowledge and knowledge-related institutions for the creation and sustaining and the development of communities? What is the symbolic function of knowledge for power and control? Professor Palyenko mentioned Napoleon's plans of seizing various important archives and how crucial they were for him, and obviously then went into much more detail at the very ominous and very relevant and memorable to this day events that surrounded both Soviet terror and Nazi terror during World War II. With repressive regimes especially, it is fascinating how obsessive they are at collecting and documenting things, but then also creating barriers and areas of degrees of restricted access. And the way the knowledge is then instrumentalized. In other words, the knowledge that has been generated, disseminated, and archived, so we're talking about dissemination across time and across space, how that knowledge can be instrumentalized in ways in which those who originally generated and disseminated it could hardly imagine. We ultimately then, if we are going further in the sort of meta-theoretical dimension, can think about something that, since postmodernism was mentioned by Stephen, by the idea of cognitive mapping. And cognitive mapping, and this is something that, I talk about a bit in my book that Stephen was so kind to include the dust jacket of in one of the slides. But this was an idea that was proposed and developed by Frederick Jameson, another major contemporary thinker whose 90th birthday we marked just a couple of weeks ago. For Jameson, cognitive mapping is the answer to the disorientation a contemporary person has in the incredible flood of information, the useless information of the kind of the demon of the second kind of Stanisław Lem's Siberia generates. For those who remember that one of the most brilliant allegories of how information can be factually correct, but still something that creates complete disorientation and despair and paralysis. So in other words, an important task that I think for all of us is not to become frustrated or paralyzed or overwhelmed. Cognitive mapping is approaching the situation and starting by acknowledging one's own place or positionality, as we now say in contemporary academic discourse. Where am I? And based on that, we then can build on those reflections. And sometimes it can be the intentional, like in Andruchovich, disorientation on location. So in other words, you want to become productively confused by refusing some of the very clearly established outlines and seeing if there are new ways, new approaches of developing what there might be. And sometimes it is reaching back to the maps of mysterious objects that may or may not have existed that can become also profound metaphors. I'm thinking of Sofia Andruchovich's novel Amadoka, where for those who are not familiar with the novel, Amadoka was a giant lake that appears in a lot of maps of Ukraine in the area of western Podillia, likely sort of somewhere between the Khmelnytsky and Ternopil regions. But at some point it disappears from maps. It appears on maps as late as the 17th century, and we do not conclusively know whether this was something that some Western cartographers thought up and then were proven wrong by actual geographic studies of the area, or maybe there was actually a lake that somehow dried up, and it is that open question that then becomes a metaphor for levels of investigation and thinking about the information that is available and unavailable, something that we can try to excavate and almost in archaeological sense, something that we try to discover through archives, through unexpected findings, like Anton's finding of the complete set that was able, of the Zapiski and Tasha, that was able to come to Tartu University Library despite the Russian censorship prohibitions. And it could have that revelatory potential. Most importantly, what I think all the papers on this panel tell us is how to not give up, how to keep on going. And we have a very concrete example of Stephen's admirable project of the archive that he's created and has been sustaining and developing since February 24th of 2022, and a work of many others who are doing not the same kind of work, but a different kind of work. I'm thinking of the work of the Ukrainian artist Alevtina Kahidze, who also is very productively working with the archive as an institution. And in fact, she's been teaching archiving workshops to fellow contemporary Ukrainian artists because they were not trained how to develop an archive of their own. And it is very important for posterity, for the future of Ukraine, that we have their work documented, preserved, and studied. And especially in the situations of precarity that we have now in the conditions of war, this task is of huge importance. So we will, after our coffee break, have a chance for a more general discussion to which I hope to bring everyone here in the audience who can stay with us that late. And as a reward afterwards, as a little carrot, I'm going to dangle in front of you the closing reception which the Society will be presenting. But for now, my shared question or invitation to the panelists, to all three, is to place the case studies that you presented in this broader framework of cognitive mapping, of thinking of where is taking the Ukrainian academic project. Anton beautifully discussed the contradictions, you know, the Aporias of the situation of Ukrainian knowledge production and dissemination efforts that were can be treated one day as a radical subversive project and then the other day as a neutral, value neutral, or politically neutral process of scientific research by the very same people who would be judging it one way or the other. This kind of examples of these paradoxes, they tell us that the path to realization of how the knowledge that we create and we try to disseminate is going to go forward, the ways in which it will be used, as Professor Polyenko's presentation showed us, can often be very unpredictable. But still, we continue with those projects and we try to make a meaningful difference. So my big thanks to all the presenters, and I hope we'll have also more questions from the audience, including the audience online. Thank you so much, everyone.
Questions from the audience or questions from us first?
You can do to each other, whichever way.
Yeah, maybe if you want to
Anton, would you like the mic first, since you went first?
No, I just said that I don't have any comment on Vitaly's intervention, so I'll...
Yeah, if you want to make a comment on Vitaly.
Okay, so the question was about cognitive mapping from Vitaly and Jameson. One really anecdotal way I would answer this question is to say, if you remember during the first few months of the escalated war, and it should be emphasized that the war began in February, March 2014, that day zero is not February 24th. But if you remember in March, and maybe through this time where I had collected this tweet, one of the responses that a lot of academics, especially specialists like us in Ukrainian studies or Ukrainian history, Ukrainian historiography had, was to say, we can correct Putin's psychotic, megalomanic, strange postmodernist way of drawing the Russian-Ukrainian Brotherhood as a pretext for genocide by just appearing in a very sort of neutral scholarly voice and explaining how that particular history is wrong. So I remember a BBC interview that Serhiy Plokhy and Faith Hillis and a few other people gave as a response to the public, reaching out to the masses, and it was effective. I think it's incredibly important that we write op-eds in the Washington Post or whatever, Wall Street Journal, but it was clear to me that this was not working as a tactic, because in many respects, the platforms of social media all worked against us. Zuckerberg's platform, Jack Dorsey's Twitter before it became Elon Musk's X. These were sort of like sailing into a very heavy wind, right? And most of you, I would say, or maybe many of you, are not on every single social media platform every hour of the day. You have lives, you're not interested in this. But I spent many hours in the middle of the night from 1 to 4 a.m. or 2 to 5 a.m. just trying to get the stories out. This was my autobiographical experience. It wasn't good on my mental health, but I think that just in sort of like trying to adjust the epistemological frameworks and the horizons, ultimately people who figured out the algorithms and then tweeted and retweeted and put comments out again and again and put maps out again and again, those are the people that I admire. And not just them, but actually the people who sort of went out from the journals where you're talking to the same audience of 5 people or 50 people in a conference room once a year at ACES, trying to reach people in a way that's actually sophisticated and correct. I think that's a really hard thing to do. I mean, there are very few public intellectuals who are willing to spend that amount of time after they've, wasted their 10 years writing a dissertation turned into a monograph, then making that leap outward from their institutions in order to recreate a communicative system for cognitive mapping. So my way of saying this is to say it's not the person who draws the most sophisticated map or even writes the best dissertation, even though we want it to be like that. I know I want it to be like that. The person who writes the best dissertation should have the loudest voice. But I was in the social media environment just screaming half of the night, literally screaming at anybody who would listen about what was happening. And so that particular experience of 2022 panic, watching people go to the border, fleeing from their homes, that I think for at least 6 to 8 months in covering Kharkiv and looking at the specific geolocations of places was where I really wanted to apply whatever I had learned in geography and cartography for the public, insofar as that was possible. And I'm not the only person who does this. I mean, the archive for the Center for Urban History with Natalia Otryshenko and Taras Nazaryuk and Sofia Dyak, that's extraordinary. The documenting Ukraine, they have terabytes of telegram information. The work that the Center for Urban History has done, I think, is exceptional. The work from the Institute for Wissenschaft von Menschen is exceptional. The work from Sucho, which I didn't mention, Saving Ukrainian Cultural Heritage online. Initially, Quinn Dombrowski, at the beginning of the full-scale war, had 1,200 volunteers just working around the clock, trying to preserve as much as they could for archiving and maintaining a Ukrainian cultural, political, social political framework for disseminating information. I found that sort of urgency to be extremely important to answer the question about cognitive mapping. Insofar as you could have Ukrainian agency, there were people who didn't have time because they were trying to get, to safety away from the invasion and away from the attack. So, I feel like I did as much as I could.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Chernetsky, for so valuable and relevant a session of this report about archives during the totalitarian regime. And I'd like to underline that the situation now in Ukraine is totally different, changed, because modern archivists, they reflect the society, they reflect, and in total, archives reflected the society. Is it totalitarian or democratic? And now we can see that how open these institutions are, and our archivists do great work to circulate information, to digitalize collection, and even in the circumstances of a full-scale invasion, our archives today are open, and not only for researchers, not only for Ukrainian researchers, but through the digital collections to researchers online. And modern archivists, in particular Ukrainian archivists, are active participants of the creation, of the process of creation, the scholarly discourse and academic discourse. they develop this broadened vision of contemporary society by proactive documentation projects. Stephen now mentioned these projects of public organizations, different organizations, but archival community are in close connection with these organizations, and so they are actively participate in proactive documentation projects and are closely connected with the social society. That is why it seems to me that the future of Ukrainian and science and archivists will be great.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Maybe as a chair, I will exercise my right to ask some questions. Anton, I have a first question for you. I'm trained as a political scientist, and political scientists like to ask a question of what is the relative importance of structure versus agency? This is our favorite one. And as I listened to your presentation, I noticed that you mentioned how there was a larger turnover in the leadership of the main censorship agency. You mentioned several times how the one was replaced by another. So I was wondering to what extent this, what explains this high turnover, whether they had a short term or whether they were quickly replaced if they did not meet certain expectations. And whether this high turnover might have had some impact on some inconsistencies maybe or some, that you have observed. And I was also wondering whether through your research you found that the documents that made its way to Tartu could be also found in Kharkiv or Odessa and other imperial universities of that time. Were they able to be, were they delivered to Estonia or to what is now contemporary Estonia just because maybe someone in St. Petersburg assumed that there was a rather small community of Ukrainians and thus those documents would be just left forgotten? Yeah. For me, I have a question about the implications of this transfer of archives from Krakow and Prague to Soviet Union and Kiev. You mentioned that they were stored in special storages. So I was just wondering whether the NKVD tried to just restrict access to those resources, or they try to study them and use them as an additional source of information to them implement repression in a more effective way, because I suppose that there were some maybe individuals mentioned in those documents, in those archives that that happened to be on the territory of Ukraine and thus could be arrested or somehow isolated from society. And for Stephen, I wonder if, as you showed some maps, contemporary ones, a lot of them came from either Russia or from Ukraine. And I wonder, I don't know if it's part of your project or not, to see how much mapping of Ukraine changed after 2014 by other countries, and whether we could see, based upon it, the politics of identity or foreign relations between Russia vis-a-vis, I don't know, some countries in Latin America or Asia, how they mapped Ukraine based upon their relations with Russia. Thank you. And maybe I will just collect a few more questions so that just very, very briefly, if you can ask a question.
I have a couple of questions that I would like to ask now, since we are still talking about this panel and the concluding discussion presumably is a broader, is that all right? Yes? Okay. One specific question that I have to each of the panelists, to Mr. Kotenko, which was a very interesting presentation. Thank you. is this idea of a flaw or paradox or aporia, however you want it, to be understood in the traditional way that, for example, the saw that I first heard from Richard Pipes was that the severity of Russian laws is modulated by their incompetence in enforcing them. Okay, is that the answer? Or is there an answer of a more, you know, of a finer nature? To Professor Peryanko, this was a very interesting presentation, and the continuity of the Russian approach to things is that the third section behaved very much like the NKVD, only much more violently in the latter case. But the essential question that I would like to ask is that among the conclusions that you reach, there's one that can be called dotting the I, and that is that all archives basically should be made public. They should be made available. They should be digitized, especially in an era like this where they are being literally under threat. So I wonder if you find that acceptable and in any way, as it were, problematic. And to Stephen Siegel's talk, it was just wonderful. I never thought that this kind of insight can be drawn from maps, and this was really quite remarkable. I just have this praise for you. Thank you.
I have just a couple of comments from our online audience, whom I do not want to ignore in this situation. One, both for Stephen Siegel, and both comments, so I will try to summarize them briefly. From Jeff Stepnisky, one of the lessons I take from your presentation is that almost always map making is problematic, a form of social control, violence, and erasure. But space is important to human beings. We are spatial beings, and therefore we must talk about and describe our spaces. What then is a better way to describe space than our relationship to space? And a recommendation from Andre Liu. This is not a question, just a suggestion. When you were going through the litany of names of fictional places that sound Eastern European, I wanted to bring to your attention the novel The City and the City by China Miéville. It won multiple literary awards. It is supposed to be a fictional city in Eastern Europe called Bechel. The novel is about a divided city where each half of the city wants to erase the existence of the other, with a reference to that. So thank you to our online audience as well.
Okay, so we're almost out of time. We just have a couple of minutes left. So Anton, maybe I can start first, and then maybe just very brief.
Okay, thanks a lot for the questions and comments. I'm studying the period precisely of 1876-1906, and I'm talking about 4 directors of censorship in Petersburg. Reasons for change were, I guess, different. The most obvious one was a change of the emperor, and then this is why Yevgeny Feoktistov, for example, a longest-serving director of censorship, lost his job and was basically made to retire. Then other directors, they changed their jobs. They were promoted to some other jobs. And of course, this change between directors had an impact on decisions of censors, because, as I tried to point out in a longer paper that I shared with the participants, when a new director came, he needed time to actually understand what's going on, what are the rules, and so on. And this sort of interregnum could have been used by the aspiring authors. And then all of these 4 people, they had different personal qualities. Some were more vigilant, some were lazier, some were more open to dialogue. And again, as I tried to point out, one of them even met Hrushevsky in person, which we didn't know about before. I wasn't able to check libraries of other imperial universities, unfortunately. I have no idea how to do it, because, again, I not sure Ukrainian librarians and archivists, they really do great job up until now, and there is so much to learn from Estonian colleagues, for example. Just the catalogs, I have no idea how to find out what was in Kharkiv or what was in Odessa. I can say that definitely I have not noticed the NTSH in Finland, but there were some other publications from Lviv in Helsinki, so yeah, there is something there, and maybe perhaps someone will be able to find traces of these books in other places. And finally, about the severity of laws as being mitigated by the inability to enforce them. Yes, occasionally that's true, and I try to. I have a beautiful story about that in my article about Ukrainian or Little Russian theater. But in this case, what I'm trying to point out is this direct contradiction, this Schrödinger's cat paradox, that you have a law, basically, which says that books can be sent without any problems to the universities, and you have an EMS decree which says they cannot. And then there is this question, which overrates which, at which point of time, and so on. So it's not about this inability to enforce, it's just this clear contradiction. Thank you.
Thank you for so interesting question. It's open. No? Yeah, this one? Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. Especially about the developing influences of NKVD on archivist work. Yes, due to political emigre or displaced archives from the different European countries, and also the documents of the Third Reich, they were storage in a top secret department, because in 1945 there was established two departments. One secret department where processed documents from the 19th century and early 20th century, gendarme documents, censorship documents, and so on. And top secret department, the second one, later they were working together. They were with the contact with this agency, and due to these reports, they need to process classified documents, techniques for detecting and registering anti-Soviet elements. The main goals of this work was to give information about some persons, about some movements, and prepare historical reports, historical analyses for these services. And this was due to 1960, when the all archival system was reorganized, and they continue working under the government. So it was very dark times, especially Stalinist terrorist times, and now in comparison, and when we are talking about the situation from the beginning of the 1990s, from when Ukraine gained their independence, Ukrainian archives developed in one of the most open archival systems in the world, not only in Europe. In Ukraine now, near 1% of documents on security storage, and this is like in other countries, but it's very small percent, only due to security service, to personal data protection, and so on. But it seems to me that during wartime now, we need to prevent some information for to receive our enemies, because now I know that Polish archivists close. We can't access information online from Ukraine because we now in wartime. We can't get access to information on Polish archives online, but throughout the world anybody can get information on Ukrainian archives. And during the last year, we accelerated this process of digital transformation, and more than 500,000 files were digitalized, and many of them are in online system, and we can use them. So this process reflects the openness of our society and the openness of Ukraine to the world.
Just 1 minute, because we are 5 minutes over time right now, and I want to make sure that we have 10 minutes for the coffee break.
Thanks, Professor Grabowicz, for the compliment. On spatial thinking, I'd highly recommend the Holocaust Geographies Collaborative. This started in 2007, so anybody who's interested in the use of GIS, historical GIS, ArcGIS, also for LGBTQ communities, you can go to Brooklyn and you can find the Lesbian Her Story archives. It's a remarkable thing. It started in 1976. So the idea of making archives public, Lambda archives, where I used to live in San Diego, I think these are initiatives that could potentially be very fruitful for documenting Ukrainian history. And then the final point I would just make about mapping things like protests in your own work for political science, I found this extremely useful for cartography. So mapping, geolocating places for protests, but we have to be really careful about privacy. And this is something, the ethics, what Natalia Otryshenko talks about at the Center for Urban History, I think we need to abide by that for people who don't want their lives online, so who don't want their faces geo-recognized or who don't want to be surveilled. And this is a reality for all of my Ukrainian colleagues and people, and I hope we continue that part of the conversation as well. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
No, colleagues, why don't we go ahead and get started? And first of all, big thanks to everyone who came to today's conference, to our wonderful presenters. A couple of people had to leave early because they actually came here right before having to catch a plane. So we're especially grateful to them for being here for as long as they could before they literally had to rush to catch a plane. What I hope we could do now is to have much more of an open forum discussion with each of the three panels. We ended up having a relatively short question and answer period. And what I hope is that we can do now is a little more organizational brainstorming of where do we go from here. Well, one obvious thing is we would like to transform this conference, the wonderful papers that we've heard, into a new volume of Zapiski Entesha Nova Seria, the scholarly journal that is published by the Shevchenko Scientific Society in the US. And so we very much hope that the presenters would be amenable to transforming the papers that they gave here. And we hope that this might also be a chance to expand the issue and include some of the colleagues who could not travel here for logistical reasons, personal or otherwise. So the first question is that I'm going to have, and I just throw it out as an open question, as we are looking at Ukrainian intellectual history of science and scholarship in the more narrow sense, and how it tried to get institutionalized, and the role of the Shevchenko Scientific Society as the oldest Ukrainian academic institution in existence, of what have we learned through looking at this endurance, not in the celebratory sense, because once again, what I wanted us to have in today's event is not just a celebration with telling each other how wonderful we are and how important we are and how many great things we have done, even though it's very nice to hear compliments. All of us like to hear compliments. As far as compliments are concerned, I mean, I will say quite openly and honestly that I am wowed by the degree of an intellectual atmosphere that we were able to generate and sustain here. But we now have this precious something that we created that I would like us to try to figure out, how do we carry it further? What do we do with conceptualizing and looking at Ukrainian intellectual history and the Shevchenko Scientific Society within it, and where do we go from there? And I don't have the answers. I have some ideas, but I really would like to hear ideas from the room. And it may become a little chaotic, but I will try to manage it as much as I can. But yes, I welcome questions, comments, suggestions, and I already see in the front row Martin and Fabian, and so between the two, okay. Martin, you wrote the book on the society, so you'll get to go first.
Well, thank you so much for these flowers and for the kickoff. Especially picking up on things discussed in the last panel. There were very interesting points about the outrage of Ukrainian knowledge its circulation, boundaries of that, but also the abuse of knowledge. And implicitly, language issues were always present here. Maybe let me just remind you that the average Habsburg Galician who was able to enter a university and was a Ukrainian native speaker was fluent in Ukrainian, Polish, and German, and as well as perfectly capable of reading Greek and Latin. This quadlinguality is the very least on which these people started, and we have people like Volodymyr Hnatyuk, who once wrote a letter to Fedor Vovk. I know basically every Slavic language apart from Bulgarian, but don't worry, we are working on that. What I'm talking about is that such scholarly archives of such illustrious multilingual figures come with a specific problem for the historian today, because barely any of us is, especially dealing with Habsburg Galicia, is besides all these languages I mentioned able to read maybe Yiddish, Hebrew, and Hungarian, which we sometimes need. By the way, building up on Shevchenko Society, Stepan Tomaszewski had once such an idea. He needs Hungarian for his dissertation. Maybe he can get drafted into a Hungarian military unit to learn it on the side and do something useful in these 2 years. He actually made it and wrote his dissertation on Hungarian-Ukrainian history. Where am I going with that? We are challenged with such archives, and I would gladly encourage us to approach such archives with exactly such language capacities. But that requires something. It requires collaborative efforts, not in the form of writing a 4-page paper on one source, but a little bit more condensed approach. It sometimes needs the translation of sources, but especially it needs the digitization of sources. What we tried to do with the Fedor Vovk archive was putting one and only one of such a personal font online, with especially this idea in the background that 50% of his letters are written in French, and barely anyone ever worked with those. And maybe not so many people who are very likely to go there very soon are perfectly capable of deciphering the beautiful handwriting of Gabriel de Mortier and others. Such outreach that this project has already generated would be deserved by many, many fonts that are lying in Ukraine, have sometimes never been properly studied, or which are lying also in diaspora archives. Not only in the beautiful, accessibly Entrechat archives, but also in the little bit more challenging Uvan archives. And therefore, a question, an idea to all of us is what are maybe possibilities to reach out in a little bit more of digitization in these regards to enable collaborative projects on such multilingual archival heritage? That's a very open question for all of us.
Okay, I think Professor Grabowicz wants to actually respond to that.
Yeah, I'd like to second that, but please do.
Yeah, I'm actually speaking to the same point because Martin and I actually sort of coordinated our opinions beforehand. And I would also think that it is an extremely important task to work with the archives over the next years, decades. I once visited the Shevchenko Society in Sarcelles, which has a wonderful library of interwar Ukrainian emigre publications, which also has an archive of piles of paper on the floor of various rooms that are in a rather moist condition. It's in a sorry state overall. Yeah. And these collections are, I mean, Dr. Palyenko, of course, rightly reminded us of the danger to archives in Ukraine itself, but diaspora archives are also endangered, although mostly by the lack of financial means. And I would hope that maybe some of us can, over the next years, think about whether one could acquire funds for the cataloging, for the digitization, and for the making accessible of these archives. I think that is really a crucial task for us as scholars of Ukrainian history.
Thank you, absolutely.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow this up with a concrete example and a kind of hope that we can make it happen. I was approached a few weeks ago by a colleague of mine from Kyiv and Lviv, Oles Fedoruk, who has now become the head of the archival section of the Institute of Literature of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences in Kyiv, with an urgent request to help them digitize as many of their holdings, which are very large and which contain a very large selection of still manuscripts. Many of those have been made available in facsimile editions, but not all of them, of Shevchenko, Franco, and Larisa Kosach, and many others. And saying that in this period of war, they're all, in a sense, endangered, you know, if they are not digitized. And the society has already agreed as a kind of first stage gesture to allocate $10,000 to this, but this is just the beginning. And as this was being discussed by the board of the society, the point was raised by various participants, various speakers, that in today's situation, this should be something that much larger institutions, government-sponsored, whether in the US or in Europe, could also be asked to help and to be addressed with this kind of a request. So if that can be followed up on, this is something that is very concrete now.
Okay, we have a hand in the back, and then Susan.
I just want to piggyback on this proposal a little bit. Besides financial funding for diaspora archives, I would just want to add legal help would be also very appreciated. Who do these archives belong to? They were given in the custody of some individuals. You know, in Louvain, I worked with Prolog many years ago. You know, in Prolog, there are certain people in charge by who? By our former government, by former Ukrainian officials. What power do they have today? Who do they belong to legally? And then there was a failure of succession in these organizations. And I know in the Prolog instance, the person who succeeded for the final huge archives has then turned mentally ill, became paranoid, would not allow anyone to be in touch with him, and that archive is hidden. And it's not funding, but some kind of legal authority to reclaim these archives as ours. I don't know, by government institutions, by some institutions, but to reclaim that archive. In Louvain, too, there was a process in the past of that authority has sort of lapsed and we had no control over it and it kind of went downhill. That's just, I want to add that.
Thank you so much for bringing this up, and this is actually something that has often been brought up, and I think with Sarcelles, with the Shevchenko Scientific Society in Europe, this is part of the problem. This is very often has been, and this is not unique to Ukrainian diaspora. This is something that many diasporic communities here in the US and elsewhere around the world have said. Very often what happens is that the younger generations become more integrated in the host country. They're less attached to those documents. We have then the question of where they should be preserved. Should be preserved in the diasporic sites? Should be they transferred to the countries where the diasporas are from? But if the diasporas are fleeing war or political repression, then those things, just as an examples of the diasporic archives that the Soviet Union took in 1945, shows how, and used for nefarious purposes, that this is a very serious danger. Hence, indeed, the emphasis on preservation and digitization and with the eye to accessibility is something that is really a burning question. I think that we do have a consensus in this respect in this room. In terms of brainstorming ideas, one of the things that I was thinking is of Ukrainian government institutions, the Ukrainian Institute not to be confused with this august institution, but the Ukrainian Institute, that is a public diplomacy wing under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, actually does a lot of work in terms of cultural outreach and network building. Many of the people who work there are academics, intellectuals by training, and very often and they started opening other representative office. There is a very recently opened office in Paris, just like there is an office in Berlin. So I would say talking to them, seeing how things can be networked and mobilized, and seeing how much, because I mean, there is Ukrainian studies in France, there is a Ukrainian diaspora community, but their relationship between Entachat and Sarcelles and French academia and Ukrainian government institutions, I mean, there always can be an excuse as why something cannot be done. We sort of need to build up a way of how we can overcome that inertia so that we're not looking for excuses for things not to get done, but actually get them done. Susan, I hope this mic works.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay, great. So in addition to working on decolonizing Russian history, I also happen to be the director of the public history program at the College of Staten Island, City University of New York. And as part of the training there, we train people to work in archives. And the people who are being trained to work in archives do need to have internships. And today I was speaking to Halyna and also to Mike about placing an intern at the Shevchenko Society and applying for a DHP grant. The DHP grant is a relatively small but useful amount of money coming from the New York State government. And as a result, a particular collection could be not digitized, but probably creating a finding aid. Then another grant can be asked for digitization. Once you get 2 of those grants under your belt, then you can apply to the planning stage for NEH. And then you can apply for the big stage for NEH. So there's like a whole run of stages that you have to do, but it's all very doable, right? And we have interns who need internships. And so I do think it's all very possible. And over the long run, you know, perhaps 7 years from now, you could have the big NEH grant, which could really allow you to do a lot of work. So, you know, a practical step that could be done.
Thank you. Yes, we need to think precisely as you said, in small, concrete, practical steps. And yes, the distance, as you said, it may take 7 years to get a big NEH grant, or maybe even longer. But thinking what could be the small building blocks that we can raise in this issue, I think this is hugely important. And thank you for the signposts, the guides. And this is a conversation that very much, I think, we have a consensus that we want to continue and build forward on. Yes, Michael.
Yes, just to pick up on that, since I am the one of the archivists in the room. I can tell you, in terms of language issues, that's equally important for the archives profession, not just for the scholars. It's possible to find people who have the archival training who don't know the languages and vice versa. Finding that match can be very challenging. And to process a collection, you kind of need to know what, you kind of need to be able to read it. And that brings me to the other point, is that oftentimes digitization is viewed sort of as the panacea. I hate to throw cold water on this, but it's not always, because first of all, some collections and some archives are truly gigantic, and digitizing them in their entirety is going to be very difficult, if not impossible. Second of all, you now have the problem of preserving the digital materials that you've generated, which is another whole ballgame. Paper will survive benign neglect. Digital files will not. That's the bottom line. You have to be really careful about that. And really, before a lot of these institutions especially the smaller ones, can get to the point of doing mass-scale digitization, they really need to be able to have their materials processed and described first. And that's what Susan was getting at. So.
Thank you. Thank you for the wise words. And yes, indeed, you need to systematize, process, catalog, create a finding aids, make sure that it's preserved in adequate conditions. I remember, one of my first, student jobs when I was studying here in the U.S. actually was working during the summer in an archive, one of the archival holdings at the university library where I was at the time, under Orest Perlach, who was mentioned here back at Duke University. And this was an eye-opening experience and for me, and I'm normally just a scholar of contemporary literature and cinema who is very far from archives and older things, but it was a revelatory and a transforming experience and really inculcated in me the importance of how fragile these things are, how important they are, and how much we can discover unexpectedly. And I have benefited from wonderful archives in many places around the world, and also seeing the difference from places where you can easily find something, if it is, archives at, Western universities, and the places where it unfortunately is still very, very challenging. I think what is good here is that we're now armed not just with the desire to change, but with the vision of some concrete steps how to move in that direction. So we have both a goodwill and a vision. And what I also would like to encourage everyone present here is please follow up and we can continue this as an organic brainstorming process. We want this to be, as we go into the new year, the 151st year of existence of Shevchenko Scientific Society, that this is a living, active, constructively present institution that does its very important work, both for the present and for the posterity. Other questions and comments? We do not just need to talk about archives. This is a hugely important topic, but I don't want it to suck all the oxygen out of the room. Yes, Albert. The bike is coming.
2 or 3 years ago, I remember...
Albert, hold on a second. A microphone is coming.
Some years ago, I remember meeting Yuri Andruchovich more than once. I think he was at Columbia. Later, he went to the society to talk there. And then Serhiy Zhadan had been in New York many, many times. I haven't seen either of them here for 2 or 3 years. The same thing, we had a visit of the, I think, Kiev Symphony at Lincoln Center. They played outdoors, as well as a visit with ballet from, I guess it was Kiev, I'm not sure where. Now, I'm wondering if we can get back to cultural exchanges the way we had 2 or 3 years ago and bring intellectuals here as well as concerts from Ukraine.
This is a hugely important topic, and I think actually there are things happening, but they're not often well publicized. We had a wonderful event at Carnegie Hall with Kievska Kamerata for the first time in the United States, I think, since the 1980s. So, and Joyce DiDonato, the celebrated, singer, as the guest one of the guest soloists with the concert. Yuri Andruchovich actually was at Columbia too a few weeks ago, but what often happens is that we do not have sufficient coordination, and this is again done on the level of individual person enthusiasm. I mean, I can tell you that one of the things that I research is, contemporary art, contemporary cinema. I mentioned Alevtina Kahidze, the wonderful Ukrainian contemporary artist who has done a lot of projects. She was in New York I think a month ago or something like that for an event at NYU, and she just flew to New York and back. But I learned about it from a Facebook Messenger message that she sent to me like 2 days before that. Vitaly, help spread the word. And we need to make sure that there is a better way of coordinating. And yes, I try to use my social media presence just like Stephen does. And it takes time and energy and takes away time from actually doing research work and writing work. But yes, we do not have a organized sort of clearinghouse and coordination right now of cultural events, not just here in greater New York City area, but nationwide, because there are projects that are happening in many different places. We at NTSH, fortunately, we did have very recently a wonderful visit by poet Yulia Musakovska, who unfortunately I am yet to meet in person, even though we've been friends on Facebook for many years. And I think that went very well, and we do have a recording of that. So we are continuing with those kind of public events. And we, of course, the pandemic helped us also to become much more savvy about events online. But as this event shows, and with all respect and gratitude to our online audience, I think we all appreciate how much in-person living presence matters and how much important it is for us. Susan has a hand. Paul?
In terms of having a clearinghouse, one practical thing I could suggest is for the Society to reach out to CUNY Cultural Corps. It's an organization that's designed to bring sort of a more diverse group of people into arts management. You might be able to get a one-year intern that would be paid. And also I would suggest reaching out to arts management organizations, not organizations, but like programs. I think NYU has one as well. They probably need to place people in internships. So something like that. If you had a regular rotation of an intern that was kind of skilled in that, would be a pretty amazing thing.
Thank you. Again, this is very important precisely because we also want to build continuity in the work of the society and involving students as interns in its working. I mean, just like my summer job in the library, 35 years ago for a few hours a day, had this transformative experience. I mean, this can have very serious lasting consequences. So we are taking notes. We are taking notes, and we are very much eager to use this moment for a meaningful program of a much more effective and organized management of all of these issues. Of course, then there'll be a question of balancing them all together, but we have a vision, and it will be done in a scaffolded manner that I hope that will make us all proud. Yes.
Oh. Just to dot the I's and hello? Yeah. To maybe restate it one last time. This conference was held sort of in tribute to all those very young-looking people up there. And it reminds us that these Ukrainian organizations are not necessarily made up of old people, but young, energetic people. And this is what we tried, in fact, to recreate here, and to dedicate this conference to the young scholars who are working in the field. So just to dot the I's, I think we have heard your request. And I think we need to think, like, what would they have done with this problem of ours? Well, we need to form a committee. We need to form a group of people who are going to seriously tackle the problem of at least our own personal archive preservation. I mean, the money can solve many problems, and we spend money on many things. We give out grants, we're doing renovations, we're doing this, we're doing that, but this is really our core mission. And I think that we need to take it to the next elections and to the next board and really commit ourselves to furthering your work. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Halyna. So, vision of practical steps and organization and indeed involvement of things on the financial side, on the structural side, and yes, bringing in young people, students as interns and giving them a chance to grow and receive professional training and hopefully get inspired by this topic, especially given the relevance, the importance that Ukraine plays in the world right now. That's something that, you know, we, all of us, never get tired telling the world, and the world needs to continue hearing that. More questions, comments?
One last one, the question of teaching Ukrainian at university level. I think there are only some universities, and it's difficult to get to these classes because they're not that, maybe that's something to look into.
Yes, that is something that we can coordinate with a very friendly organization, American Association for Ukrainian Studies, and another very recently developed organization, the International Association of Teachers of Ukrainian, which is led by Sophia Asher at Indiana University. And we have good news is that the number of places where Ukrainian is offered has increased. We have several universities, including my home institution, the University of Kansas, where the first year of Ukrainian language can be taken entirely online. I believe University of Texas, Austin, also does the same. So we are the two universities that do that. But there are more places that Ukrainian is being introduced. It is horrible that it took the full-scale invasion to move from zero to something that an institution at least created a place for Ukrainian language lecture. Not necessarily any other specialist, but at least that Ukrainian language is being offered. And very often they had talent all along. I mean, I know that at University of Wisconsin-Madison, they had a colleague from Ukraine who was teaching German. And so she was perfectly qualified to teach Ukrainian, and so she now teaches Ukrainian. And, but yes, that some eminent universities, like, you know, UC Berkeley did not offer Ukrainian until the war, and it took the war for them to start offering Ukrainian. That's clearly is a telling thing. So change is happening, and we see it happening on a gradual level. In terms of opportunities here in the greater New York area, I'm not sure I see Serhiy Tereshchenko, who was here earlier. So Serhiy is teaching Ukrainian at Stony Brook. So that's another place that did not earlier offer Ukrainian language instruction, so that is happening now too. But obviously we need that more, and as Fabian and Martin well eloquently emphasized, we need in general diverse language proficiency. And this happens through students. Again, I can give a very concrete example. Back in my Columbia University teaching days, in a class on East European literature, one student happened to like one Hungarian novel that was in the class. And to her, it was a life-changing experience. She actually learned Hungarian. She became fluent. She now works, in fact, as a librarian here in New York City at I forget the name of the combined Jewish cultural institution centers that is a couple of blocks. The Center for Jewish History, exactly. So she works there as one of the senior librarians, and this all started with a journey and through one class, one book in a class that then inspired her to learn the language. And Hungarian, they say, is a little more challenging to learn than Ukrainian, but so kudos to her for that. So yes, doing these kind of, and we have also, in terms of the community dialogue, we remember that all the documents of UNR were published in 4 languages, so making sure that there were enough specialists in Yiddish, for instance, who also can work with Ukrainian. So in the Ukrainian Jewish dialogue and unification, and I think it's highly symbolic that we have the exhibition about synagogues of Ukraine on the walls here, the Ukrainian Institute. I mean, that's another very important part, and we see a much more active dialogue happening now. Okay, yes, please.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to add on to the last 2 points about CUNY Cultural Corps. I was actually a CUNY Cultural Corps intern. It's quite literally the reason I have a career. And if you can't tell, I was also an ambassador for the program for a year, and I was also manager of one of the interns for a while. So ask me anything if anyone has any questions. And I'm definitely going to be pushing this at Antasha. Thank you, Susan, for the recommendation. And then on the topic of Ukrainian language and just the popularity of Ukrainian classes in universities, I find the issue is of course there's an increased demand because of the war, and there is increased student demand, but at least in my experience, especially at Hunter College, for example, there's still not enough people applying for these classes, signing up for them, and there's very little demand, and therefore, because there's not enough students signing up, these classes get canceled. And I think one way to approach this challenge is something that Maria Sonovitsky did at Bard College, which I thought was brilliant, was she co-taught a decolonizing class with 2 other professors, and that class covered like a bunch of requirements for the bachelor requirements, like core curriculum classes. And I think that's a great way to increase demand for Ukrainian classes, but also to bring new people into this community, to spark new interests, like this example with the Hungarian literature and the librarians. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. This is music to my ears, really, or everything that you're saying. This is what I also try to do, is always to, and what a lot of colleagues I think are doing. I mean, I think Stephen, we place Ukrainian material in comparative cross-cultural contexts. And I just finished teaching a class on East European science fiction. There were people there who were sci-fi geeks who never took a class on any science fiction literature that was not in English. And that they discovered that there is science fiction in Ukrainian. This just blew their minds. So there are consequences from these kind of things. So bringing in, and yes, bringing also strategically, as those of us who are within the university system, so that the students who navigate various kinds of requirements know how a class can help. So it's not just a specialized seminar to which they find hard getting, but getting Ukrainian content in those large enrollment general classes, which can be done sometimes collaboratively. Every institution is different in its rules. So what might work at Bard might not necessarily work well at a large state university. But yes, being creative and finding new ways of sneaking in with the best intentions Ukrainian materials in the places where it is not expected, I think that can have very profound impact. I think we are sort of in happy consensus. I am stalling a little bit for time because I'm not sure if our reception is set up. So we can investigate. No, not yet, not yet. All right. So we are continuing nourishing ourselves with intellectual delights. So with a very practical thing about sneaking in Ukrainian material, we have Several other university teaching colleagues here, and my invitation is for suggestions or perhaps recent experiences of successfully sneaking in Ukrainian material where it's not expected. Oksana, I'm looking at you. You're just doing, I think, really cool things at the University of Richmond. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for pointing at me. Okay, obviously I can share. I was invited. I was visiting Cornerstone visiting chair in history at the University of Richmond, which is a very small, tiny private university with beautiful campus and no Ukrainian studies whatsoever. So nothing of that kind, although they have Russian studies. So there are a few students who are kind of a little bit familiar with this Soviet period of stuff, of history and so on. But since I was teaching courses which were not marked as Ukrainian studies and which were offered as general education classes for students who are required to get some credits for social science and humanities. So it was available and accessible for the first year students, for the freshmen and so on. So I taught a course, Oral History, Theory and Practice, which allowed me plenty of opportunities to talk about Holodomor in comparison to Holocaust, because that's kind of topic which allows to discuss all kinds of collective trauma issues and this kind of thing. So the students have been exposed to this topic for the first time, obviously. And the other course was Women in Contemporary Eastern Europe, and based on 3 cases, Ukraine, Poland, and Russia, which also allows to elaborate on different issues women used to face in transition from the state socialism to democracy and market economy, and to see how it worked in different contexts, learning about Ukraine specifically, because Ukraine has its unique path through those processes. And also the anthropology of the Gulag, which was clearly based on all kinds of testimonies and memoirs, and we deliberately avoided Solzhenitsyn in this course. Yeah, so we actually explored Gulag and tried to decolonize the Gulag studies, like seeing farther and beyond this very Russian elitist narrative of the Gulag experience and very masculine one. So there could be, and there was an interest, and students, I believe, worked hard and showed the motivation and interest, and yeah, so there are ways, and I believe that maybe some seeds stay in their minds for some time. It doesn't mean that they will immediately try to continue, go on and look for Ukrainian language or for Ukrainian study, but at least they have some idea about, what is Ukraine and what is its specific or particular or unique place in the region, in that part of the world, and in the history of that period, at least, of the state socialism. So, yeah. I am also, I am not a part of the American academia, so as a foreigner, I could allow myself, to work a little bit transgressing some rules and regulations, so that was the difference.
But more power to you for doing that, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Jan had a hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is actually a little bit less about teaching, although I share actually the very same idea as Oksana. Just wanted to give you one example. So I think when we are talking about educating the public, educating scholars, one of the issues which I actually kind of perceived, not now, but over at least the last decade, is that Ukrainian studies is kind of limited within the Slavic studies. Ostmitteleuropäische Studien in Germany, whatever. And I'm coming from history of science, when Ukraine is, as invisible as it goes. We did, however, actually succeeded we'll be having a section about what to do with Ukraine in the history of science at the British Society for the History of Science conference. And it was possible only because a colleague, Kati Strano, kind of pushed it through. It took us several months actually to get it through, because the colleagues simply didn't understand, why should we talk about Ukraine in history of science? I mean, if it would be interesting, then it would be already there. It's not there. So I think that, especially for people like, I'm looking at, for example, Stephen, who is in the history of cartography, that we have to kind of include also the areas which are, not the usual suspects for the Ukrainian history of science. For the Ukrainian history, basically, and include it actually there. So, going to different societies and going there. And I already see that I think Stephen wanted to add to it, so then I will kind of pass the mic to you.
Just very briefly, because I don't want to keep people here if they're hungry. History of famine, history of yeah, seriously, global history of famine. Really good work being produced on this. My grad student, former grad student, John Shitechka, who's the founder of Ukraine. Anything involving science and technology studies, especially at public R1s, so something like MIT, RIT. I teach a course called The Hidden Lives of Maps, which enrolls 100 students, about 80% of which are STEM students. And in an age of cutbacks, because I say this as the union treasurer in Texas, don't blow my cover, in the age of cutbacks where language programs in liberal arts and humanities are always on target, this is really important because that's an argument that goes up the pipeline to administrators and to people who are making the decisions about language programs. So I say this at my university where we have Oksana Lutsishina, who is a star of Ukrainian literature and poetry. We want to make sure that we enroll her courses by having students between the science and humanities. So I would just say for anybody who is doing anything remotely related to the history of natural sciences, not to exclude biology, chemistry, and physics, or astrogeography, but reach out to those students, even if you're trying to get them to minor in a language or do a study abroad because we can't send them to Ukraine. But try your very best to brainwash them thoroughly. Because this is kind of the way forward with the funding mechanisms and to make sure that our programs are not getting cut. And the final point I just wanted to make about librarians and archivists, I remember the story of Yivo. So in New York in January and February of 2022, when YIVO, the Yiddish Institute, cut all of its librarians. They cut 4 librarians, and this was just across the board, protested by all of us scholars who realized that this was a real sort of purge of knowledge. So not to sound the alarm bells, but anytime there exists the possibility, as Susan argues with this process that might take 5 to 7 years, where you might be able to get expertise from an intern, from a librarian, from a former librarian, the people do exist here in New York City to find them and who are willing to help this organization. So that I like to try and end on a positive note, because I talked all about threats today, is a way to continue to advertise these programs. Thanks.
All right. On this hopefully positive note, I think everyone in this room deserves a round of applause and then something stronger to fortify ourselves after the applause. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your contributions.